Naruto, the Uchiha Calabash brothers are reshaping the ninja world. Novel summary. This is a distorted world. 5-year-old children can kill on the battlefield but are forbidden from drinking alcohol. This flawed world is destined for drastic correction. Uchiha Mo arrives with the 7-colored lotus, wielding ferocious lightning and fire, possessing eyes and ears that see through everything. Can he correct the world's errors? During the Fourth Shinobi World War, a giant 10,000 feet tall donned Susanoo as black armor. He wielded his giant sword, causing mountains to crumble and continents to shift. When people desperately tried to break through the black defense, they despairingly discovered that the giant's body was an absolute defense, even more resilient than Susanoo. The Tomoe and Uchiha Mozai sockets slowly rotated, burning with flames that could incinerate everything. I will reshape the order of the shinobi world. P.S. The protagonist's personality is somewhat cold in the early stages. If you dislike this, please do not read. Genius trope, invincible trope, super level Uchiha, decisive and ruthless. Chapter 1-60, MO. In the 46th year of Konoha, Sasori of the Red Sand defected after assassinating the third Kazekage. The entire Hidden Sand village was left leaderless and fell into severe internal strife. Still believing that the Kazekage, hailed as the strongest, had merely gone missing, they searched the entire ninja world for any trace of their leader. Those with sharp instincts vaguely realized that the Third Shinobi World War might be about to break out. Based on this premonition, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, issued an S-rank mission to ascertain whether the third Kazekage had truly gone missing, gather pre-war intelligence, and also serve as an assessment for Kakashi's promotion to Jonin. Red Calabash Child Fusion Rate, 7.02%, reached 10% to unlock the ability, Supernatural Strength. Orange Calabash Child Fusion Rate, 10.52%, unlocked ability, Clairvoyance, reached 30% to unlock the next stage ability, Clairaudience. Yellow Calabash Child Fusion Rate, 7.02% plus 0%, both reaching 10%, unlocks the ability, Invulnerability. Green Calabash Child Fusion Rate, 10.71% plus 11.32%, unlocked ability, Fierce Fire, both reaching 20%, unlocks the next ability, Violent Thunder. Cyan Baby Fusion Rate, 0.01%, reached 20% to unlock the ability, Water Control. Blue Baby Fusion Rate, 10.52% plus 0.21%, both reaching 10%, unlocks the ability, Invisibility. Purple Baby Fusion Rate, 0.01%, reach 50% to unlock the ability, Universe in the Sleeve. Ultimate Mission, increase the safety and stability of this world to over 90%, transforming it into a world suitable for human life. Reward, fuse with the 7-colored lotus to gain immortality and the ability to travel between worlds. Uchiha Mo's gaze fell upon empty space, where a panel only he could see was displayed, a gift from the 7-colored lotus, the culprit behind his transmigration. Although there was only a solitary panel, after 10 years of contemplation, Uchiha Mo had figured out almost all of its contents. Aside from the self-explanatory information, there were two main ways to increase these fusion rates. One was to improve his mastery of the corresponding chakra nature, and the other was to slay powerful individuals who excelled in that specific chakra nature. For example, the first brother ability corresponds to Yang Release, so he would need to kill a powerhouse proficient in Yang Release or increase his proficiency through independent cultivation. In addition, through experimentation and estimation, he had also figured out the unlocking requirements for the others. The second brother ability corresponds to Yin Release, the third Calabash Child corresponds to Yang Release plus Earth Release, the fourth Calabash Child corresponds to Fire Release plus Lightning Release, the fifth Calabash Child corresponds to Water Release, the sixth Calabash Child corresponds to Yin Release and Wind Release, and the seventh Calabash Child corresponds to the space-time attribute outside of chakra natures. Mo, our break is over. We should keep moving. The white-haired boy, whose hair had not yet become a spiky brush head, leaped down from a tree branch and stood coolly in front of Uchiha Mo. Uchiha Mo turned his head slightly, glanced at Kakashi without saying a word, and silently stood up. Kakashi was one of the few ninjas in the original work who possessed all 5 basic nature transformations. Known as the copy ninja, he was proficient in almost all ninjutsu, and was exceptionally skilled in lightning release and earth release. However, the current Kakashi was in his cold-blooded phase following his father's death. His strength was progressing rapidly, and it was still far from the time to reap the harvest. "Let's go," Mo said in a low voice, resting his hand on the hilt of the ninja sword at his waist as he took the lead. There were 4 of them in total on this trip, a leading jonin and 3 squad members. Aside from Kakashi and Uchiha Mo, the jonin was Matsumoto Ryohei, a character never seen in the original story and likely just cannon fodder for the Third War. The other squad member was a civilian who had only recently graduated from the Ninja Academy, highly likely to be another casualty along the way to Kakashi's mission completion. "We are about to reach the border between the Land of Rain and the Land of Wind. We can head into the village to gather some intelligence. Unless absolutely necessary, we should avoid infiltrating the Land of Wind, as it could easily trigger a political dispute," Matsumoto Ryohei said to everyone, looking back as he moved at high speed. The group advanced in silence. Uchiha Mo's pupils contracted slightly, and his vision instantly pierced through numerous obstacles, landing on a distant village. This was precisely the ability of clairvoyance. A moment later, his eyes returned to normal, and the corner of his mouth curled up in an almost imperceptible arc. The group searched for signs of life along the border between the Land of Rain and the Land of Wind. Before long, the faint, sharp sounds of clashing metal echoed from a distance. Matsumoto Ryohei came to an abrupt halt and raised his hand, whispering, "Something's happening. Hide." As soon as he spoke, 3 figures vanished from the spot with a whoosh, while Inoue Shoji was a beat slower before hiding behind a tree. About 100 meters straight ahead, a small village was nestled. In front of the village, 3 figures dressed in plain black robes were fighting a group of men armed with weapons. These men varied greatly in build and wore headbands of the same color. They fought completely without coordination, looking like a band of bandits. "Conan, Nagato. Don't take their lives, just subdue them," the orange-haired man said as he dodged a long sword slashing from behind, then delivered a hand chop to the enemy's neck, sending the man instantly to the ground. "Got it, X2. The 2 replied in unison, but his words were heard by more than just his companions. Hearing this, a bandit near the man showed a ruthless expression. He lunged forward, slashing his long sword diagonally downward. The man easily sidestepped the attack, but in the next instant, his pupils contracted sharply. Beneath the blade was the very bandit he had just knocked unconscious. Without time for much thought, acting almost entirely on instinct, the man violently kicked the side of the bandit's sword, but at the same time, another steel blade was coming down toward his back. "Yahiko!" At the critical moment, the red-haired man known as Nagato roared, raising his hand to unleash a terrifying suction force. The bandit behind Yahiko instantly flew outward against his will, his steel blade slipping from his hand. Yahiko was out of danger, but a spray of blood erupted from Nagato's arm. In the small grove of trees, Uchiha Mo narrowed his eyes slightly and took a step forward, causing a branch to make a distinct snapping sound. Kakashi immediately looked over and whispered, "What are you doing?" "Slick." Mo slowly drew the bright, snowy blade from his waist. "To kill." Kakashi frowned slightly. "Do not do things unrelated to the mission. Don't tell me what to do." Before his voice had even faded, Uchiha Mo's figure instantly vanished from the spot. "Tch." Kakashi looked displeasedly at Uchiha Mo's retreating back. His right hand gripped the hilt of the sword on his back for a moment before slowly letting go. What a troublesome teammate. Why can't all Uchihas be as well behaved as that fool Obito? He seems cold on the outside, but he's actually a warm-hearted, good kid. Isn't that nice? Matsumoto Ryohei said with a smile, having clearly noticed the conversation between the two just now. But he was mistaken. The reason Uchiha Mo planned to help was not out of warm-heartedness or kindness. In less than half a minute just now, Nagato looked over here 5 times. He's a sensory ninja and has likely already discovered us. Moreover, judging by his appearance, he should already be able to use some simple abilities of the Rinnegan. To still get hurt by small fry under such circumstances, he is clearly on guard against us. 2 Chapter 2 The Dawn Before the Sun Rises. Chapter 2 The Unborn Akatsuki. Among all chakra nature transformations, Inyo release is obviously the hardest to improve, and the Rinnegan is a highway leading directly to the end of Inyo release. Therefore, Nagato was of utmost importance to Uchiha Emo. Since he had been discovered, Emo decided to greet them ahead of time. He approached rapidly, intense flames suddenly erupting from the snow-white blade, enveloping the entire ninja sword in blazing fire. And the moment he erupted his chakra, Nagato's purple pupils suddenly constricted. A powerful repulsive force burst from around him, repelling all the enemies, as he roared. Yahiko, Konan! Watch out! A powerful chakra is approaching. Before his voice could fade, a flash of fire suddenly burst into the battlefield. Uchiha Emo wore a high-collared black robe with a conspicuous Uchiha clan crest printed on his back. His body danced like a butterfly among the bandits. Wherever his blade passed, severed limbs and splashing blood were instantly vaporized by the intense flames. In just a few breaths, more than half of the bandits on the field had fallen. Nagato raised his right hand slightly. Seeing that the newcomer harbored no ill intent, he gradually lowered it, though his gaze still drifted toward Uchiha Emo from time to time. Yahiko reacted belatedly, shouting with a frown. Please show mercy, sir. They are just ordinary people forced by the hardships of life. Uchiha Emo turned a deaf ear. Sweeping his long sword, 2 terrified heads flew high into the air. He spun and delivered a side kick, sending a bandit who attempted a sneak attack flying. In this way, in less than 10 seconds since Uchiha Emo intervened, the bandits on the field were reduced to single digits. Having long lost their will to fight, they stared at Uchiha Emo in terror, threw down their weapons with trembling hands, and turned to flee. Emo glanced at them but did not pursue. He flicked the blood off his sword, slowly sheathing the long blade. To the side, Konan hurriedly stepped forward to check the wound on Nagato's arm, while Yahiko strode over to Uchiha Emo, sighed deeply, and said, Thank you for your assistance, sir. Before he could finish, 2 figures appeared beside Uchiha Emo with a flicker. Yahiko was startled. Shifting his gaze, he finally took a proper look at the people in front of him. Body flicker technique, Konoha forehead protectors. Nagato stood up with a wary look. Holding his bandaged arm, he walked over and stood beside Yahiko. May I ask how you all should be addressed? Yahiko raised his hand, his expression gentle. Although Uchiha Emo had ignored his plea and killed many bandits, it was ultimately to help them. Yahiko was not foolishly benevolent to that extent. Uchiha Emo glanced at Nagato before nodding to Yahiko. Uchiha Emo. There's no need for pleasantries. If you want to thank me, tell me if there have been any hidden Sand Village ninjas active near the border recently. Inoue Shoji finally arrived, but was ignored by everyone. Yahiko held his chin, falling into deep thought. Seeing this, Nagato took the initiative to speak. Around this morning, 3 ninjas wearing hidden Sand Village forehead protectors passed by here, heading toward the land of grass. Speaking of which, Sunagakure seems to have some sort of operation lately, with a large number of ninjas heading out. This has caused instability at the border and a significant increase in bandits, which is why we came here. With those words, Uchiha Emo rested his hand on his ninja sword and turned to leave. Kakashi and the other 2 were stunned for a moment, then quickly followed. So it was just for mission intel? Kakashi glanced at the profile of the youth beside him, feeling a strange sense of disappointment in his heart. The scene of Nagato getting injured to save his companions suddenly appeared in his mind. Behind them, Yahiko frowned as he stared at the Uchiha clan crest on Mo's back, remaining silent for a long time. Seeing this, Nagato asked in confusion, What is it, Yahiko? Is there something wrong with those people? Yahiko shook his head. Uchiha Emo. I feel like I've heard that name somewhere before. And he seemed very interested in you, Nagato. Nagato raised his hand to touch his eye socket. Perhaps because of these eyes. The Uchiha is a shinobi clan with a 1,000-year heritage, maybe he recognized them. On the other side, the group was dashing along the road toward the border of the land of grass. Inoue Shoji asked in confusion, "Isn't our mission to gather intel on the Kazekage? Why are we chasing Sunagakure ninjas?" As his voice fell, the air lapsed into silence. In the end, seeing that no one answered, Matsumoto Ryohei spoke up. "If the Kazekage has indeed gone missing, then this group is highly likely a search party sent out by Sunagakure. Capture them, or rather, just bring back a fresh head, and the intel will naturally be ours." "I see." Inoue Shoji nodded with a look of realization. The sun sank in the west, and evening arrived. Led by Uchiha Mo, the team rapidly closed in on the Sunagakure ninjas ahead, and clear traces of human activity were already visible. Looking at the shallow footprint on the grass, Matsumoto Ryohei couldn't help but marvel, "Mo, your sensory abilities are truly formidable. I thought we'd have to track them for at least a day, but I never expected a sensory-type ninja to be born in the Uchiha." Uchiha Mo replied calmly, "There is nothing these eyes cannot see." Matsumoto Ryohei smiled and shook his head, attributing it to the Uchiha's pride in their Sharingan. "Alright, since we are about to catch up, I will go over the plan now. There are 3 enemies. I will hold off the leading jonin. The 3 of you will split into 2 groups, Kakashi and Shoji will handle one, and Mo will handle one alone. If we have a massive advantage, we'll try to capture or wipe them out. If the opponent is very strong, retreat immediately after capturing one enemy. Understood?" "Understood." "Good. Then, let the operation begin." With the order given, the 4 accelerated sharply. Before long, 3 figures appeared ahead. Seeing that they hadn't been detected yet, Matsumoto Ryohei was about to order them to take cover when the ninja in the middle, wearing a green jonin flak jacket, suddenly turned his head. Even from a distance of 100 meters, Uchiha Mo could clearly see the red markings painted on the man's cheeks, his entire head wrapped in white cloth, with a piece hanging down from his right cheek. Since they had been spotted, Matsumoto Ryohei had no choice but to abandon the idea of a sneak attack and shouted, "Begin the attack." As he spoke, he closed in while rapidly forming hand signs. Rat, ox, tiger, snake, horse, bird. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. A massive torrent of water surged from Matsumoto Ryohei, shaping into a dragon in midair before charging violently toward the Sunagakure ninjas ahead. However, the distance between them was too great. The 3 Sunagakure ninjas quickly scattered, and the water dragon bullet slammed directly into the ground, leaving behind a puddle of water. But Matsumoto Ryohei's goal had been achieved. He rushed toward the sand ninja in the middle, shouting at the same time, "I'll leave the remaining 2 to you." Kakashi nodded, drew the white fan from behind his back, and rushed toward the sand ninja on the right, with Inoue Shoji immediately following. The remaining sand ninja was naturally left to Uchiha Mo. However, Mo was in no hurry to strike. He simply kept the sand ninja at bay while keeping an eye on the battle on the other side. That man should be Baki. Matsumoto cannot possibly be his match. At the same time, Mo's attention focused on his status panel. Blue Baby Fusion Rate, 10.52% plus 0.21% Unlockability, Invisibility once both stats reach 10%. Chapter 3, Mission and Companions? Baki, an elite jonin of the Hidden Sand Village, a confidant to both the 4th and 5th Kazekage, and a high-ranking official in the future Hidden Sand Village. In the original story, Gekko Height, jokingly referred to as the protagonist of the Height Chronicles, died at his hands. Baki's displayed strength at the time astonished many viewers, though he faded into obscurity afterward. But even so, it was enough to prove that his strength was far beyond what Matsumoto Ryohei, a special jonin, could match. Holding this view, Uchiha Mo dodged the attacks of the chunin in front of him while keeping an eye on the battle to the side. Sure enough, in less than half a minute, the situation in the battle changed. Kunai. It seems the opponent is a taijutsu-type ninja. Matsumoto Ryohei judged this upon seeing Baki holding a pair of kunai. In that case, I will use water release ninjutsu to maintain a distance advantage. Ninja of Konoha, why are you attacking us? Baki said with a dark face, holding the pair of kunai in a reverse grip up to his chest. Tell me the current situation of the Kazekage, and we will retreat immediately. Kazekage. Baki's expression turned cold. Lord Kazekage is doing very well recently, you may leave now. It seems we can't come to an agreement. Matsumoto Ryohei snorted coldly and performed hand signs rapidly. Water release, water dragon jutsu. Water rose out of thin air, coiling into the shape of a dragon as it blasted toward Baki. Courting death. A cold, cruel arc appeared on the corner of Baki's mouth. Suddenly, he threw the two kunai onto the ground, then pointed his right hand, forming a sword finger, and shouted lowly, wind release, wind blade. Buzz. Ripples spread from his fingertips, and then a buzzing, circular, thin film-like wind blade condensed and appeared. Baki flicked his right hand, raised his left hand to condense another one, and threw it out at high speed as well. Wind release, wind blade, and A-rank ninjutsu. Gekko Hei died under this technique. Its cutting power is formidable, and its speed is so fast that the official guidebook states it is absolutely impossible to dodge. Buzzpft. The sharp first wind blade drew a straight line and instantly sliced through the water dragon. The water dragon collapsed into flowing water and fell, and the wind blade also dissipated into the air. But immediately after, the second wind blade emitted a buzzing sound like a bee flapping its wings and flew toward Matsumoto Ryohei. Moreover, Baki's hands were constantly throwing out a third, fourth, and fifth wind blade. How is that possible? Matsumoto Ryohei's pupils shrank, revealing a look of horror, and he hurriedly performed hand signs rapidly again. Water release, water wall. The speed of the wind blade was extremely fast. The distance of more than 10 meters was crossed in the blink of an eye, arriving in front of Matsumoto Ryohei. Fortunately, the water wall successfully rose the moment before the attack arrived. Plop! The wind blade sank into the water wall, splashing water. Matsumoto Ryohei hid behind it and breathed a sigh of relief, while also re-evaluating the opponent's strength in his heart. However, what he didn't see was the cruel expression that appeared on Baki's face. Plop! Water splashed, and another wind blade sank in. However, before the water flow could calm down, a third wind blade shot toward the same position. The fourth, the fifth. Suddenly, a narrow, transparent hole appeared on the water wall due to the intense splashing. Before Matsumoto Ryohei could see clearly, a wind blade instantly passed through the hole and slashed fiercely at his neck. An expression of disbelief appeared on Matsumoto Ryohei's face. He raised his hand as if to touch his own neck, only to find that his body had long lost control. Plop! The head slid off the neck and onto the ground, kicking up dust. The cruel smile on Baki's face grew wider. Ah, oh little friends, it seems your situation is very bad. Uchiha Imo withdrew his peripheral vision, not surprised at all. Although in this world, jonin are generally considered the top combat power of a ninja village, from a macro perspective, if the profession of ninja is divided like athletes, then reaching the strength of a jonin is only considered the true entry level. So-called chunin and genin are mostly cannon fodder who only know a few ninjutsu and won't run away when facing war. And the gap between jonin is no smaller than the gap between a human and a dog. Just like Kakashi and Kurina Yuhi before the Fourth Ninja War, as the strongest tier below Kage level, there was no difference for Kakashi between dealing with ordinary jonin and dealing with chunin. The quality of chakra in both is not on the same level, and the corresponding power of ninjutsu also has a world of difference, not to mention combat awareness and other hard power. And Baki and Matsumoto Ryohei, one elite jonin and one special jonin, were naturally the same. Uchiha Imo was preparing to kill the cannon fodder in front of him with one slash to go fight Baki, but at this moment, Kakashi made an unexpected move. He forced back the chunin in front of him with a slash, then turned and actively rushed toward Baki, leaving Inoue Shoji stunned on the spot. Mo! Quickly capture someone and escape, I will hold this guy off. White fang slashed diagonally, erupting with sharp sword light. Baki dodged sideways, a kunai fell into his hand and was thrown toward Kakashi's forehead. Kakashi? So this sword is the white fang, right? If I bring you back, Lady Chiyo would surely be happy. Looking at that iconic white hair and short sword, Baki recognized Kakashi instantly. Although Kakashi's reputation was only just starting to emerge at this time, because the white fang was relatively special to the Hidden Sand Village, his image was not unfamiliar in the Hidden Sand Village. As soon as the words fell, a shrill scream suddenly came from the side. Uchiha Amo glanced sideways. The Chunin was showing a cruel smile as he stabbed his kunai into Inoue Shoji's neck. Bang! He threw Inoue Shoji's corpse to the ground, picked up his kunai, and rushed toward Uchiha Mo's direction. Kakashi knew that his strength was not yet a match for this person, so he could only keep waving the short sword in his hand to keep the initiative firmly in his own hands. Baki's gaze was focused, quickly dodging Kakashi's attacks. The White Fang's great name was too sharp. Baki dared not use two small kunai to face this ninja sword head-on. Nearly 10 seconds passed. There were some small knife marks on Baki's body, but Kakashi's stamina was bottoming out under the full attack mode. Baki's eyes narrowed slightly. Seeing Kakashi's breathing becoming more and more rapid, he realized that his chance had arrived. He suddenly held up his pair of kunai to block the White Fang's downward slash. Kakashi's pupils shrank before he could react, and then he saw Baki's cheeks puff up, and then he suddenly spat out a burst of purple mist. Poison mist jutsu. In a hurry, Kakashi hurriedly closed his eyes and bent his legs to retreat violently, but the battle-hardened Baki would not miss this opportunity. He raised his hands again, and wind blades as thin as cicada wings condensed on his fingertips. Wind release, wind blade. Buzz-pft. The first wind blade brushed past Kakashi's shoulder, directly exploding a huge splash of blood. Kakashi stumbled. The second wind blade was about to cut his head off when a flash of lightning instantly broke into the battlefield. Uchiha Amo kicked Kakashi away. The second wind blade flew past his neck, and immediately 3 more wind blades flew over. Mo's expression tightened slightly, his eyes glowing with scarlet color, and Tomo appeared, spinning. With a twist of his wrist, the blade erupted with intense flames and swept forward violently. Boom! The giant flame rolled backward. The wind blades were engulfed by the flames and became even more violent, only to be instantly devoured. Kakashi sat on the ground, panting heavily. There was still a look of horror on his face. He turned his head to look and saw a headless corpse and a comatose hidden sand ninja lying there quietly. He gritted his teeth and looked up at the expressionless youth. Far from being grateful, he angrily scolded, "Why did you save me? Didn't I tell you to take people and run away? Why are you all like this? Don't you know?" Before he could finish, Uchiha Amo suddenly spoke lightly, interrupting him. "Don't misunderstand. Saving you is only because I am strong enough. Only the weak will fall into the dilemma of choice. The strong are right no matter how they choose. Since you value the mission so much, you can take that hidden sand ninja and run away like a stray dog. I will kill Baki." For Chapter 4 Uchiha Style. Chapter 4, Uchiha Style. As the words fell, Kakashi gritted his teeth, his expression hardened, and he leaped over to hoist the unconscious sand ninja onto his back, then turned and sprinted away. Baki frowned but did not stop him, his gaze locked firmly onto Uchiha Mo's face. "Blood ninja? I know you. The strongest genius of the Uchiha since the founding of Konoha." Uchiha Amo had never attended the Ninja Academy. In his view, it was a complete waste of time. His abilities required the baptism of blood to grow rapidly. Thus, starting from the age of 5, he had stubbornly insisted on joining Uchiha seniors on missions. This was how, at only 10 years old, he had reached the strength of a jonin, to the point where even Kakashi, who was the same age, was no match for him. Blood Ninja was a title he earned due to his cold-blooded behavior pattern of never leaving an opponent alive, regardless of their strength or status. Although Uchiha Amo did not care about others' opinions, this title had indeed earned him a reputation in the current ninja world. Uchiha Emo did not respond. He met Baki's gaze with a blank expression, calculating in his heart how to slit his throat. Baki was strong, but battles between ninja were not just simple clashes of raw power. Intelligence and elemental advantages were equally important. After being amplified by the green Calabash child's ability, Uchiha Emo's fire release not only possessed some of the characteristics of natural flames but also had astonishing power. Combined with the suppressive effect of fire release against wind release and his own heaven-defying control, Baki's usually effective wind blades could not cause him much trouble. Furthermore, it was no exaggeration to say that Baki's abilities were public intelligence to Uchiha Emo. This was also what Uchiha Emo relied upon. The sound of Kakashi's footsteps gradually faded until they could no longer be heard. Suddenly, Emo took a step forward and launched the first attack. The long sword swept across. Baki immediately crouched down, closing in on Uchiha Emo's chest from beneath the blade, while simultaneously thrusting the kunai in his hand toward his heart. However, Mo's wrist turned nimbly in the air, switching from a forward grip to a reverse grip, and he plunged the tip of the blade toward Baki's back. Clang! Sparks flew from the tip of the blade, and a few drops of cold sweat rolled down Baki's forehead. Had he not reacted quickly and instinctively pulled the kunai back to block his back, he would likely be a corpse right now. Is this the Uchiha-style swordsmanship? Unlike the White Fang's brat, this kid is more sinister and sharper. Uchiha Emo pinned Baki firmly with his ninja sword and then raised his knee to strike at his head. Baki's pupils constricted, and he hurriedly raised his other hand to block in front of him. Bang! The knee struck the arm with a dull thud, unable to advance even an inch further. Although leg strength is generally much greater than arm strength, Emo was only 10 years old and still in his growth phase, while Baki was a ninja in his prime. There was a significant gap in their strength. Even the fact that the ninja sword was able to suppress Baki was largely due to the advantage of the weapon and the fact that Baki was in a position where he couldn't easily exert force. However, Emo seemed to have anticipated this. Before his knee had even landed, he had already swung his other fist. Bang! The fist smashed into the side of Baki's face, and his entire body was sent flying, accompanied by a few broken teeth. Uchiha Emo did not give Baki a chance to catch his breath. Holding the ninja sword in his right hand, he twisted his left hand, and 4 smooth shuriken instantly appeared between his fingers. With a violent flick of his arm, the 4 shuriken shot toward Baki, who had just landed. Swish, 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 swish. The 4 shuriken traced arcs in the air, attacking from different directions. Damn brat! Baki propped himself up with one hand and quickly stood up. Just as he prepared to swat the shuriken away with his kunai, his pupils suddenly trembled as he noticed the thin wires attached to the back of the shuriken. His extensive combat experience immediately formed a picture in his mind. Once the shuriken were swatted away, Uchiha Emo would immediately use the steel wires to pull them back, bind him in place, and finally use the wires to conduct fire release to end the battle. This is Sharingan Windmill Triple Blade. Damn Uchiha brat, to think he would dare to pull such a trick. Baki's heart skipped a beat, and he paused for a moment, feeling a chill run down his spine. But in that split second, the first shuriken had already reached his face. Baki gritted his teeth and narrowly dodged to the side. A wound was sliced open on his cheek, but Baki had no time to worry about it. He discarded his kunai and began to form hand signs at high speed. Wu, Chen, hands pressed together. Wind release, gale palm. As the words fell, accompanied by the clapping sound of Baki's hands coming together, a violent gust of wind erupted, blowing away all the shuriken flying in the air. Wind release, gale palm, a C-rank wind release ninjutsu, is considered an entry-level ninjutsu among wind release techniques. Its power is quite limited, but it has the advantage of requiring few hand signs and having a fast activation speed, making it one of the optimal choices for Baki in the current situation. Seeing that all the shuriken had been cleared away, Baki finally breathed a sigh of relief. Suddenly, a violent sense of palpitation struck him, and a scorching high temperature came from behind. Baki's hair stood on end, and he followed his instincts, lunging to the side. Squelch! A severed arm flew up and was instantly incinerated by fierce flames. Uchiha Amo stood where the shuriken had just landed, his long sword, wreathed in flames, pointing diagonally at the ground, his brow slightly furrowed in dissatisfaction. Hiss! Baki lay on the ground, clutching his left shoulder with his right hand. Cold sweat poured down his face like rain, and he gasped in pain. Baki was worthy of being a battle-hardened elite jonin. Uchiha Amo had hidden his presence perfectly, yet Baki had still sensed the killing intent the very instant before he struck. Even so, he had still paid the price of an arm. Bang! The Uchiha Amo in the original spot exploded into a puff of white smoke and vanished. Baki gritted his teeth, his brain working rapidly. Shadow clone? When? It was when I was sent flying. This brat used a shadow clone to replace his main body while I was sent flying, and then he transformed himself into the first shuriken thrown. He was certain that I would recognize the triple blade. Konoha really has produced a terrifying brat. Baki quickly figured out the situation, but even so, he understood that in his current state, it would be difficult to return alive. For a conventional ninja, a severed arm is tantamount to crippling one's own martial arts, because a severed arm means being unable to perform hand signs with both hands. For most conventional ninja, the inability to perform hand signs with both hands means they are essentially cut off from ninjutsu, leaving them only able to rely on taijutsu, genjutsu, or some special ninjutsu taijutsu techniques. However, it was clear that Baki was just a ninja who specialized in ninjutsu and only had a rudimentary understanding of taijutsu. Thinking of this, Baki's expression changed, and he reached out a hand toward the approaching Uchiha Amo. Wait. Blood Ninja, your Konoha's goal is nothing more than to find out if Lord Kazekage has really gone missing, is that right? Chapter 5, No One Can Control Me. Uchiha Amo paused slightly and nodded. Fine. As long as you spare me, I will tell you the truth about the Kazekage. This information is definitely worth it. As he spoke, he quietly gathered chakra at the fingertips of his right hand behind his back. Unlike conventional ninjutsu, Windblade was a hand-seal-less ninjutsu. However, like most hand-seal-less ninjutsu, Windblade required charging and gathering chakra to replace the hand-sealing process. It couldn't be cast instantly, but Baki could fully prepare the charging process in advance to achieve an instant cast effect. The reason he didn't directly manifest the Windblade and find the right time to launch a sneak attack was because Baki was wary of the Sharingan exposing his flaws. Although a Tsutomu Sharingan could not see the changes of chakra inside the human body, the changes in the caster's aura, the flow of the wind, and the swaying of the grass were real. A Uchiha who could skillfully use the Sharingan could easily see the flaws in it. Baki stared nervously into Uchiha Mo's eyes, his expression incomparably sincere. No one would have guessed the murderous intent hidden behind his back. The Tomo in Uchiha Mo's eyes rotated slowly, and a cold sneer suddenly curled up on his indifferent face. The clown's dance steps are truly ridiculous. You wouldn't naively think that you could kill me with that toy of a game, would you? Besides, who told you I follow Konoha's orders? No one can control me. What does Konoha have to do with me? I only want your life. As the words fell, Uchiha Amo suddenly slashed the flaming longsword in his hand towards Baki. Uchiha style, sword jump flame. As the longsword swept past, a fierce streak of fire detached from the blade and exploded outwards. Seeing that Uchiha Amo was actually serious and not just trying to drive up the price, Baki, who had climbed out of the Second Ninja World War, shivered in fear and desperately gathered a huge wind blade and threw it out. You lunatic! What good does it do you if I die? If Sunagakure finds out about this news, it might start a war. Boom! The wind blade, the size of a windmill shuriken, collided with the streak of fire, exploding into a huge spark in the air. But in an instant, the fierce fire not only eroded the wind blade but became even more explosive in the strong wind. Boom! The flaming slash landed on Baki's body, not only causing a wound that pierced through his chest but also instantly setting him on fire. Someone once calculated that the limit of pain the human body can withstand is 45 dOL, and the level for being kicked in the testicles is 50 dOL. And the pain level of being burned alive by raging fire is 77 dOL. Listening to Baki's screams gradually fade away, Uchiha Mo's gaze fell on a certain spot in the air. Blue baby fusion rate, 10.52% plus 9.13% unlockability of invisibility when both items reach 10%. As expected of an elite Jonin proficient in wind release, his life increased Mo's wind release proficiency by nearly 9%. However, this was also because the unlock rate was too low. If Uchiha Mo's unlock rate were above 20%, I'm afraid there wouldn't be such a large increase. However, apart from wind release, the unlock rate corresponding to yang release also improved slightly, although not by much. Uchiha Mo withdrew his gaze and looked expressionlessly at the woods beside him. Seen enough? Come out. As the words fell, a rustling sound came from the jungle. Before long, a white-haired person wearing a black mask jumped out. Although he was wearing a mask, the look of disbelief on his face was as clear as a hole in Jesus' palm. You actually killed Baki. Kakashi had originally escaped, but on the way, Mo's words kept echoing in his mind. Kakashi was a genius who ranked among the best in Konoha's history since the village was built. Everyone thought so, and he himself thought so too. But only the weak fall into the dilemma of choice. The strong are right no matter how they choose. Since you value the mission so much, you can take that Sunigakure ninja and run away like a stray dog. I will kill Baki. The collision of the contempt and philosophy of a peer he had always regarded as a rival surged violently in his mind, as if a storm had been stirred up. Companions or mission? This multiple-choice question that could crush the white fang of Konoha seemed to be just a question and a test for Uchiha Mo. Are you strong enough? No. Father is the dignified white fang of Konoha, a hero of the Second Ninja World War. A strong man respected by the Sannin. How could he be weak? But an image of Uchiha Mo saving him from the wind blade and resolutely facing Baki suddenly appeared in Kakashi's mind, and he stopped in his tracks. Hey! Kakashi, have you heard of Uchiha Mo? He is the strongest genius of our Uchiha clan. Of course, he is still a little worse than me, if he enrolled, you definitely wouldn't be able to get first place. It's a pity I heard that he firmly rejected the clan's enrollment requirements, so you can be so proud. Kakashi. Have you heard? Mo opened his eyes. He opened his Sharingan at the age of 5. The clan leader said this is a new record within the Uchiha clan. Even the third Hokage came to the clan to invite him to join the Ninja Academy. That is the Hokage, yet Mo didn't give him any face at all. He's even more arrogant than you. Kakashi, Mo has earned the title of Blood Ninja outside, and I heard that his number of completed missions is catching up to some Jonin. So cool. What title do you think I should have? How about Goggle Sharingan Hero? Hey! Don't walk away. Uchiha Mo. Are you my teammate for this mission? The White Fang's son? Whatever, just don't hold me back. Kakashi placed the Sunigakure ninja on the ground and began to weave hand seals with his hands flying. Earth release, Earth prison dome. As the words fell, Kakashi placed his hands on the ground. Accompanied by the injection of chakra, the ground in front of him surged like a swamp, rapidly burying the Sunigakure ninja vertically into the ground, leaving only his head exposed. Afterwards, he quickly left a few of Konoha's secret messages around and turned to look in the direction he came from. I want to go back, not for the sake of a companion, but to see if Mo's ending qualifies him to say that. I want to make him understand the price of making the wrong choice. I want to prove that my father is not weak. The Tomoe in Uchiha Mo's eyes rotated and slowly hid, turning back into a pair of clean black eyes. He glanced at the position where Baki had just been lying without replying. There was only a pile of humanoid ashes left there, not even a bit of flesh or bone remained. He had noticed Kakashi rushing back when he knocked Baki away. Otherwise, if Mo used the Fire Baby's ability, the battle would have been much simpler. Relying on the restraint relationship, he wouldn't have needed such delicate tactics to take down Baki. And the ability that needed to be temporarily hidden was the core ability of the first stage of the Fire Baby, Fierce Fire, Fire Control. With this ability, Emo didn't need to rely on hand seals or the ninjutsu system to directly convert chakra into flames, and it was as easy as pointing a finger. But this kind of thing was too far beyond common sense and needed a whitewashing process. However, it just so happened that a ready-made whitewashing tool person was right in front of Uchiha Emo. Chapter 6 The Way of the Ninja. Chapter 6 The Way of the Ninja. If one were to ask what the most important ninjutsu in the ninja world is, aside from the Rasengan, it would be the Chidori. The Chidori is known as the ultimate transformation of lightning release chakra nature. Not only is it immensely powerful, but through shape transformation, it displays an incredibly heaven-defying plasticity. In the hands of Sasuke and Kakashi, it has been developed into two completely different systems, and such a manifestation perfectly aligns with the capabilities of Fierce Fire. As it happens, the creator of the Chidori is right before Uchiha Mo's eyes, and tracing back the timeline, the current Chidori should be at least halfway developed. Kakashi slowly reined in the expression on his face until no emotion could be seen on the half of his face visible above his mask. Only then did he speak. "I didn't expect you to be this strong already." Kakashi recalled how he had once secretly compared himself to others and vied with them. "You are just an obscure nobody. It is only natural that you lost to me. Why have you returned? Did you suddenly find your conscience?" Upon hearing this, Uchiha Emo shifted his gaze back to Kakashi's face, his tone cold. But Kakashi seemed long accustomed to Uchiha Mo's indifference. After slightly composing himself, he responded, "You said, only the weak fall into the dilemma of difficult choices, but I do not believe my father was weak." As Kakashi spoke, his tone grew increasingly urgent, and his voice even carried a hint of a tremor. However, before he could finish, Uchiha Emo withdrew his gaze, walked past him, and slowly headed toward the forest behind them. Boring question. Do you want me to lecture you on some grand principles? Kakashi, are you craving someone's preaching? As a man about to become a jonin, don't you think you are being ridiculous and naive? As the words fell, Kakashi's breath hitched, and the words he hadn't finished were stuck in his throat. In reality, this was the first time since White Fang's death that Kakashi had actively opened up to anyone. Before this, whether it was the words of Obito, Rin no Era, or the Sandaime Hokage, Kakashi had never taken any of it to heart. In his view, his father's death only proved one thing, that a ninja exists solely as a machine to complete missions. Companions? Merely tools. Bonds? Just a joke. For the past 3 years, he had lived this way, until today, when Uchiha Emo shattered the beliefs he had held onto with his actions. Facing a formidable enemy with unknown intelligence who had taken out the team leader Jonin in one move, although Uchiha Mo's words were unpleasant, he had indeed handed the hope of survival to him. In Kakashi's view, Uchiha Emo had crushed his beliefs with his own life, which is why he had actively opened his heart, desperately hoping for an answer. It did not matter what the answer was, whether it allowed him to continue with his past ideas or return to his original self, as long as it freed him from his confusion, it would be enough. But clearly, Uchiha Emo had no interest whatsoever in changing Kakashi. Uchiha Emo paused his steps and looked back, saying, "You risked your life to rush back just for this trivial matter? Kakashi, you truly are the son of White Fang, both father and son are utter pieces of trash." Kakashi's pupils constricted, his body trembled as he clenched his fists tight. He seemed unable to believe what he had just heard. "What did you say?" Although the belief Kakashi upheld was that those who do not follow the rules of the ninja world are trash, this did not mean he could tolerate others insulting his father to his face. Uchiha Emo grinned, revealing an extremely mocking smile. "I said, you are just like White Fang, both trash." As the words fell, Kakashi could no longer endure it. He erupted into action instantly. As his right hand drew the short blade from his back to slash and thrust, explosive lightning flared on his left hand. Screech! In an instant, a scarlet color emerged in Uchiha Mo's pitch-black pupils. Kakashi's movements slowed down immediately. He raised his hand and grabbed Kakashi's right wrist directly, bringing the white blade light to a sudden halt. But the lightning on Kakashi's left hand had already neared Uchiha Mo's face. Uchiha Mo's expression remained indifferent, showing no panic, because the Chidori itself requires the dynamic vision of the Sharingan to be fully utilized. Kakashi alone could not control this technique, let alone the fact that the Chidori at this moment was still an unfinished product. His left hand shot out like lightning, wedging into the armpit under Kakashi's right arm, and then with force from both hands, he executed a shoulder throw, tossing him away. So fast. Kakashi only felt his slash being blocked, followed by a sharp pain under his armpit, and then the world spun as he was instantly sent flying. Thud. The Chidori instantly pierced through a large tree, and with it, Kakashi himself was pinned to the tree by his left arm. Have you been blinded by rage? To actually use such an imperfect technique that's practically a suicide attack, you really are trash. In reality, if Kakashi had fought according to his usual style, using ninjutsu to assist his swordplay, he might not have defeated Uchiha Mo, but he could at least have caused him some trouble. But clearly, at this moment, Kakashi had been completely blinded by rage. Kakashi silently pulled his arm out of the tree, then slumped onto the ground like a dog with all its bones removed, his expression ashen and devoid of life. Uchiha Mo watched him for a moment, then suddenly stepped closer. Your technique gave me some inspiration. As a reward, I will tell you a principle that even a brat from the Uchiha understands. He squatted down in front of Kakashi, his gaze piercing through the messy white hair to stare straight into Kakashi's eyes. Listen, Kakashi. As the voice fell, Kakashi slowly turned his listless eyes to meet Uchiha Mo's clean, black pupils. This world is objective. It will not be lenient toward you because you are kind, nor will it be cruel to you because you are evil. So White Fang saved his companions, yet those companions still blamed their benefactor due to the village's public opinion. What consequences will your choices bring? No one knows. But whether you choose your companions or your mission, these are merely your own codes of conduct. The reason a human is because they have their own thoughts and their own consciousness. When ideals collide with the barriers of reality, it is a test of one's beliefs. And White Fang's insistence that companions are more important than the mission was not recognized by the world. He wavered, and his way of handling it was not to take action for it, but to be unable to accept the facts and choose suicide, leaving 5-year-old you all alone. Therefore, whether as a ninja or a father, he was a coward. The creed you uphold does not stem from yourself, but from White Fang's fate. People are all influenced by the world, but Kakashi, you have completely lost your way and become a continuation of the past. You risk your life, even in a suicidal manner, to complete missions, wanting to use your own death to prove that White Fang was right, or to wash away the stain on White Fang. If one person's death can turn your life into a mess, how narrow is the scale of your life? Chapter 7, Return, Umbu Invitation. As the words fell, Kakashi's expression was no longer lifeless. Instead, he stared blankly at Uchiha Mo's clear, dark eyes. This was a completely different perspective. Uchiha Mo did not speak of right or wrong, but instead offered him a more realistic, more cruel viewpoint. It could be called sophistry, or it could be called a fallacy, but its existence could not be denied. Mo slowly stood up, walked to the side, and picked up the White Fang short blade. He glanced at the gleaming edge, then flicked his wrist, instantly embedding it into the large tree beside Kakashi. Ding! The short blade vibrated slightly. Kakashi snapped back to reality, stood up, pulled out the White Fang, and resheathed it on his back. It's really not easy to get you to say so much. Mo did not respond, but Kakashi did not mind. He straightened his clothes, turned around, and continued. Let's go. I buried that Suna ninja underground using Earth Release. We can take him back now to hand in the mission. Kakashi's tone was as usual, but there was something undefinable in those dead fish eyes, and the abnormal sense of heaviness on him had lessened a little. With his back to Uchiha Mo, The expression on his face gradually became firm, and then he slowly began to run. Thank you, Mo. I will find my own ninja way. The two left together and soon arrived at the spot where Kakashi had bound the Suna ninja. Kakashi released him from the ground, tied his hands and feet, carried him on his back, and set off on the road back to Konoha. The Land of Rain connects the three great nations of the Land of Fire, Land of Earth, and Land of Wind, and the Land of Grass is sandwiched between the Land of Fire, Land of Rain, and Land of Earth, so the return journey was much shorter than the departure. However, due to carrying a prisoner, it still took them some time to return to the territory of the Land of Fire. During the journey, the Suna ninja had woken up twice, but before he could say anything, he was knocked unconscious again by Kakashi. After a long and arduous journey, the two finally returned safely to Konoha with the prisoner. Stepping through the gates of Konoha, Kakashi let out a long sigh of relief. He looked up at the Hokage rock and felt a rare hint of fatigue from a mission. As the two walked on the road to the Hokage building, Kakashi suddenly turned his face and asked. You said earlier that my Chidori gave you inspiration. Are you also creating your own ninjutsu? Uchiha Mo had intended to use Kakashi as a tool to improve his reputation, so naturally, he would not miss this opportunity. A barely perceptible arc curled at the corner of his mouth. Fire release is too explosive. Although it has tremendous power and great momentum, its speed is not fast. Therefore, the results demonstrated in battle often do not match its lethality, so I am researching a similar technique. Although Mo did not speak specifically, as a genius, Kakashi understood his meaning the moment he heard it. He nodded slightly, then took out a scroll from his ninja tool pouch at his waist and handed it over. These are some of my experiences in creating Chidori. Although this technique is currently still a semi-finished product, I believe it will certainly be of help to you. The two locked eyes for a moment, then Uchiha Mo raised his hand to accept the scroll and put it into the ninja tool pouch under his robe. Let's go. It's time to report the situation to Sandaime. Mo took the first step and left. Kakashi watched his back, his gaze fixed on the clan emblem on the back of his shirt. It seems the Uchiha are not as difficult to approach as the rumors say. Seeing Mo's back getting further and further away, Kakashi snapped back to reality and hurriedly trotted to catch up. Hokage-sama, this is the entire process of this mission. Hiruzen Sarutobi took a puff of his pipe, his murky old eyes looking at the two through the smoke. I didn't expect you to encounter Baki. He was already a well-known genius during the Second Ninja World War. At this time, it's no wonder Ryohei was no match for him. But Mo, I didn't expect you to be able to kill him. I just used some petty tricks. Hee. Hiruzen Sarutobi's wrinkles lifted slightly. He took down his pipe and revealed a smile. No need to be overly modest, I have always known of your abilities. This mission was completed beautifully. I have already had the Umbu take the person to Inoichi Yamanaka. I believe there will be results soon. Before he could finish his sentence, an Umbu suddenly flashed into the Hokage office through the window and handed a document to Hiruzen Sarutobi. Sandaime-sama, this was sent by the Intelligence Division. Hiruzen Sarutobi nodded, the Umbu body flickered away, and Sandaime quickly scanned the document. Before long, he frowned, and the air grew silent. Seeing this, Kakashi slowly asked, Hokage-sama, is there a problem with the intelligence? Hiruzen Sarutobi shook his head, extinguished his pipe, and sighed, no, the intelligence is very detailed and accurate. Thank you for your hard work. As he finished speaking, he put the document into a drawer and then continued. The completion of this mission should have allowed you, Kakashi, to be promoted to Jonin, but to be honest, I have a bit of selfishness. Because becoming a Jonin means leading a team personally, and at this time, to be honest, war may be coming soon. You are still young, and I cannot bear to let a child lead a team into the charge, so I have decided to promote you to Special Jonin, but for now, you will still be arranged according to the Chunin establishment. Kakashi, can you let this old man be self-willed just this once? I will follow Hokage-sama's arrangements entirely. In the original work, Kakashi became a Jonin at 12, but it seems his appearance had caused some changes. Good. Hiruzen Sarutobi smiled slightly. It just so happens that the class of ninja students you were in is also about to graduate. I will arrange an excellent team for you. Mo's eyes rolled, and he instantly understood some things. Immediately after, Hiruzen Sarutobi turned his gaze to Uchiha Mo. As for Mo, to be honest, I really want to let you become a jonin directly. But it's a pity, after becoming a jonin, you will probably have to return to the Uchiha police force, right? You won't be as free as a chunin. I'd hate to see that. As he spoke, he raised the corners of his mouth, and a kind smile appeared on his aged face. Mo, would you be willing to join the Umbu? I promise that as long as you join the Umbu, I will definitely reserve a squad leader position for you. Umbu. Uchiha Mo frowned and lowered his head slightly, appearing to be deep in thought. This kind of matter needs to be discussed with the clan. I cannot give an answer right now. Hiruzen Sarutobi narrowed his eyes slightly and nodded. Good, give me an answer as soon as possible. Uchiha Mo nodded. Hiruzen Sarutobi waved his hand, and the two immediately turned and left the Hokage office. Hiruzen Sarutobi relit his pipe, took a puff, and his eyes were firmly fixed on the clan emblem on Uchiha Mo's back. Clearly a descendant of that person, yet he is a very traditional Uchiha. However, I heard that his younger brother also has remarkable talent. I hope he is an Uchiha who possesses the will of fire. 8 Chapter 8 Brothers. Chapter 8 Brothers. Bang! A muffled thud echoed as the door to the Hokage office was violently pushed open, slamming hard against the wall. Hiruzen Sarutobi, holding a smoking pipe in one hand and documents in the other, asked without looking up. What do you want now? Hiruzen. I've heard that Uchiha brat managed to kill an elite jonin, and yet you remain indifferent. He is only 10 years old, you should hand him over to me. Root will turn the evil Uchiha into Konoha's sharpest blade. Hand him over to you? Hiruzen Sarutobi raised his eyes to look at his old associate, then let out a cold snort. Handing him to you would truly be a waste. I have already requested that Mo join the Umbu, so give up on that idea. Hiruzen, you. Danzo pointed indignantly at the third Hokage, who was sitting calmly in his chair, his tone filled with dissatisfaction. A moment later, however, he flicked his arm and changed the subject. Fine. I can give up on that brat, but you must hand his younger brother over to Root. Hiruzen Sarutobi frowned slightly, a youthful face with a bulbous nose flashing through his mind, before he stated firmly. No. You can choose someone else, but I will not hand over either of these brothers to you. Hiruzen. Danzo slammed his cane hard against the floor. I was also one of Kagami's teammates, I have the right to take one of them. You cannot do this to me. Hiruzen Sarutobi slowly exhaled a thick cloud of smoke, his aged face flickering behind the haze, a sharp glint suddenly appearing in his murky old eyes. Danzo, I wasn't at the scene when Kagami passed away, but don't think for a second that I don't know everything. As his words fell, Danzo's breath hitched, and he was instantly silenced. Monkey, you. Leave. Do not harbor any inappropriate thoughts about those two brothers, at least not for now. Danzo turned away expressionlessly, his fingers unconsciously stroking his cane. I understand. Having said that, Danzo turned and walked toward the door. After leaving the Hokage building, Uchiha Mo headed straight for the Uchiha compound. At this time, the Uchiha compound had not yet been relocated from the central area of the village, so it didn't take long before a torii gate bearing the Uchiha clan emblem came into view. Mo is back. Hard work on your mission. Would you like a freshly baked cracker? It's on the house. A ruddy-faced middle-aged man offered a kind smile. A faint smile touched the corner of Mo's mouth as he replied. Uncle Tika, do less charity. If Aunt Gung finds out, you'll get scolded again. Uchiha Tika waved his hand dismissively and said. Ah, it's just a free cracker for our Uchiha genius. Even if Gung finds out, she won't do anything to me. Uchiha Mo shook his head, helplessly accepted the cracker, and walked through the torii gate into the compound. Every few steps he took, greetings rang out from all around. "Oh? Our little genius is back? Did the mission go smoothly? It's Mo. The old woman made a table full of good food today, would you like to come over? Mo, that brat of mine has been whining about not wanting to go to the ninja academy again for the past 2 days. Could you please find some time to stop by?" "All right." Uchiha Mo nodded in response while continuing steadily toward his home. He didn't walk very fast and arrived at his destination in about 20 minutes. Knock, knock, knock. After he knocked on the door 3 times, a series of hurried, muffled footsteps sounded from inside, getting closer and closer until the door was snapped open. "Brother! You're finally back." Shursui, a tiny tyke who only reached Uchiha Mo's waist, was beaming with excitement and tried to pounce on Mo as soon as the door opened. Uchiha Mo pressed one hand onto Shursui's head, thwarting his plan, and then stuffed his ninja sword, ninja tool pouch, and the cracker he was carrying in his other hand into Shursui's arms. "Put these away, then go make dinner." "Eh?" Shursui blinked for a moment, then broke into a bright smile. "Okay." Watching Shursui's hurried back disappear from view, Uchiha Mo slowly stepped into the house. He turned to take off his robe and hang it up, then retrieved a brush from the study. Sitting at the dining table, Mo deftly unwound the bandages wrapped around his wrist, revealing a small scroll inscribed with the character sword. He detached the scroll, spread it out on the table, and began to examine it carefully. Shursui, standing on a small stool, glanced back at the focused Mo and asked curiously, "Brother, what is this? You take care of it all day, but I've never seen you use this scroll." Mo stared at the runes on the scroll and replied casually. "Lightning sword transformation, a B-rank summoning ninjutsu. Its purpose is to quickly summon ninja tools sealed within the scroll. It's faster and has a larger capacity than a ninja tool pouch." Shursui nodded, then asked expectantly, "Can I learn it too?" "Yes." "Great. Then teach me during training today," Shursui said, his face full of excitement. "Make dinner first." Mo lowered his head to check the scroll one last time, and after confirming it was fine, he rewrapped it around his wrist and covered it with the white bandages. Shursui was very efficient. Even though he had to stand on a small stool to reach the stove, he managed to prepare a sumptuous meal in no time. The 2 brothers sat around the round table, enjoying their mealtime. "Brother, the clan head's child was born recently. I heard it's a boy." Mo glanced at Shursui. "Don't interact with that child much. Also, no talking while eating." "Why?" Shursui put down his bowl and chopsticks, looking curious. Usually, Mo was quite lenient with him and had no objections to whatever he did, but today, just by mentioning it, Mo told him to minimize contact. This made Shursui exceptionally curious. Mo didn't answer, instead reaching out to tap Shursui on the head. "No talking while eating." "Ouch." I know. Shursui grimaced, holding his head. As the table quieted down, the 2 quickly finished their food. Shursui quickly cleared the table and then impatiently dragged Mo outside. "Brother, you said before you left that you'd help me train when you got back. You can't go back on your word now." Mo looked down at him and let Shursui drag him away. The 2 stopped in a small grove by the Naka River, which was also where Mo often trained. Because he knew the Sandaime possessed a crystal ball capable of spying on almost all of Konoha, he didn't want to practice at the training grounds. Looking at Shursui beside him, Mo was lost in thought. Shursui was undeniably a true genius. In fact, if not for the 7-colored lotus, Mo's own talent would have been far inferior to Shursui's. However, he was only 5 years old now, and it wasn't suitable for him to practice any powerful ninjutsu. Chapter 9, Fugaku's Visit. Thinking of this, Mo still decided to let Shursui follow his original path first. "You have completely mastered Uchiha Shuriken Jutsu. From now on, focus your training on taijutsu and kenjutsu." Shursui nodded, took out a kunai, and said eagerly, "Then be careful, brother, I'm attacking." Mo smiled slightly, standing in place with a relaxed demeanor. Use your full strength. Let me see if you are worthy of the Uchiha name. As the words fell, Shisui rushed towards Mo with the kunai gripped blade down in his hand. Mo stood motionless until Shisui rushed in front of him. As the kunai in Shisui's right hand slashed with a sharp glint, Mo suddenly bent down, then extended his right index finger, precisely inserting it into the ring at the end of the kunai. Mo then flicked his right hand downward. The kunai instantly cut a wound on Shisui's little finger and flew out of his hand. Immediately after, Mo flicked his index finger upward, and the kunai shot directly towards Shisui's shoulder at an upward angle. So fast! Shisui exclaimed, hurriedly gathering chakra into his eyes. Sharingan! Those clear black and white eyes were instantly dyed scarlet, with only a single pitch-black tomo lying quietly within. The world in Shisui's eyes slowed down accordingly. He hurriedly dodged the kunai, but before he could catch his breath, Mo's whip kick followed closely behind. Bang! 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 In the dim forest, muffled sounds of physical collisions echoed. Under Mo's powerful offensive, Shisui felt as if he were facing a storm, with no time to rest at all. He had to concentrate 100% just to barely hold on. But Shisui also understood that this was Mo's unique and intense training method. 10 minutes later, Shisui had many bruises and small cuts on his body. He lay on the ground, exhausted, his eyes returning to their clear black and white appearance. How is it, brother? Am I amazing? Not bad. When did you awaken your eyes? Uchiha Mo pulled a piece of white paper from his ninja tool pouch, then took out a pen and scribbled something. Shisui showed a proud smile. I thought you wouldn't be surprised at all, brother. I just awakened them a few days ago after waking up in the morning. How about that? I awakened them at 5 years old, just like you. And who knows, maybe I can break your record later. Mo chuckled indifferently and threw the paper, now densely packed with writing, next to Shisui. Shisui lifted his head with difficulty and looked at Mo, asking, what is this? The lightning sword transformation you wanted, plus a ninjutsu taijutsu technique, Uchiha style, sword dance flame. As for the Uchiha style kenjutsu, there are scrolls at home, go learn them yourself. Don't bother me until you've learned them all. Shisui put away the paper and sighed jokingly, to call your cute little brother a bother, what an irresponsible older brother. Mo turned a deaf ear and drew his ninja sword, continuing his training on his own. Possessing the 7-colored lotus, Mo didn't need to deliberately train for most things like ninjutsu or physical fitness. He only needed to lay a solid foundation and improve his taijutsu and combat skills. As for the rest, he could use the 7-colored lotus to improve quickly. Moreover, the Third Shinobi World War was imminent, expected to break out early next year. During the Third Shinobi World War, Konoha would have wars with the 4 great nations, which would be the best time for Mo to harvest unlock progress. Uchiha Mo practiced his kenjutsu. After recovering his stamina for a while and simply treating his wounds, Shisui sat to the side and began to study the training methods for lightning sword transformation and Uchiha style, sword dance flame. The sun gradually slanted to the west. Before the two could stop their training, a man arrived and interrupted them. Mo, you really are here. Uchiha Mo frowned slightly, sheathed his ninja sword, and turned to look at the dignified-looking middle-aged man. Clan leader Fugaku. Is something the matter? Uchiha Fugaku looked at Mo, whose forehead was covered in sweat, and then glanced at Shisui, who was holding a scroll and scribbling away. Come to my house for dinner. I have some things to discuss with you. Shisui, come along too. Mo's brow furrowed even tighter. He originally wanted to refuse, but suddenly thought of Hiruzen Sarutobi. All right. Shisui and I will go home to freshen up and then come over. Fugaku's expression didn't change, he simply nodded and then turned to leave. Watching Fugaku's figure disappear from view, Shisui asked in confusion, Brother, didn't you say to have less contact with the clan leader's child? Why? Don't ask so many questions, kid. Mo patted Shisui's head. The two returned home, put away their training equipment, took a bath, and then headed to Fugaku's residence. When they arrived, it had already grown dark. Fugaku was sitting on a bench at the edge of the courtyard and turned to look at them. "You're here? Come inside with me, the food is already prepared." Fugaku stood up and led the two into the entryway. As soon as they entered, a table of sumptuous dishes came into view. A beautiful woman was sitting at the table holding a child in swaddling clothes. It was Uchiha Mikoto. Mikoto was attracted by the commotion at the door and turned to look towards the entryway. "Is that Mo? Did the mission go smoothly this time?" Mo nodded. Fugaku looked at Mikoto holding the child, a hint of gentleness appearing on his stiff face. "This is my child, his name is Itachi. I hope you can find time to guide him in the future, Emo-kun." Upon hearing this, Mikoto immediately furrowed her delicate brows slightly. "Fugaku, Itachi is still so small, you're worrying too much." Fugaku shook his head, didn't say much else, and gestured for Shursui and Mo to sit down. "I'm starting to eat." The food on the table was disappearing rapidly. Fugaku was a relatively traditional person, so he valued etiquette highly. No one spoke at the dinner table. Soon, dinner came to an end, and Fugaku looked up at Mikoto. "Mikoto, take Itachi and go to sleep first." Mikoto nodded, realizing that the following topic was between men, and immediately left the living room with Itachi. Fugaku turned his gaze to Shursui, hesitating to speak. "Let Shursui stay. He is a genius whose talent is not inferior to mine. He will eventually be involved in clan affairs." Mo took a sip of warm tea, his tone calm. "Very well." Fugaku thought for a moment and nodded. Shursui looked at the two in confusion, not yet understanding the situation, when he heard the clan leader ask his brother. "I heard that Kakashi has already become a special jonin. What did the village say to you today?" "Sandame is reluctant to part with this mission machine of his. He's afraid that once I get promoted to jonin, I'll return to the police force, so he invited me to be a squad leader in the Umbu." "Umbu?" Fugaku's eyes widened, and then he asked with a hint of urgency, "And you? Did you agree?" 10 Chapter 10 Jonin leading the team. Chapter 10 Jonin Squad Leader. Uchiha Emo shook his head. "I claimed that such matters needed to be discussed within the clan, so I temporarily declined." "Good." Fugaku suddenly became excited, then looked straight into Uchiha Mo's eyes and said, "Uchiha Mo, lately, the clansmen have become increasingly dissatisfied with Uchiha's current status. I hope you can join the Umbu as an Uchiha. While gaining a higher status, you can also convey Uchiha's demands to the village more effectively." At this point in time, the conservative faction still held the upper hand within the Uchiha clan, so Fugaku did not directly ask Uchiha Emo to become a spy. Uchiha Emo frowned slightly. He was indifferent about joining the Umbu, but the Umbu lacked freedom. Joining the Umbu at this point in time was clearly not a good choice for him. The Third Ninja World War was about to break out. Only by entering the battlefield with a more flexible identity could he maximize his gains. The Umbu, when it comes down to it, is just a place where the Hokage has the final say. My identity cannot be exposed, I cannot accumulate prestige, and even as an Uchiha, I might not necessarily climb to a high position. Hearing this, Fugaku frowned. After pondering for a while, he nodded and said, "That is indeed the case. I was being too idealistic." "Uchiha Emo, do you have any ideas?" Uchiha Emo curled his lips slightly. "I heard that Sandame's youngest son is graduating this year." As soon as he finished speaking, a flash of brilliance crossed Fugaku's eyes, and he instantly understood Uchiha Mo's intention. "I understand. This is indeed a very good choice. I will discuss it with Sandame." The conversation ended, and Uchiha Emo left the clan head's residence with Shursui. Walking on the way home, Shursui couldn't help but turn his head and ask, "Brother, what were you and the clan head talking about? Aren't we the #1 clan in the village? Why do we need to?" Before Shursui could finish his sentence, he felt a warm, gentle hand land on his head. Uchiha Imo turned his head, his black eyes, which betrayed no emotion, meeting Shirsui's gaze. Shirsui, you are a person with your own will. No matter what happens, don't listen to what others say, and don't rely on others' thoughts, even mine. Uchiha must see with their own eyes. But, isn't that too arrogant? Shirsui muttered, somewhat puzzled. Uchiha Imo lowered his hand, turned his head, and did not explain. The sun rose and set, and it was a new day. A bright sun hung in the azure sky. It was clearly a good day, but the moods of some students at the Ninja Academy were not very beautiful. Because the atmosphere in the ninja world had not been peaceful lately, the village had compressed the graduation cycle of the Ninja Academy, hoping that the new generation could grow quickly to cope with the coming turmoil. This sudden change disrupted the peace of mind of many students, and many began to worry about whether they could pass the graduation exam 2 years early. However, the top students clearly did not have this concern. We are graduating soon, and I don't know who will be assigned to the same class as me. Yeah, but compared to teammates, I hope more to have a strong and responsible Jonin squad leader. Eh? Asuma, your old man is Hokage-sama, you must already know the class assignments, right? Asuma chewed on a blade of grass, leaning lazily against the back of his chair. He propped his legs on the desk and said nonchalantly, who knows? But I'll tell the old man that my Jonin squad leader must be a very powerful guy. His gaze kept glancing at the curly-haired little girl beside him. Eh? Who is it? Could it be Orochimaru-sama? Isn't Asuma good at wind release and fire release? I think Jiraiya-sama is more likely. Idiot. Jiraiya-sama isn't even in the village, how is that possible? The people around immediately started chattering, but Asuma kept his eyes firmly on the curly-haired little girl. Seeing her staring blankly out the window, Asuma called out anxiously, Kurenai. Do you also want a powerful team leader? I can get the old man to put us in the same class. Eh? Kurenai Yuhi turned her head, realizing late, and blinked her ruby-like eyes. I don't really mind. Looking at her distracted appearance, Asuma was somewhat puzzled. Kurenai, what's wrong with you? Why do you look so listless all day today? Eh? Kurenai Yuhi was slightly stunned. Yesterday, her father happened to be on duty in the barrier team, so he brought back the news of that person's return. Uchiha Imo had never attended the Ninja Academy, so most people's understanding of him was limited to rumors in the village, but Kurenai Yuhi was an exception. Because Uchiha Imo awakened his eyes early, he was once very obsessed with Jinjutsu for a period. In order to understand Jinjutsu outside the Sharingan system, he had exchanged ideas with Shinku Yuhi for a while. Kurenai Yuhi also had a brief connection with Uchiha Imo at that time. It's nothing, maybe I didn't sleep well last night. Kurenai Yuhi explained casually. Hearing this, Asuma immediately surrounded Kurenai Yuhi, chattering and asking about her well-being, but Kurenai Yuhi's mind was clearly not here. The sun slanted to the west, and the bell for the end of class rang. Asuma couldn't wait to jump out of the window and sprinted towards the Hokage office. The Ninja Academy was not far from the Hokage building, so Asuma didn't spend much effort reaching the ground floor. The duty ninja saw who it was and did not stop him, but stayed to the side, accustomed to it. Asuma successfully reached the door of the Hokage office. Just as he was about to knock, a man with a square face and a dignified appearance opened the door, glanced at him, and turned to leave. Asuma stared at the man's back for a while, somewhat puzzled. This is the Uchiha clan head? What did he come to see the old man for? Forget it. My business is more important. After saying this, Asuma shook his head and hurriedly walked into the office. Asuma? I have said that the Hokage office cannot be entered casually, right? Asuma turned a deaf ear. He just closed the door, ran to Hiruzen Sarutobi's desk, and scratched his hair, feeling a bit embarrassed. Dad, the class assignments are coming up soon. Can you put Kurenai Yuhi in my group, and then arrange a powerful Jonin squad leader? Hiruzen Sarutobi picked up his pipe and habitually wanted to light it, but after glancing at Asuma in front of him, his hands paused and he put it away again. He snorted coldly, humph. Usually, you are always clamoring to get rid of me, the old man? Why are you asking me for help today? Do you know what the nature of this behavior is? Asuma waved his hand and said nonchalantly, hey. Old man, stop pretending. You hide in the office every day using that crystal ball. Before he could finish speaking, Hiruzen Sarutobi slammed a violent knuckle on Asuma's head, directly interrupting the rest of his words. Hiruzen Sarutobi put his hand to his mouth and coughed twice, saying righteously, ahem. That is me observing the recent development of Konoha. Do not talk nonsense. Chapter 11, Kusanagi Sword. Hiss. Asuma sat on the ground, clutching his head and sucking in cold air. Since he had already taken the beating, there was no way he would give up now. He immediately pointed his index finger at Hiruzen Sarutobi and shouted. I don't care. If you don't agree today, I'll go tell Mom this news right now. Hiruzen Sarutobi covered his aged face and heaved a long sigh. Sigh, I know, I'll grant your request, now go home. Upon hearing this, Asuma rubbed his head as he climbed up from the ground, walking toward the door while looking back every few steps. Old man, you better not lie to me. Click. A crisp sound of the door closing came, and Hiruzen Sarutobi let out another long sigh. A misfortune for the family. As he spoke, he took a document he had prepared long ago out of the drawer. It was a form filled with Uchiha Mo's detailed information, complete with a headshot. It was clearly a Jonin appointment letter. Fortunately, I had prepared it in advance. Given Mo's strength, he should be considered quite powerful among this batch of team leaders, right? Cat Grandma, I've come again. Standing in front of the silver-haired old lady were two handsome youths. One looked about 10 years old, with a handsome face, long hair at his temples tied up with white bandages, and a head of black hair tied into a ponytail at the back of his head. The other was even younger, with large eyes, slightly curly short hair, and a signature bulbous nose. It's Mo, didn't you just purchase ninja tools 2 months ago? Used them up so quickly? Did you run into trouble? Mo shook his head, patted Shirsui's head beside him, and said, I'm here to buy a suitable ninja sword and some ninja tools for Shirsui. In 2 days, Shirsui had basically mastered lightning sword transformation. However, when he started practicing the Uchiha-style swordsmanship, he awkwardly discovered that he didn't have a suitable short sword. Uchiha Mo's ninja sword was too long, and the ninja swords he used when he was younger were basically all damaged. Since Shirsui had just learned lightning sword transformation, Mo thought about bringing Shirsui to the abandoned area to make some purchases. That was why he had the ninja cat use the reverse summoning jutsu to summon the two of them here. Shirsui had only recently signed a summoning contract and this was his first time seeing a ninja cat, so he was exceptionally curious. He blinked his large eyes, quickly scanned the group of cats around him, and asked curiously. Are these all ninja cats? No, these are all ordinary cats. Cat Grandma looked at Shirsui with a kind smile, then turned her gaze to Mo, took a puff of her pipe, and said thoughtfully. Speaking of ninja swords. I have a Kusanagi sword here, and its characteristics are sharpness and excellent chakra conductivity. How about it? Shirsui is still a beginner, just practicing. He doesn't need such high-end goods. Mo's eyes were calm and waveless. Although his family was relatively wealthy within the Uchiha clan thanks to his years of mission earnings and the inheritance left by his parents, a ninja sword of this level would cost an astronomical sum that he couldn't afford. Cat Grandma took the pipe away, the corners of her mouth curving upward. I naturally know Shirsui doesn't need it. This sword is prepared for you, Mo. You haven't bought few ninja swords from me over the years. I went to great lengths to get this sword. How about it? Do you want it? Mo raised an eyebrow slightly. What do you want me to do, Grandma? Hee hee. Cat Grandma revealed a light-hearted smile. You really are a smart child. My condition isn't difficult for you. I come from a line of black market merchants in the land of birds. Although I have long since left, I couldn't help but feel some heartache upon hearing the news recently that the black market merchants in the land of birds were slaughtered. The person capable of doing this must be extremely powerful, but I don't need you to avenge them. I just want the truth, so you just need to find out who the killer is and the reason behind the incident. I understand. Mo nodded without refusing. He did indeed need a good sword. Although his current ninja sword was usable, it couldn't fully unleash his strength. If it weren't for Mo's fire release being powerful enough, it would have been impossible for him to wield his ninja taijutsu with such ease. Can I see the sword in advance? Uchiha Mo's pitch-black eyes landed on Cat Grandma. Cat Grandma added a fresh batch of tobacco to her pipe and nodded. Naturally, you can. After speaking, she lit her pipe and then turned back, calling out loudly. Tamaki. Grandma. A young, delicate girl's voice responded immediately, and then a girl about the same age as Shursui walked out from behind the curtain. Go get that Kusanagi sword and bring it out for Mo to see. Okay. The girl replied crisply, then hurriedly trotted back behind the curtain. Not long after, she came trotting out, carrying a plain black, narrow, rectangular box. She stopped in front of Mo, panting, and handed over the long sword in its scabbard. Mo reached out to take it and began to observe it closely. The hilt and scabbard were entirely plain black and both had a rectangular construction, with only slight curves at the four corners. The lower end of the hilt was specially engraved with the Uchiha clan crest. The hilt was wrapped in non-slip black leather, and the guard was a few centimeters wider than the scabbard. Mo looked at it for a long time before using both hands to forcefully draw the long sword from its scabbard. Whoosh! Like the crisp sound of flowing water, the gleaming blade slowly appeared. It was a straight sword, with a long, narrow body and an arched tip. Looking at the pair of black eyes reflected on the blade, Mo gave it a sharp flick, performing a sword flourish. Swish! The air was instantly sliced open, creating a pale white stream of air and emitting a sharp, strange sound. Mo hadn't imbued it with any chakra. He had merely swung the blade lightly, yet it achieved such an effect. Its sharpness was evident. It's a good sword. Mo slid the blade back into the scabbard, handed it to the girl, and promised Cat Grandma. I will investigate clearly. If my strength allows, I will kill the murderer. Cat Grandma held the mouthpiece of her pipe and smiled. This sword will be kept for you, there's no need to rush. Immediately after, Mo purchased a set of ninja tools and a wakizashi for Shursui, then dispelled the reverse summoning jutsu and hurried away from the abandoned area. Although he really wanted to get his hands on that Kusanagi sword right now, the matter in the land of birds couldn't be rushed for the time being. If all went as expected, he would soon be appointed as a Jonin team leader, and this status was crucial for his actions in the Third Great Ninja War, so he couldn't be careless. Days passed by one. Mo didn't take any more missions because the Sandame's appointment notice had already been sent out, and sure enough, he had become the Jonin team leader for Team 8. Come to think of it, Shursui was already at the age to enroll in the academy, but Shursui himself had no desire to go, and Mo had no intention of forcing him to go. So, Shursui just stayed at home like that. 12 Chapter 12, Class 8. Chapter 12, Team 8. Graduation Day. The students who successfully passed the graduation exam sat neatly in the classroom, while a middle-aged man stood on the podium, loudly announcing the team assignments. Team 1, Ebisu, Shiranui Ginma, Might Guy. Team 2, Ibiki Marino, Shizune, Kotetsu Hagain. Team 7, Uchiha Obito, Rin Noera, and one additional member. The teacher will bring him along later. Team 8, Asuma Sarutobi, Kurina Yuhi, Gekko Heiate. Once he finished speaking, the teacher instructed the students to wait for their respective team leaders and then left. The moment the door closed, the entire classroom instantly erupted into an uproar. Obito excitedly rushed in front of Rin Noera, smiling broadly. That's great, Rin, we're in the same team. I will definitely protect you. Rin narrowed her eyes and smiled slightly, then I'll thank you in advance, Obito. As her gentle voice faded, Obito's face instantly turned red, and he covered his face, turning away in a frenzy. The classroom was noisy, some were dissatisfied, others happy, but the topic, without exception, revolved around the team assignments. Asuma's group, naturally, was no exception. He had a small blade of grass hanging from his mouth, arms crossed, and smiled smugly at Kurenai. "How about it, Kurenai? I told you we'd be in the same team, didn't I? And our team leader will definitely be a powerful ninja." Kurenai Yuhi had been somewhat uninterested, but upon hearing this, she seemed to recall something and asked with some anticipation, "I heard Uchiha Imo was promoted to Jonin a few days ago. Do you think he might become the team leader for our class?" "Who? Uchiha Imo?" Asuma frowned, confused. "Yes. The legendary blood ninja. Haven't you heard of him, Asuma?" "Haha. Blood ninja. I, of course, know of him." Asuma scratched his head, offering an awkward smile. Although Uchiha Imo had gained some fame, he was still far from the level of the Sannin or White Fang, whose name shook the ninja world. Thus, most people who didn't pay close attention to such topics naturally didn't know much about him. Cough. I know. Gecko Hayate, who had been unable to get a word in while standing next to them, suddenly became excited. "The Blood Ninja is the strongest Uchiha genius since the founding of the village. In the last few years, the number of missions he's completed, both big and small, rivals that of some veteran jonin. I heard he got that name because his fire release is as bright as blood, and he's very skilled in fire release swordsmanship, so Blood Ninja also implies blood blade. The most amazing thing is, I heard he's just a kid like us. It's just so, cough. It's amazing." Gecko Hayate's face was flushed, and his pale complexion looked much healthier because of it. Kurenai Yuhi's eyes curved, and the corners of her mouth lifted in a cute arc, looking completely jubilant. "Right? He's very powerful. And his genjutsu is also very strong." Seeing Kurenai Yuhi's happy expression, Asuma's thoughts raced. Finally, after racking his brain, a sudden flash of inspiration hit him, and he looked enlightened. "Oh. I remember now. The old man told me before, the one who is so cruel to his enemies that, cough. So it was him." Seeing Asuma's reaction, Kurenai Yuhi immediately turned her head and asked, "Then is it possible for him to be our team leader? If I remember correctly, he's only 10, right? Although I don't know the old man's specific arrangements, according to tradition, besides the requirement of being a jonin, team leaders are usually experienced ninjas in their prime. And?" Asuma recalled Kurenai Yuhi's excited expression, his eyes drifting away as he said, seemingly nonchalantly, "Although there are many precedents of special jonin becoming team leaders, our team members are, after all, quite special. Even though Uchiha Imo is a genius, given his age, I'm afraid his strength is still lacking." Although Asuma was talking about the members of Team 8, both of them understood he was referring to himself. Kurenai Yuhi frowned slightly, crossed her arms, and said somewhat dissatisfied, "Honestly, I didn't say Imo would become our team leader, I was just asking if it was possible for him to be a team leader for our class." Seeing Kurenai Yuhi getting angry, Asuma was immediately at a loss. Fortunately, at that moment, the classroom door was suddenly pulled open, and a middle-aged man walked in. With this development, the noisy classroom instantly quieted down, and pairs of curious eyes fixed upon the man. "I am the team leader for Team 4. My lovely squad members, come with me." The man smiled, then proceeded to lead 3 children out of the classroom. Subsequently, several more people walked into the classroom one after another to take their members. Soon, half an hour passed, and only the 5 members of Team 7 and Team 8 remained in the classroom. "Why is this teacher so slow? Almost everyone else has left, and they still haven't come." Obito shouted impatiently. He stormed up to the podium, grabbed an eraser, and prepared to set a trap for the next unlucky person to walk through the door. But just then, footsteps suddenly sounded from the doorway, and the classroom door was abruptly pulled open. A blonde kid and two other youths stood side by side in the doorway. Obito froze instantly, quickly hiding the eraser behind his back, and awkwardly greeted them. "Big brother, you must be our team leader, right?" "I." "Kakashi? You're that additional." "MO. Wait, don't tell me you two are both our additional teammates?" Obito's eyes widened, his mouth hung open in an exaggerated way, and his right hand pointed tremblingly at the two. Uchiha Mo glanced at the bristling Obito, ignored him completely, and walked straight to the other side of the classroom. The three members of Team 8 saw the youth, who wasn't much taller than them, walking closer and closer, and two completely different feelings of excitement surged in their hearts. No way, right? The footsteps stopped. Uchiha Mo stood still in front of the three and said, "Team 8, follow me." "Yay!" Kurina Yuhi jumped up jubilantly, but soon, realizing what she was doing, her face flushed, and she sat back down, looking somewhat flustered. Beside her, Gecko Hayate was also full of excitement, looking every bit the fanboy. "What kind of joke is this? I clearly told the old man I wanted a powerful Jonin team leader." The young Asuma was not the steady and reliable tough guy seen in the Shippuden era, but a truly rebellious teenager. Later on, because he went against the Sandaime, he even developed the idea that Konoha and the Hokage are nothing special, only the daimyo is the truly important core. With a look of rage, he raised his hand, pointing at Uchiha Mo, and was about to say something. Chapter 13, The Uchiha Among Uchiha, Bloodline Disease. However, before he could speak, Uchiha Mo suddenly turned his head, a pair of scarlet eyes resting on his calm face. "Genjutsu, Sharingan." Asuma's mind faltered, and he instantly froze in place, lowering his right arm and becoming obedient at once. Well, Mo, is that really necessary? At the end of the day, he's just a child. Minato Namikaze scratched his cheek, smiling awkwardly. Hearing this, Mo turned his gaze toward them. Obito shuddered, instantly hiding behind Minato Namikaze, poking his head out timidly. "I am disciplining my own student. Are you telling me how to do my job?" Minato quickly waved his hands, a few drops of cold sweat appearing on his forehead. "Of course not. I just think one should be a bit more lenient with children." Uchiha Mo looked away, ignoring Minato, and said to the three, "Follow me," before turning and walking toward the door. The four members of Minato's team stood there blankly until the footsteps of the four from Team 8 had completely faded, only then daring to speak. Obito let out a big breath, sigh. Finally gone, that murderous maniac. Seeing Obito's exaggerated demeanor, Rin Noara asked in confusion. "Obito, isn't that a bit exaggerated? Although he looks a bit fierce, he didn't really do anything to Asuma, right? He just used Genjutsu to temporarily control him." Hearing this, Obito quickly said, "Rin. You're still too kind, you have no idea how terrifying that guy is. Mo, he's practically the Uchiha among Uchiha." "The Uchiha among Uchiha?" Rin Noara tilted her head, confused. "Yeah. Once, when he returned to the clan grounds, he was covered in blood. He was only 6 years old at the time. After charging into a cult, he killed the cult leaders and everyone who had been brainwashed." He widened his eyes, his body trembling, looking entirely serious. As he finished speaking, Rin Noara gasped. "Ah. Then that means, the brainwashed civilians inside also." Before she could finish, Obito, understanding what she meant, nodded with a grave expression and leaned toward Rin, whispering, "I heard fewer than 20 people survived. The clan's great elder said he is just like an Uchiha born in the Sengoku era." Hearing this, Rin's face turned pale. Seeing this, Obito was quite satisfied and struck while the iron was hot, urging her, "So, Rin, you must stay away from him in the future. You look so cute." Before Obito could finish, a large hand suddenly slapped onto his head, cutting off the rest of his words. Minato leaned over, bringing his head in front of the two, and flashed a sunny smile. "Alright, that's enough. Gossiping behind someone's back is very impolite, you know." Besides, isn't Emo your clansman, Obito? Kakashi looked at Obito and frowned slightly. Although Emo seemed cold, Kakashi felt he was just someone with a sharp tongue, but essentially a very caring person. After all, that day he said he wouldn't lecture him, but upon seeing him so dejected, he ended up saying a lot. He didn't believe Emo was that kind of person. On the other side, Emo brought the three to the training ground, and seeing them sitting quietly on the grass, he finally released the genjutsu on Asuma. Huh? The scarlet color in Asuma's eyes slowly faded back to his normal eyes. He came to his senses, shivered, and sat obediently on the grass, not daring to look up at Emo. Uchiha Emo didn't pay him any mind and said in a flat tone. Let's do a simple self-introduction. I'll start. My name is Uchiha Emo. I don't have any particularly favorite food. I like ninja tools, dislike sweets, and my dream is to become the strongest ninja. That's it. Kurenai, you start now. Kurenai looked up, meeting those clear black eyes, and her pretty face suddenly flushed red. He still remembers me. She covered her face, averted her gaze, and then said softly. My name is Kurenai Yuhi. My favorite foods are shochu and octopus. I hate eating cake because it's easy to gain weight. My dream is to live a peaceful and happy life. Eh? I remember that ninjas aren't allowed to drink alcohol before they come of age, right? Gekko Hayate scratched his head and asked, somewhat confused. As he finished, the surrounding air instantly went quiet, and Kurenai Yuhi lowered her head, her face slightly flushed. The atmosphere had been too comfortable, causing Kurenai Yuhi to momentarily forget about that. Gekko Hayate, it's your turn. In the end, it was Uchiha Emo who turned his gaze and spoke, breaking the deadlock. Ah? Oh. Gekko Hayate belatedly raised his hand to touch the back of his neck, hunching his shoulders and shrinking his neck, looking somewhat awkward. My name is Gekko Hayate. My favorite food is, cough cough. It's ramen. I hate taking medicine, and my dream is to become a healthy and strong ninja. As he finished, the three turned their gazes to Gekko Hayate's pale complexion and the very dark circles under his eyes. Bloodline disease, the most unsolvable killer in the entire ninja world. No matter how much of a genius you are, or how powerful you are, it is impossible to escape its clutches. Even geniuses of the caliber of Uchiha Itachi and Kimimaro could not be spared, and even biologists and doctors of the caliber of Orochimaru and Tsunade could do nothing about it, let alone Gekko Hayate. Emo looked away, pressing his lips together slightly. He awakened his eyes at 5, and now at 10, he was still only at 2 tomo because he feared contracting the bloodline disease. Looking at Uchiha history, the timing of awakening one's eyes doesn't actually prove anything. Sasuke awakened 1 tomo only after his entire clan was sacrificed. To ordinary people, this is seen as Sasuke having poor talent, but Emo believed this was precisely where his heaven-defying talent lay. Awakening one's eyes isn't necessarily better the earlier it happens, obtaining the right power at the right age is true talent. Just like Uchiha Madara, who didn't awaken his eyes until he was 15, but that didn't stop him from being the strongest in Uchiha history. The Sharingan is the most powerful in-release power among all bloodlines in the ninja world. Itachi awakened his Mangekyo at 11, and subsequently, as his ocular power climbed, he gradually began to show symptoms of the bloodline disease. Emo speculated that the reason for this was likely that the gap between the power of yin and yang release was too great, the powerful ocular energy pressed upon Itachi's not yet fully developed body, causing sustained, irreversible damage. It was precisely based on this speculation that even though Mo's current ocular power was already equal to that of a normal 3 tomo, he still tried his best to suppress the impulses in his eyes. Gekko Hayate's physical weakness was no secret in the class, but the 3 members of Team 8 did not understand the terror of the bloodline disease. Although she had just been embarrassed, Kurenai leaned forward slightly, looking at Gekko Hayate with an expression of pity. Asuma completely forgot his previous displeasure, patted Gekko Hayate's shoulder, and thumped his chest, loudly promising, "Rest assured, next time Lady Tsunade returns to the village, I'll have the old man talk to her and get her to take a look at you. 14 Chapter 14 Live Fire Exercises. Chapter 14 Practical Exercise. Upon hearing this, Gecko Hayate was overjoyed and excitedly responded, Ray, cough, 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 cough. Really? Thank you so much, Asuma. Asuma laughed, patted his chest, and tilted his head back, looking confident. Leave it to me. Alright, that's enough digression. It's your turn, Asuma. Mo's voice interrupted their conversation. Asuma snapped back to reality, and upon meeting those calm, black eyes, he couldn't help but shiver. He lowered his head and said, I am Asuma Sarutobi. My favorite foods are sausage and yam noodles. I hate bitter melon, and my dream is to live a life free from the constraints of others. He had been a bit scared initially, but when he spoke of his dream, his voice suddenly grew louder. He lifted his head, puffed out his chest, and looked much more spirited. Uchiha Emo nodded, good. That's it for the first day. Assemble here again tomorrow morning. I will conduct a test for you all. There will be rewards for passing and punishments for failing. Prepare yourselves. As soon as he finished speaking, before the three of them could react, Emo used the body flicker technique and left the training ground. Seeing Emo disappear, Asuma immediately let out a long sigh of relief and complained. The old man is really something. Although this guy is indeed very strong, isn't he a bit too strict? And to be disciplined like this by someone the same age, He didn't finish his sentence, but both of them understood what he meant. Kurina Yuhi had a smile on her face, while Gecko Hayate responded somewhat awkwardly. Cough, cough. I actually think it's quite good. Although Teacher Mo seems very strict, in reality, he is also very strict. But at least having a genius as a teacher means our progress in the future will surely be fast. Kurina Yuhi was in a good mood, so she took over the conversation and comforted him. Alright, Asuma, stop sulking. Mo said there's another test tomorrow. Do you guys have any thoughts? As she finished speaking, the three of them immediately started chatting away, discussing it. Hokage office. Hiruzen Sarutobi held his pipe in his mouth, watching the harmonious scene in the crystal ball, and couldn't help but reveal a faint smile. Although I didn't manage to get Uchiha Mo into the Umbu as I had hoped, this choice of him as a team leader seems pretty good, right? It's perfect for helping me educate that brat Asuma. As he spoke, he seemed to recall the way Asuma was trembling in fear, and he couldn't help but laugh out loud. Haha, does this brat know fear now? With Biwako stopping me, there's no way for me to mess with you, but the Uchiha won't put up with that attitude of yours. On the other side, after leaving the training ground, Uchiha Mo quickly returned home. He spread the map of the Land of Birds underground black market branches out on the table and studied it carefully, frowning. Mo planned that after Asuma and the others had accumulated enough low-level missions, he would choose the Land of Birds as their first mission outside the village. It would be convenient for him to handle Cat Grandma's mission along the way and get his hands on that Kusanagi sword. The Land of Birds is not very large, but as one of the main gathering places for underground black market merchants, the distribution of its black markets is extremely extensive. However, the perpetrator wiped them all out in just about half a month. It was either a group operation or the work of an extremely powerful ninja. It's a pity that the specific details of the scenes are unknown, otherwise, based on the combat traces, Mo could have narrowed down the range significantly. After preliminarily determining several locations in the Land of Birds as key investigation points, he closed the map. There were too few known clues at the moment, and thinking about it any further would be of no use. Sure sway. Mo called out in a low voice, and a young boy with a bulbous nose and big eyes immediately ran out from the inner room, asking with a puzzled expression. What's wrong, brother? Did leading the team go smoothly today? Come with me to the training ground tomorrow and spar with those guys from Team 8. You are allowed to use the Sharingan. From now on, you will also train with them and me. Mo put the map back into his ninja tool pouch and said calmly. Upon hearing this, Shui immediately became excited. Really? Do I get a reward if I win? Mo glanced at him and calmly replied, no, but there is a punishment if you lose. Huh? Why is that? The next day. The warm morning sun hung over the mountaintop. Asuma and the other two stood in the training ground, their faces still showing signs of sleepiness. We came so early. Mo wouldn't be late again like yesterday, would he? Asuma frowned, feeling a bit worried. But just as he finished speaking, two figures, one tall and one short, suddenly appeared before them. Hello everyone. Shui had a sunny smile on his face and greeted everyone enthusiastically. ? The three of them looked confused and shifted their gaze to Uchiha Mo's face. Mo introduced him calmly, this is my younger brother, Uchiha Shui. He is your examiner today, and he will be training with you from now on. Your younger brother? The three of them exclaimed in surprise in unison. They looked at the sunny, smiling Shui and then at the cold and indifferent Uchiha Mo. This is your younger brother? Asuma squinted, looking completely disbelieving. We are real brothers, no doubt about it. Shui's eyes curved, and he grinned proudly. Even if he is your brother, he looks way too young, doesn't he? Letting a kid test us? You. Asuma wanted to say something more, but when he met Mo's calm, waveless black eyes, he suddenly choked on his words. He then whispered, don't regret it later, I'm definitely taking that reward of yours. Mo smiled contemptuously and said. If the three of you attack together and manage to beat him, I will reward each of you with an A-rank ninjutsu suitable for you. After saying that, Mo turned his gaze back to Shui. Shui, if you dare to lose, I will set all those crows you keep free. Really? Don't regret it. Asuma looked excited, thinking to himself, if I can't deal with you, can't I deal with this little brat? Beating up his younger brother and getting to learn an A-rank ninjutsu. Shui's face fell upon hearing this, and he opened his mouth to say something, but Uchiha Mo spoke first. Alright, enough small talk. Both sides, get ready. As he finished speaking, Shui instantly perked up, his gaze becoming firm. Both sides stood facing each other. Shui raised his right hand to form the seal of confrontation and said softly, sorry, everyone. For the sake of my crows, I'm going all out. The group of crows Shui kept were already quite intelligent. He estimated that he could cultivate ninja crows in the next generation, which would also be a surprise for his brother, so he definitely wouldn't give up. Don't talk as if you've already won. Asuma gritted his teeth and unhappily raised his fingers in a sword sign. Now he could see the similarity between the two brothers, they were both equally arrogant. Team 8, first practical exercise, battle start. Mo waved his right hand, and Asuma immediately dashed out. Chapter 15, Shui vs Team 8. Don't intervene, I'll teach this brat a lesson myself. Asuma shouted, his body shooting forward like an arrow released from a bow, while his hands moved rapidly in front of his chest. Snake, ram, monkey, boar, horse, tiger. Fire release, great fireball technique. Shui frowned, to think you would use fire release against an Uchiha, do not underestimate the power of the Uchiha. Fire release, great fireball technique. Shui puffed out his chest and violently spat out a fireball the size of a house, which rolled over the significantly smaller fireball in front of it with overwhelming force. The two fireballs collided in midair, flattening out into a disc as they struggled against each other, but the point of impact was clearly moving rapidly toward Asuma. Asuma's pupils constricted, this brat's fire release is actually this strong? Seeing he couldn't win the clash, he quickly stopped pouring chakra into the technique and rolled to the side to dodge. The next moment, lacking chakra support, Shui's great fireball instantly crushed through, grazing Asuma's side before exploding with a roar. The aftermath of the explosion sent Asuma flying. With a flick of his wrists, Shui produced 8 kunai between his fingers. He swung both arms in succession, and the kunai whistled through the air, shooting toward Asuma in midair. Asuma's pupils constricted. He quickly stood up after landing and hurried to form hand seals, but Shursui had seized the initiative, and Asuma's speed wasn't fast enough. Seeing the kunai were already inches away, a fine layer of cold sweat broke out on his forehead. At the critical moment, a female voice came from behind. Earth release, Earth-style wall. A thick earthen wall rose in response, blocking Asuma. Clang, 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 clang. Four kunai embedded themselves into the earthen wall from different directions. Shursui flicked his right arm again, and 4 more kunai flew out, catching up to the previous ones and striking them in midair with a crisp clatter. Then, a marvelous scene unfolded. After a series of collisions, the kunai changed their trajectories in midair, bypassing the Earth-style wall and attacking Asuma from the sides and above. But thanks to this delay, Asuma had finished forming his hand seals. Dog, horse, bird. Wind style, great breakthrough. Asuma spat out a violent gust of wind, sweeping all the kunai away. 2 figures quickly appeared beside Asuma. Kurenai Yuhi looked at Shursui with a serious expression and said, "Let's attack together." Mo's younger brother is no ordinary genius. Being able to master a ninjutsu at 5 years old while also having relatively high attainments in taijutsu is enough to be called a genius. But Shursui's fire release was not only more powerful than Asuma's, who was twice his age, but he also demonstrated a highly proficient Uchiha shuriken jutsu. He was clearly no ordinary genius. Even Asuma, who had already graduated, had only mastered 2 low-level wind release and fire release ninjutsu. Kurenai Yuhi had only mastered 1 earth release defensive ninjutsu and genjutsu, and Gekko Heiate had only mastered a single sword technique. Asuma wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and nodded, no longer stubborn. Then, let the battle begin. As the words fell, all 3 charged out. Shursui immediately adjusted his stance, drew his short sword from the scabbard on his back, and stared at the 3 in front of him with a serious expression. Asuma stayed at the back, his hands moving rapidly. Dog, horse, bird. Wind style, great breakthrough. A violent gust of wind rushed toward Shursui. At the same time, Gekko Heiate had arrived not far to Shursui's right. He placed his right hand on the hilt of his sword, took a deep breath, and a sharp glint erupted in his eyes. Konoha-style sword technique, IAI/. A sharp blade of light slashed horizontally toward Shursui, cutting off his retreat. If an ordinary genin were facing such a pincer attack, they would certainly be at a loss, but Shursui's current strength had already fully reached the level of a chunin. Clang! Shursui held his short sword in a reverse grip and used his other hand to press against the back of the blade, blocking the strike. Violent sparks flew, but the violent gust of wind was already inches away. Just at this moment, the hand Shursui was using to press against the blade suddenly raised a single finger. Body flicker technique. As soon as he spoke, Shursui vanished from the spot. Gekko Heiate lost the resistance, his body couldn't help but lurch forward, and he plunged directly into the attack path of the wind style, great breakthrough. Gekko Heiate let out a cry of surprise and closed his eyes in fear. However, the next moment, a sudden sensation of weightlessness washed over him. He opened his eyes and found himself at the edge of the battlefield. Uchiha Mo casually dropped Gekko Heiate on the ground, then crossed his arms and returned his attention to the battle. After using ninjutsu 3 times in a row, Asuma's chakra was more than half depleted. Shursui, having used the body flicker technique, had arrived at his side, but fortunately, Kurenai Yuhi was guarding right next to Asuma. After appearing via the body flicker technique, Shursui didn't hesitate and slashed his short sword straight down at Asuma. Such a fast body flicker technique. Asuma felt a chill down his back, he couldn't react in time at all. Clang! At the critical moment, Kurenai Yuhi used a kunai to block Shursui's strike. At the same time, her eyes, which resembled rubies, suddenly rippled with invisible waves. Demonic illusion, hell viewing technique. Bing! However, just as the genjutsu was taking form, Shursui's eyes suddenly burst with a scarlet glow. Genjutsu, Sharingan. Kurenai Yuhi shuddered and instantly froze in place. The kunai slipped from her hand and fell to the ground. Asuma reacted quickly and tried to get up, but Shursui was clearly faster than him. The cold blade rested on Asuma's shoulder. After activating the Sharingan, a hint of casual coldness appeared on Shursui's face. I won. Feeling the chill on his neck, Asuma swallowed hard, his gaze shifting to the Sharingan slowly rotating in Shursui's eye sockets. It seems you won't be getting my ninjutsu. Emo appeared beside the three, the corners of his mouth curling into an imperceptible arc, his right hand resting on top of Shursui's head. Well done. As the words fell, Shursui deactivated his Sharingan, and that sunny smile appeared on his face once again. As for you three. Upon hearing this, the three members of Team 8 immediately became nervous. Although they had lost the duel, the strength displayed by the three members of Team 8 was actually quite impressive. Each of them had mastered at least one effective technique, making them pillars among genin, unlike typical newly graduated ninja students. Come with me to take on missions tomorrow. As soon as this was said, Asuma and the others breathed a sigh of relief, fearing that Uchiha Emo would remember the matter of punishment. After agreeing on the time to meet tomorrow, Emo left with Shursui. Returning home, he took the scroll Kakashi had given him out of his ninja tool pouch. Leading a few genin on low-level missions was a complete waste of time for Emo, so he planned to use this time to fully master the Chidori, which Kakashi had not yet completely perfected. While improving his proficiency in lightning release, he could also incidentally whitewash his fire control ability. Moreover, the actual power and potential of the Chidori were immense. Among the lightning release techniques Mo currently possessed, there really wasn't a technique more useful than the Chidori. 16 Chapter 16 Chidori. Chapter 16, Chidori. The sun hung high in the center of the sky. Asuma stood cautiously on the surface of the lake, carrying a basket on his back, using the tongs in his hands to pick up the floating trash from the water and toss it into the basket behind him. Damn it. This is nothing like the ninja life I imagined. He gritted his teeth as he spoke, then turned his head to glare viciously at Uchiha Emo, who was reading a scroll under a tree by the lakeside. Stop complaining, Asuma. I asked my father. Genin must accumulate a certain number of low-level missions before they can officially take on missions of C rank or higher. Kurenai Yuhi carefully clamped onto a soda can, then tossed it with practiced ease, bowing slightly as the can landed directly into the basket. Nearly a month had passed since the formation of Team 8. During this time, the missions they encountered were all D-rank missions, like cleaning up trash on the lake or helping others find pets. Fortunately, during the missions, Mo also taught the three of them several training methods to strengthen their basic ninja skills, so Kurenai Yuhi and Gecko Hayate were still able to remain patient and not become too agitated. I think it's just that Teacher Mo is lazy himself. I heard that Kakashi and his team took a C-rank mission and went out last week. Asuma snorted coldly, and seeing that Mo hadn't noticed him, he immediately stuck out his tongue and made a face. However, at that very moment, he seemed to sense something and suddenly turned his head. Huh? Asuma's heart skipped a beat, and with his chakra disrupted, he fell directly into the water. Mo withdrew his gaze and refocused his attention on the scroll, ignoring Asuma. In the span of a month, Mo had already thoroughly mastered Kakashi's Chidori scroll, and since the hand signs for Chidori itself were no secret in the original story, he had spent more time perfecting the technique. That's about enough. Mo put away the scroll, stood up, and his mind began to race. The external key to Chidori lies in the physical vitality capable of supporting the thrusting speed and generating powerful chakra, while its internal essence is the extreme nature transformation of lightning release, taking the characteristics of lightning. While thinking, Mo raised his hands. Ox, hare, monkey. After completing the three hand signs, Mo held his right wrist with his left hand, and powerful chakra condensed frantically in his palm. Chidori. Screech. After a sharp, strange sound like 1,000 birds chirping simultaneously, intense white light suddenly appeared on Mo's right palm, followed by dense arcs of electricity dancing wildly, emitting a sizzling crackle. The two people on the lake and Asuma, who had just climbed out of the water, immediately turned their gaze, and Shui, who was practicing his blade skills nearby, also suddenly felt a strong sense of threat, stopping abruptly and quickly leaping back to put some distance between them. Looking at the electric light in Mo's hand, a drop of cold sweat slid down Shui's temple. What a dangerous technique! Chidori, an A-rank ninjutsu, was also the most powerful lightning release ninjutsu that Uchiha Mo currently possessed. In reality, the rank of a ninjutsu only represents its difficulty to learn. Although the power of most ninjutsu is proportional to their learning difficulty, even though Chidori is only A rank, its power is no less than some ultimate techniques, and its practicality can be considered the best among all ninjutsu. Uchiha Mo turned to look at the large tree behind him, and then, like a bolt of lightning, thrust his right palm forward. Thwack! With a crisp, strange sound, Mo's entire forearm pierced through the thick tree instantly, meeting no resistance as if it were a sharp blade stabbing into tofu. Immediately following, the lightning exploded, causing secondary damage, and the large tree collapsed with a crash. The onlookers widened their eyes in shock. The three members of Team 8, distracted, all fell into the water, while Shui approached with an excited expression. Nisan, what technique is this? Can I learn it? Shui's chakra nature included fire, wind, lightning, and yin, and Chidori could be said to be a technique tailor-made for the Uchiha. Mo shook his right hand and looked at Shui, responding calmly, "No, master everything you are currently learning first." As the saying goes, biting off more than you can chew is bad. Furthermore, the core of Shui's combat style is the body flicker technique, which contradicts the requirement of Chidori, a technique that needs a thrust to maximize its power, so it is not suitable for him. Perhaps many variants of Chidori could be integrated into Shui's system, but before Shui's combat prowess is fully formed and he possesses his own combat awareness, passing Chidori on to him is not a good thing. After saying this, Mo ignored the dejected Shui, turned, stepped onto the lake surface, and fished the three members of Team 8 out of the water, throwing them onto the shore. He stood by the lakeside, looking down at the three members of Team 8 lying on the ground. Assemble at the training ground the day after tomorrow. I will take on a C-rank mission that you have been looking forward to for a long time. If you can't satisfy me then, you can look forward to picking up trash for another month. Once he finished speaking, Uchiha Mo used the body flicker technique and disappeared from the spot. Shui quickly followed, leaving only the three members of Team 8 lying on the ground. Uchiha Mo returned home, put his things away, then quickly sank his consciousness into his mind, immediately focusing his attention on the panel. After half a month of Chidori practice, Mo's lightning release proficiency had directly surged by nearly 4%, and the unlocking progress of the green Calabash child had reached 10.82% plus 16.23%. If he continued to develop and perfect the Chidori system, his lightning release proficiency would likely be the first to reach the 20% threshold. Once he unlocked Violent Thunder and acquired its core lightning manipulation ability, Mo could start developing his own bloodline limit. However, these things were still relatively far off for him. The top priority was to complete Cat Grandma's mission and obtain the Kusanagi sword. Thinking of this, Uchiha Mo left a note instructing Shui to cook dinner, then left the house without delay, rushing to the mission hall to prepare to select a mission. The location for this mission had to be in the Land of Birds to facilitate Mo's investigation into the underground black market merchants. Secondly, the difficulty of the mission could not be too low. Because Mo had just demonstrated Chidori in front of the three members of Team 8, combined with the information he had inadvertently revealed to Kakashi earlier, this was the perfect time for Mo to whitewash his fire control ability. Therefore, the mission had to have enough twists and turns to give Mo the opportunity to display this ability in front of everyone. Uchiha Mo was very fast, taking almost less than a quarter of an hour to reach his destination. He stepped into the hall, his gaze constantly scanning the mission boards around him. Land of Waves. Land of Hot Springs. Uchiha Mo's requirements were quite strict, and although he had scanned all the missions currently on the boards, he hadn't been able to find one that he was relatively satisfied with. There were a few missions in the Land of Birds that did indeed meet Mo's requirements, but because their difficulty was set to B rank, they were not missions that his team could currently take on. Mo frowned, and just as he was planning to take a B-rank mission to negotiate with Sandaime, a palm suddenly rested on his shoulder. He turned his head with a cold brow, and a blonde with a sunny smile entered Mo's field of vision. Chapter 17 Task begins. Mo, are you looking for a mission? Minato Namikaze had a sunny smile on his face as he leaned over toward Uchiha. Mo turned his gaze back and resumed searching through the mission board. Minato didn't get a response and felt slightly awkward, but he still enthusiastically struck up a conversation. Haven't found one you're satisfied with? I have a mission here given by Hokage-sama, would you like to take a look? I heard it's for a diplomat from the land of birds returning home. It departs the day after tomorrow. Although it's a C-rank mission, it specifically requests a powerful person from Konoha to lead the team. After the words fell, Mo immediately turned his gaze back. He looked into Minato Namikaze's azure blue eyes, not rushing, but asking first. Why aren't you guys going? Minato smiled, Team 7 just returned to Konoha not long ago. Obito and Rin Noara are both going on a mission outside for the first time, and they need time to adjust. If you are willing to take this mission, I will discuss it with Hokage-sama. He shook the mission scroll in his hand, his face seeming to radiate a warm light. Uchiha Mo took the scroll from Minato Namikaze's hand and opened it to read carefully. The employer's requirements were written at the very top of the mission scroll. Mo just took a simple glance and moved his gaze downward to the route planning. He saw a line going straight from Konoha to the border of the Land of Fire, then suddenly started twisting once it entered the Land of Rain. It took several turns within the Land of Rain, and after reaching the border of the Land of Birds, it went straight to the capital of the Land of Birds. Uchiha Mo frowned slightly, said nothing more, and put the scroll back into Minato's hand. I owe you a favor. Hearing this, Minato was slightly stunned, then raised the corners of his mouth. I know. I will discuss it with Hokage-sama. After speaking, a flash of gold appeared, and Minato disappeared on the spot. Golden flash. Mo muttered slowly. It was only when Minato Namikaze had placed his palm on his shoulder that he realized the person had already arrived at his side. It seems my strength is nothing more than this. Mo shook his head and turned to leave the mission hall. The next day, Minato passed the mission scroll and the news that the handover had been completed to Uchiha Mo. After Mo put away the scroll, he returned to his room to study it. Although the route planned by the employer was very strange, Mo didn't pay too much attention to it. There were too many strange people in the ninja world, especially in the noble class. This diplomat might also have some strange hobbies. He spread out the map of the Land of Birds and began to compare the locations of several large black market merchant gathering places he had marked with the mission route. However, very quickly, Mo frowned tightly. He saw that the route, after winding around a few times in the Land of Rain, went straight to the capital from the border of the Land of Birds at a very strange angle, avoiding all the large black markets by a wide margin. Is it a coincidence? No, as a diplomat of the Land of Birds, he most likely knows about the changes that happened in the black market. Thinking of this, Mo put away the scroll, rubbed his fingertips with his right hand, and his black eyes fell into the void, wondering what he was thinking about. On the third day, the agreed time arrived. Uchiha Mo brought the 3 little ones from Team 8 to the reception area of the mission hall to meet with the employer. What was surprising was that Hiruzen Sarutobi was also there. He was sitting in the center position behind the long table and saw the 4 members of Team 8 at a glance. Mo is here. You are here to find Mr. Terada, right? The third Hokage waved his hand and said with a smile. About to go out on a mission formally, Asuma was exceptionally excited. He shouted loudly, "Old man, stop talking nonsense, hurry up and let that someone come out, I can't wait anymore." Hiruzen Sarutobi sighed helplessly, wanting to take out his pipe to have a smoke but considering the environment. Just at this moment, a middle-aged man with shiny clothes, a ruddy complexion, and a bit of wealth walked into the hall from the side door. He obviously heard the movement in the hall, looked at the crowd of Team 8, and asked as soon as he opened his mouth. "Are these the ninjas who accepted my mission?" Terada Yusuke looked at Hiruzen Sarutobi with slightly doubtful eyes. Hiruzen Sarutobi looked at the 4 members of Team 8, who were only 10 years old on average, coughed twice awkwardly, and then slowly began to explain. Mr. Terada, don't be impatient. Although these people seem not that powerful, this one. Before he finished speaking, Terada Yusuke sighed and interrupted, Lord Hokage, please forgive my bluntness. Although the strength of a ninja cannot be simply estimated by age, these people look too young. Just as Terada Yusuke finished speaking, Asuma's hair stood on end. What do you mean, you guy? Looking down on. Shut up. Hiruzen Sarutobi interrupted Asuma sternly. Asuma immediately shrank his neck in fear, and Hiruzen Sarutobi looked at Terada Yusuke with a slightly apologetic look. Mr. Terada, I am really sorry. Asuma he. Terada Yusuke waved his hand, not caring at all. It's okay. Anyone would feel unhappy if questioned. I can understand. But Lord Hokage, I cannot treat my safety as a child's play, so even if I understand, I cannot so rashly hand over my safety to a group of children. I hope you understand. Hiruzen Sarutobi nodded, looked into Terada Yusuke's eyes, and said earnestly. Mr. Terada does not need to worry about this point. He pointed to Uchiha Imo and continued, this person's name is Uchiha Imo. Perhaps you are not familiar with this name, but he has another title called Blood Ninja. Blood Ninja? Terada Yusuke's pupil shrank. That's right. Imo is also a good hand in the village. Mr. Terada can rest assured to hand it over to him. Terada Yusuke nodded in astonishment and turned his gaze to Uchiha Imo, surprisingly saying. I didn't expect the Blood Ninja to be so young. Since that's the case, I'm relieved. Terada Yusuke obviously had heard of the name of the Blood Ninja. After knowing Mo's identity, he immediately stopped questioning. Hiruzen Sarutobi smiled with satisfaction. Imo stepped forward and said. Since there is no problem, let's go. No problem. Terada Yusuke nodded and agreed readily. Just like that, after Uchiha Imo received the mission pass, the group of 5 left the mission hall and walked toward the gate of Konoha. The group left the gate of Konoha and arrived on the main road. Uchiha Imo glanced at the chattering crowd in front of him, then suddenly said. Does the diplomat of the Land of Birds not have accompanying bodyguards and logistics personnel for his mission to the Land of Fire? Terada Yusuke was slightly stunned. It seemed he didn't expect Uchiha Imo to ask such a question, but after reacting, he answered casually. Of course there are, but I let them go back early. Since I decided to have Konoha ninjas escort me, ordinary bodyguards are obviously just a burden. It is better to reduce the volume, and the safety level can also be improved. 18 Chapter 18 Red and Ink. Chapter 18, Karina and Mo. Terada Yusuke looked at Mo's profile and said earnestly. However, the next moment, Uchiha Mo suddenly turned his head, and a pair of scarlet eyes instantly imprinted themselves into Terada Yusuke's mind. Genjutsu, Sharingan. Terada Yusuke's body trembled, his eyes shifted into the appearance of a Tsutomu Sharingan, and his expression instantly went blank. While compelling Terada Yusuke to continue walking as usual, Mo asked slowly. Did you lie to me just now? No. Why is the planned route so strange? To delay our return to the Land of Birds as much as possible, and to avoid large-scale black markets. Hearing this, Mo frowned. Be more specific. There has been an upheaval in the Land of Birds. It seems a minister offended a very powerful ninja. While I was away, many nobles in the Land of Birds died, including my old man, so I dared not return. However, due to the daimyo's orders, I am forced to go back. Therefore, I can only try to avoid the places where incidents occurred, delaying time while ensuring that once I enter the territory of the Land of Birds, I can return to the capital as quickly as possible. A very powerful ninja? Who is it? How did that minister offend him? What does this have to do with the underground black market merchants? Tell me everything. Uchiha Mo's expression was calm, the tomo in his eyes slowly rotating, as powerful ocular power was continuously injected into Terada Yusuke's brain. However, after the words fell, Terada Yusuke looked bewildered and shook his head. I don't know. You don't know? Emo raised an eyebrow. What else do you know? Terada Yusuke appeared to be thinking. After a long while, he said with a convinced look, that person is very strong. Uchiha Mo's Tomo rotated and vanished, withdrawing all his ocular power. Clarity gradually returned to Terada Yusuke's eyes. He sneezed, then asked in confusion, Lord Mo, where were we just now? At the front of the team, Asuma Sarutobi and Gecko Hayate were full of excitement, chatting back and forth. Both were leaving the village for the first time and executing an official ninja mission for the first time, so they were exceptionally hyper. Although Kurina Yuhi was also leaving the village for a mission for the first time, most of her attention was fixed on Uchiha Mo behind her. Although Team 8 had been established for nearly a month, Kurina Yuhi had not had a single opportunity to have a proper conversation with Uchiha Mo. Every time Mo finished a mission, he would disappear at lightning speed, and Kurina Yuhi simply couldn't catch him. Seeing Uchiha Mo and Terada Yusuke stop talking, Kurina Yuhi immediately slowed her pace and came to the other side of Uchiha Mo. A smile appeared on her delicate little face. Mo, how have you been these past few years? Uchiha Mo glanced at her. Not bad. Is that so? Then how is your genjutsu training coming along? Although Mo's tone was cold, Kurina Yuhi still felt very satisfied, the corners of her mouth slightly raised, and her mood was wonderful. Not bad. Although genjutsu is difficult to use in high-level battles, with Mo's current strength, genjutsu is still very practical. Moreover, practicing genjutsu also helps him improve his fine control over his own ocular power. Just like the genjutsu he used on Terada Yusuke just now, he had to use ocular power to control him precisely. He needed to control him completely without outputting too much ocular power and turning him into a fool. That's great. I was worried that my father hadn't guided you properly back then. As she spoke, the tips of Kurina Yuhi's ears turned rosy. She grabbed Mo's right hand and snuck a peek at Mo's profile. Terada Yusuke saw this scene and smiled knowingly. He averted his gaze and, seemingly inadvertently, quickened his pace to the middle of the team. As the conversation trailed off, the air became quiet for a moment. Kurina Yuhi's mind raced, and a growing blush appeared on her face. Finally, at some point, she seemed to summon up her courage, puffed out her chest, looked up at Uchiha Mo, and said with a slightly trembling voice. Mo, my father has been very busy lately. After the mission ends, could you come to my house, and teach me genjutsu? As the words fell, Mo turned his head to look at the girl. Their eyes met. The girl's face was flushed, but she still looked unwaveringly into those clean, dark eyes. I recall Uncle Shinku Yuhi is on rotation in the barrier team, responsible for the shift from noon to evening. Hearing this, the girl felt a bit guilty, but having made up her mind, her will was exceptionally firm. Kurina Yuhi met Mo's gaze with a normal expression and calmly explained, a jonin in the barrier team is sick recently, so my father has to temporarily take on the shift from evening to midnight. Mo turned his gaze back and pulled his right hand away from Kurina Yuhi's arms, responding, I understand. Kurina Yuhi was ecstatic. She tried her best to suppress the corners of her mouth that wanted to curl up wildly, struggling to keep her expression unchanged. After a while, when her mood had calmed down slightly, Kurina Yuhi raised her smiling face again to look at Mo's profile. Mo, your younger brother is very strong, just like you were when you were little. Are you training him? The girl followed cheerfully by the boy's side, asking questions one after another. Even though the boy's reaction was very cold, she didn't feel tired, instead, she enjoyed it. The front of the team had gone quiet at some unknown point. Asuma Sarutobi walked forward in silence, his eyes occasionally glancing toward the back. At the back of the team, Kurina Yuhi snuggled against Mo's side, full of smiles, leaning almost half her body onto him. Even though Uchiha Mo's expression remained cold, Kurina Yuhi's joyful emotions were as rich as honey that had been fermented for decades, permeating the space, rushing into Asuma Sarutobi's nostrils, and turning into a bitter aftertaste. Ahem. Asuma? Gekko Heiate seemed to have sensed his mood. He looked at Asuma Sarutobi and then turned to look at the smiling Kurina Yuhi. Ninjas have impressive foot speed, but unfortunately, there was a delicate and weak common noble in the team. Therefore, it took a full day for the Team 8 squad to barely approach the border between the Land of Fire and the Land of Rain. The journey was safe, with no bandits or rogue ninjas attacking the team. This left Kurina Yuhi and Gekko Heiate feeling somewhat disappointed, while the usually lively and rebellious Asuma Sarutobi, for some reason, kept a long face and remained quiet. The group found an inn to stay at. Terada Yusuke waved his hand and directly booked the entire inn, fully displaying the opulence of a noble. After resting for the night, the team set off again and completely entered the territory of the Land of Rain. The Land of Rain is located in the cracks between the three great nations, and the situation within is intricate and complex. Therefore, after stepping into the territory of the Land of Rain, Mo also slightly perked up his spirits. And before the group had traveled too far within the Land of Rain, the first incident occurred. Chapter 19, Madman. Devil. Brothers. This guy is dressed in high-end gear from head to toe, we can definitely squeeze a lot of profit out of him. A burly man in yellow pointed at Terada Yusuke in the Team 8 formation. He had a piece of white cloth tied around his right arm, and behind him followed a group of men of various shapes and sizes, all of whom also had white cloth tied around their right arms. Uchiha Mo frowned slightly. Although chaos was the main theme of the Land of Rain before Nagato took power, this was simply too outrageous. One had to know that the three of them had only stepped into the territory of the Land of Rain for less than half a day. However, the three members of Team 8 became excited when they saw this group of bandits and rushed over, competing with each other to get there first. Don't fight me for them. Asuma took the lead and charged in front, wanting to turn his grief and indignation into strength. The three youngsters quickly became entangled in a brawl with the bandits, but Uchiha Mo's attention was not on them. His pupils constricted slightly, and he activated clairvoyance. His vision instantly passed through layers of obstructions and began scanning. As his gaze shifted, a village quickly entered Mo's field of vision. He focused his attention slightly, and the specific appearance of the village instantly emerged. Inside the village, severed limbs and heads were visible everywhere. A large number of terrified, mutilated male corpses and scantily clad female corpses with resentful expressions were piled up on the streets. The originally dilapidated streets, soaked in black blood, seemed as if they had been dyed with a layer of dark red filter. Uchiha Mo frowned slightly and began to search carefully again. None of the corpses showed any obvious signs of the killer, which indicated that the villagers had no ability to resist when they died. Besides that, all the corpses were piled up on the streets, and the houses were all empty. Mo immediately thought of looting. However, when he turned his gaze into the houses, he discovered that although there were traces of ransacking, the valuables had not been completely emptied out. The more carefully he looked, the deeper Uchiha Mo's confusion became. In the short time this took, the bandits before them had already been completely subdued by the three members of Team 8, and they were all lying on the ground, either wailing loudly or unconscious. Asuma stood in the crowd with a triumphant smile on his face. Kurina Yuhi and Gekko Heiate also had slightly flushed faces, looking somewhat excited. However, the next moment, a voice rang out, like a basin of ice water poured over their heads in the bitter winter, completely extinguishing everyone's excitement. What are you still waiting for? Are you not going to kill them and just wait for them to go and harm others again? Mo's expression was icy, but the three of them, including Kurina Yuhi, panicked instantly. Kill? Use your kunai to slit their throats and pierce their hearts. Do I still need to teach you such things? As the words fell, the three of them turned pale instantly. Looking at the wailing bandits on the ground, their bodies began to tremble slightly. Don't kill me. I'm only out here because times are bad and I can only survive by looting. I had no other choice. A bandit saw Kurina Yuhi turn her gaze toward him and immediately begged in terror. Hearing this, Kurina Yuhi turned her head tremblingly, looking at Uchiha Mo with a gaze filled with a hint of helplessness. Mo's expression remained cold, his black eyes like an abyss, showing not a shred of pity. Meeting Mo's icy gaze, Kurina Yuhi's heart suddenly constricted. After a long while, she bit her lower lip, turned back, hardened her expression, gritted her teeth, closed her eyes, and fiercely plunged the kunai into the bandit's chest. "I'm sorry." Ah. The sensation of the kunai entering the body was excellent. It didn't feel like normal training or combat, but rather a precise resistance, as if this kunai had been born to pierce someone's heart. A warm sensation spread across her face. Kurina Yuhi knew it was blood, the temperature of life. She used all her strength, keeping her eyes tightly shut, not daring to leave even the slightest gap, as if afraid to see the scene before her. Therefore, she did not notice that because of her panic, the kunai had not precisely pierced the bandit's heart but had missed by about half a centimeter. The intense pain aroused the bandit's ferocity. Ignoring his aching body, he suddenly grabbed the steel blade beside him and slashed it toward Kurina Yuhi's head. Clang! The sound of blades clashing exploded in her ears. Kurina Yuhi opened her eyes in terror and found Uchiha Mo standing beside her, his ninja sword slightly unsheathed, firmly blocking the steel blade near her cheek. He raised his left foot and stomped hard on the bandit's arm. The bandit let out a miserable scream, the steel blade slipped from his hand and fell to the ground, and immediately after, his entire right arm hung limply to the ground. Uchiha Mo glanced at the stunned Kurina Yuhi and drew the steel blade from his waist, handing it to the young girl. "Take this blade, keep your eyes open, and cut off his head." As the words fell, Kurina Yuhi's body trembled, her face turning even paler, devoid of any color. She raised her ruby-like, magnificent eyes, filled with a layer of mist, her face haggard, looking at Mo almost pleadingly. However, Mo maintained his original posture, his face showing no emotion whatsoever. "Follow my orders, or leave Team 8, or give up on becoming a ninja." Hearing this, Kurina Yuhi bit her lower lip again until a trace of blood slid from her lips, dripping down her fair chin onto the dirt. Only then, with trembling breaths, did she take the ninja sword from Mo's hand. "No. Don't. I was wrong, I won't dare to do it again. I shouldn't have tried to sneak attack you, I will never go looting again, The blade was fast. Kurina Yuhi didn't even use chakra to enhance her body, she easily cut it off with her own strength alone. Looking at the terrified head, Kurina Yuhi's face was like tinfoil. A strong sense of nausea suddenly attacked her heart like a wild beast, and she could no longer hold on. Ugh! Nearby, Asuma and Gecko Hayate, who had been watching for a long time, were also deathly pale, standing frozen in place. It wasn't until Uchiha Mo turned his gaze toward them that they suddenly snapped back to reality, hurriedly closing their eyes and stabbing their kunai into the hearts of the bandits in front of them, fearing that Mo would give them the same treatment. Don't kill. Spare me. I still have an old mother and a child who need." The kunai entered the body, and the voice stopped abruptly. Mo nodded slightly. "Not bad. Now, let's kill all the rest of these bandits." "What?" Asuma and Gecko Hayate exclaimed in unison. "Kill them all?" Asuma's voice trembled, and his breathing even became heavy without him realizing it. Mo frowned slightly. "I don't want to repeat myself." As the words fell, Asuma could no longer hold back. Seemingly terrified to the extreme, his emotions reaching a breaking point, he even forgot his fear of Uchiha Mo and shouted angrily. "These are just ordinary people. Even if they are bandits, is it necessary to kill them all? You really are a madman. A devil." 20 Chapter 20 Contradiction, Sand Ninja. Chapter 20, Conflict, Sand Ninja. A madman? A devil? Uchiha Mo sneered and repeated the words, taking the ninja sword back from Kurina Yuhi. He took a step toward Asuma with his long sword pointed diagonally at the ground, fresh blood dripping from the blade onto the soil. Seeing this, Asuma swallowed hard and instinctively took half a step back. The next moment, Uchiha Emo stopped, looked at Asuma, raised his hand, and swung his sword at the bandits lying on the ground. Poochie! Following the crisp, strange sound, a head flew up. Immediately after, Emo swung his ninja sword again, and another head flew high into the air. On the other side, seeing this cruel scene, Asuma couldn't help but feel his stomach churn. A strong sense of nausea welled up in his heart, and he frowned tightly, but at the same time, he also instinctively breathed a sigh of relief. Heh! Uchiha Emo saw Asuma's reaction clearly. A mocking smile curled at the corners of his mouth as he swung his blade to shake off the blood. Aren't you supposed to pity this scum? Why didn't you come to stop me? Why did you look relieved after realizing my target wasn't you, but this scum? Was your defiance of orders merely because you couldn't bring yourself to do it? As his voice fell, Asuma's expression froze. He opened his mouth as if to say something but didn't know how to start, and in the end, he could only lower his head with an ugly expression. Emo scoffed and slowly sheathed his ninja sword. Do it. If you say any more nonsense, I will kill you. As he spoke, Mo's eyes sharpened, turning a scarlet color, and bone-chilling killing intent burst forth from his body. Asuma Sarutobi's body trembled, his heart seeming to skip a beat. This guy isn't joking. Asuma gritted his teeth, his hand holding the kunai trembling violently. His breathing gradually became rapid, and driven by overwhelming fear, he crouched down and tremblingly plunged the kunai into the heart of a comatose bandit. Poochie! Poochie! Following Asuma's actions, the three of them began to act one after another. Seeing this, Emo also withdrew his killing intent, his eyes returning to a clean black. Terada Yusuke swallowed hard, his face pale. Although he looked unpleasant, there wasn't much fear on his face. Sir, your methods are so extreme, aren't you afraid these children will be left with psychological trauma? As a minister of foreign affairs, Terada Yusuke's horizons were considered broad among ordinary people. He knew about some ninja training related to bloody missions. Emo glanced at Terada Yusuke and did not reply. He was no patient life mentor. He was only enduring the role of a team-leading jonin because he wanted to gain more freedom in the upcoming Third Shinobi World War, so naturally, he couldn't spend the effort to help them grow smoothly. A quarter of an hour passed, and not a single bandit on the ground remained alive. The three members of Team 8, who had originally been flushed and excited, had become like wilted eggplants, drooping down. Emo ignored them and arranged for the team to continue moving along the scheduled route. On the way forward, he kept scanning the surrounding situation with his clairvoyance, attempting to figure out the reason for the previous village's tragic state and the unrest in the Land of Rain. However, as the team continued to penetrate deeper into the Land of Rain, Emo did not discover any further clues. Night fell, and the team had already penetrated deep into the Land of Rain, stopping to rest at an inn within its borders. The bright moon hung high, and the sky had turned completely black. Uchiha Emo lay on the bed in the dormitory, his chest rising and falling evenly, his breathing long and regular. He had clearly fallen into a deep sleep. Creak. Suddenly, the dormitory's wooden door was pushed open a crack. The youth lying on the bed suddenly opened his scarlet eyes. Almost at the same moment, he raised his right hand and summoned a kunai from the scroll on his wrist, throwing it out. Swish. Ding. Outside the door, Kurina Yuhi's body froze in place. A silver blade tip protruded from behind the door, only a few centimeters away from her pupils. She swallowed hard, but still mustered the courage to push the door open. Emo. I'm a little scared. Can I? The young girl clutched a pillow, standing uneasily in the doorway in her pajamas. The room was pitch black, with only a pair of scarlet Sharingan glowing with a blood-red light in the darkness. Emo looked at Kurina Yuhi at the door for a while, then lay back down on the bed without saying a word. The room fell into silence for a moment. Kurina Yuhi bit her lip gently, standing there, neither entering nor retreating. The events of the day had caused her a great mental shock. At night, almost as soon as she closed her eyes, the terrified faces of the dead bandits would appear in her mind. But unlike Asuma, perhaps because Kurina Yuhi was more mature, or perhaps it was wishful thinking, she believed that Mo did this to help them adapt to a ninja's career faster. Before starting the mission, Shinku Yuhi had told her to prepare herself mentally in advance. Therefore, she did not blame Mo for his cruelty. Instead, she wondered if she was being too weak. After a long while, Kurina Yuhi gritted her teeth, finally exiting the room, closing the door, and turning to walk toward her own room. Inside the room, a pair of blood-red eyes suddenly opened in the darkness. It shone at the ceiling for a while until the footsteps in the corridor completely disappeared, then slowly faded away. Some kind of change seemed to have truly occurred within the Land of Rain. During the 3-day journey, Team 8 encountered several waves of bandits, and most of them were unskilled, appearing to have just turned to banditry recently. After the baptism of the last incident, all three had undergone some changes. While fighting, an aura of killing intent belonging to true ninjas lingered around them, and they had completely adapted to the slaughter. On the way, the team also passed by villages that had been plundered by bandits. After seeing the tragic state of the villagers, the last bit of pity in their hearts completely dissipated, and Asuma and Gecko Hyade's attitudes toward Mo also underwent some changes again. As the team advanced, they arrived once again at the border of the Land of Rain, the border with the Land of Wind. Upon approaching the Land of Wind, Mo could clearly feel that the surrounding human presence had become very sparse, at least much less than when he last performed a mission. This made Mo smell an unusual aura. He immediately narrowed his eyes, continuously scanning the surrounding situation while moving forward. Finally, after the group passed by a ruined village, 3 familiar figures appeared in Mo's vision. 2 men and 1 woman, a man with orange hair and a man with medium-long red hair, as well as a woman with short water-blue hair. It was the Yahiko trio. They were fighting a group of ninjas wearing light yellow combat vests and white anti-sand scarves wrapped around their heads. Mo shifted his gaze slightly, landing on the forehead protectors on their heads. Sand ninja? Uchiha Mo frowned slightly, instantly associating this with the villages that had been bloodbathed before. Chapter 21, Fire Release, Crimson Blaze. So they were looking for the Kazakage earlier? But why would the hidden sand village think? Uchiha Mo stopped mid-thought. He remembered something else. Over a month ago, he had wiped out the squad led by Baki within the Land of Rain and destroyed all traces before leaving. That makes sense now. Baki was currently one of the hidden sand village's top experts. For someone like that to disappear without a trace in the Land of Rain, it was logical for the hidden sand village to suspect something was amiss and potentially link it to the Kazakage's disappearance. He glanced back at the members of Team 8 and slightly quickened his pace, as the battlefield between the hidden sand village ninja and Yahiko's trio happened to be on their path. About a quarter of an hour later, the crisp sound of weapons clashing faintly reached their ears. Team 8 quickly became alert, drew their weapons, and slowed their pace. However, before they could take action, Uchiha Mo raised a hand to stop them. This is not a battle you can interfere in. Protect the client and watch closely. With those words, Uchiha Mo drew the ninja sword from his waist and vanished from the spot using the body flicker technique. The 3 members of Team 8 hurriedly moved forward with the client, while on the other side, Uchiha Mo had already arrived at the edge of the battlefield. His eyes narrowed slightly, and Tomo spun into existence, his gaze falling upon the group of hidden sand village ninja. At the same time, with a thought from Uchiha Mo, a phantom interface appeared before his eyes. Blue Baby Fusion Rate, 11.35% plus 9.13%. Both items reaching 10% unlocks the ability, Invisibility. He was only 0.87% away from unlocking the Invisibility ability in Wind Release Proficiency. With over a dozen hidden sand village ninja in front of him, as long as Yahiko's trio didn't steal too many kills, Uchiha Mo would be able to unlock the first stage ability of the Blue Baby immediately. Unfortunately, based on the previously unlocked abilities of the Green Calabash Child and Orange Calabash Child, the ability obtained at the first stage was not the complete version but would gradually be completed through subsequent unlocks. Therefore, what Uchiha Emo would likely obtain was just an ability similar to transparent escape or aura concealment, rather than the almost broken intangibility ability. Uchiha Emo flicked his right wrist, gripping the long sword in a reverse grip, and then suddenly raised his left hand. Boom! Vibrant flames burst forth from his palm. The fire appeared in distinct layers of blood red, swaying agilely with the wind as Uchiha Emo ran, possessing a lethal, bewitching quality. Even though he hadn't yet approached the battlefield, that powerful aura instantly drew everyone's attention. The perceptive Nagato became alert instantly. He held up a hand to use Shinra Tensei to push the hidden Sand Village ninja away, then turned his head to see a streak of blood-red color charging into the battlefield like lightning. Uchiha Emo closed in on a hidden Sand Village ninja. The scorching wind brushed against the ninja's face, and the powerful aura caused the color to instantly drain from the ninja's face, leaving it pale as the body began to tremble in terror. Fire release, crimson blaze. Uchiha Emo slammed his palm onto the ninja's chest, and the highly condensed fire release chakra erupted instantly. Whoosh, boom. The blood-red flames exploded, instantly igniting the entire body. Then, a violent explosion occurred from the position of Uchiha Emo's palm. The flames seemed to be catalyzed by the explosion, burning and extinguishing in an instant, and a charred humanoid corpse flew backward. Nagato's pupils constricted. What kind of jutsu is that? It's simply too explosive. A kunai flew in from the side. Uchiha Emo's Sharingan rotated. He directly raised his hand to catch the kunai and turned to stab it into the throat of a hidden Sand Village ninja beside him. Immediately after, he braced his right hand backward, and his long sword instantly blocked a blade slashing from behind. Uchiha Emo swung his right arm forward, parrying the attack, and simultaneously flipped his wrist from a reverse grip to a forward grip, stabbing his blade into the abdomen of a hidden Sand Village ninja rushing at him from the front. At this moment, another gust of wind came from behind. Without even looking, Uchiha Emo drew his sword and dodged to the side. A long sword brushed past his lapel and slashed directly into the shoulder of the hidden Sand Village ninja who was clutching his abdomen. Ah! The hidden Sand Village ninja screamed in pain. Uchiha Emo tightened his right hand slightly, and the blood-red flames instantly spread onto the ninja sword. With a horizontal slash, two terrified heads flew high into the air. The next moment, a voice came from the side. Wind style, great breakthrough. The strong wind rushed toward him, but Uchiha Emo remained calm and unhurried as his chakra surged rapidly within him. Crimson blaze, burning body ring. As the words fell, blood-red flames quickly flowed around Uchiha Emo. The flames burned and circulated, instantly forming a barrier of fire. Boom. Whoosh. The wind style, great breakthrough attack hit the fire barrier and was instantly dissipated, stirring up a wave of heat. Uchiha Emo turned to look at the hidden Sand Village ninja who had launched the sneak attack. As their eyes met, the ninja immediately began to retreat in a panic but stumbled to the ground after only 2 steps. Boom. Uchiha Emo's right palm ignited with blood-red flames again. Following this, he threw his ninja sword into the ground to steady it, then pulled his left hand across the blood flames on his right palm. A spear over a meter long, entirely crimson red, appeared in Uchiha Emo's hand. Crimson blaze, red glare spear. As the words fell, Uchiha Emo violently flung the spear at the hidden Sand Village ninja. The red glare spear streaked through the air like a meteor, leaving a trail of blood, and instantly pierced into the ninja's chest. Poochie. SSS. The red glare spear pierced through him effortlessly and pinned the hidden Sand Village ninja to the ground. Wisps of blue smoke rose from the wound, accompanied by a harsh hissing sound of evaporation. Immediately after, the blood-red color in the red glare spear brightened rapidly, and then... bang! The ground exploded into a circular pit, and a rain of blood fell. Uchiha Emo's expression remained calm. The surrounding hidden Sand Village ninja, however, were sweating profusely, their pupils constricted, their gazes frozen on Uchiha Emo, their bodies trembling, and all will to fight lost. But Uchiha Emo did not intend to let them go. He pulled the ninja sword from the ground with one hand and began a slaughter like butchering pigs and dogs. Uchiha. Mo. Don't do this, the remaining people have no will to fight anymore. Yahiko's trio had subconsciously retreated to the side the moment Uchiha Mo entered the field due to his powerful aura. Seeing that Uchiha Mo still didn't intend to spare the hidden sand village ninja who had already given up resistance, they finally reacted and spoke up to stop him. In the distance, the three members of Team 8 stood dumbfounded, still not having recovered from the impact of the scene just now. So strong. The same thought occurred to all three of them simultaneously. Although there were no jonin among the hidden sand village ninja just now, basically only Chunin and Genin, the impact of this casual slaughter, like dancing on a battlefield, was simply too strong. Uchiha Mo turned a deaf ear, continuing to swing his blade without stopping. After a few breaths, not a single hidden sand village ninja remained alive on the field. Uchiha Mo wiped his ninja sword clean with the sleeve of his black robe before sheathing it. Yahiko stood there, slightly stiff, while the three members of Team 8 finally came to their senses. They brought Terada Yusuke and rushed in front of Uchiha Mo with excited faces. Uchiha Mo-sensei, what was the name of that fire release technique you just used? It was so cool. Gekko Hayate looked at Uchiha Mo with bright eyes, not even coughing after finishing his sentence. Uchiha Mo glanced at him, fire release, crimson blaze. 22 Chapter 22 Vanished without a trace? Goodbye Akatsuki. Chapter 22, Traceless? Meeting Akatsuki again. Fire release, crimson blaze, this was the ability Mo had gone to such great lengths to legitimize through his skirmishes with Kakashi. It could be considered his core, semi-original fire release ninjutsu. In reality, as the premier genius of the Uchiha clan, with such a reputation to back him up, it would be of little consequence even if Mo suddenly claimed out of thin air that he had created an A-rank ninjutsu. But Mo was more greedy, he wanted not just a single ninjutsu, but the legitimization of his entire green Calabash child fire manipulation ability, which required a clear path of creation. To achieve this, he had deliberately revealed parts of his ability during previous missions, subtly allowing rumors of something like crimson flames to spread. Afterward, he used the hands of Kakashi, Shursui, and Team 8 to completely legitimize Crimson Blaze. In fact, there were indeed many similarities between Crimson Blaze and Chidori. Although Uchiha Mo's fire release had been strengthened by fierce fire to achieve greater power, it still hadn't achieved a qualitative difference from ordinary fire release. On how to improve this, Mo had referred to Chidori. The core of Chidori was the ultimate lightning release chakra nature transformation, while the core of Crimson Blaze was the ultimate fire release chakra nature transformation. Mo possessed the ability to manipulate fire, which meant he didn't need to worry about any issues regarding fire release shape transformation. He only needed to reference Chidori and push the explosive and burning characteristics of fire release to the extreme, and naturally, it would erupt with immense power. This provided the basic form for Crimson Blaze, and once the basic form was established, subsequent shape transformations were even simpler for Mo, who possessed fire manipulation abilities. That is truly an incredible technique. I can feel that chakra which is explosive to the extreme, yet you are actually able to control it. Nagato's expression was one of amazement. As a sensory ninja, he was the person present, besides the hidden sand ninja lying on the ground, who could best feel the power of this technique. As the words fell, Yahiko also snapped back to reality. He walked in front of Mo and said in a complicated tone, "Regardless, I owe you another favor. Thank you for your assistance." Mo's gaze fell upon a phantom panel. Blue Baby Fusion Rate, 11.83% plus 10.74% unlocked ability, invisibility, reach 30% in both directions to unlock the ability, Traceless. Seeing that the next stage's ability was not intangibility, Mo frowned slightly and responded nonchalantly, "It is still too early to give thanks." Yahiko tilted his head in confusion, "What do you mean?" "The reason why the hidden sand ninja are wandering the border of the Land of Rain in large numbers is that I previously killed someone of some significance within the Land of Rain." As the words fell, the three of them were instantly stunned. After digesting the information, the scene from a month ago simultaneously surfaced in their minds. "You guy." Nagato, who was leading the way, flew into an instant rage. He stepped forward, veins bulging on his neck, his purple eyes narrowing slightly. Terrifying ripples undulated through space, and he clenched his right fist tightly, raising it to swing at Mo's face. Emma watched Nagato with a calm expression. Yahiko immediately stepped forward to hold Nagato back, shouting loudly, "Calm down, Nagato." Seeing this, the three members of Team 8 immediately came to stand behind Mo, watching the three of them with guarded gazes. "Nagato, this kind of thing cannot be blamed on Mo or you. The person who made the decision is the one who should bear the responsibility, otherwise, the chains of hatred will connect everyone." Yahiko looked at Nagato with a serious expression. As their eyes met, Nagato's body stiffened, and he slowly lowered his arm. Seeing this, Yahiko finally let go of Nagato. He turned to Uchiha Mo and said, "Thank you for your honesty. I apologize to you on Nagato's behalf." Uchiha Mo did not reply, but instead turned his head to look at Nagato. "That pair of eyes is far more terrifying than you imagine. If you want to be killed by your own eyes, you can continue to stay angry, just feel free to try." This pair of eyes was not just simply the Rinnegan, these were Uchiha Madara's eyes, harboring what could be called ultimate ocular power. Just now, Nagato had subconsciously stirred up his ocular power out of mere anger, erupting with a terrifyingly horrifying aura. Even Obito during the Fourth Great Ninja War could only control the power of one eye by relying on the Uchiha clan's bloodline and half a body of Hashirama cells. Therefore, Mo hoped even more that Nagato could utilize these eyes to bear sufficiently fruitful results. As the words fell, Nagato immediately showed signs of erupting again, but fortunately, Yahiko reached out in advance to stop him. Yahiko turned his gaze to Uchiha Mo, "Thank you for the warning. However, for the sake of the Land of Rain, I may have to leak your intelligence." Mo glanced at Yahiko, remaining indifferent. "Suit yourself." With the ninja war imminent, racking up some hatred points from the hidden sand village in advance wasn't a bad thing for Mo. In the ninja world, the number of powerhouses proficient in wind release was the lowest, and Mo could foresee that his relationship with the hidden sand village in the future would definitely not be very harmonious. Upon hearing this, Yahiko smiled and once again extended his right hand toward Uchiha Mo. "Thank you for your understanding. The ninja world has been becoming more and more unstable lately. I want to establish an organization to create a peaceful world where people can understand and communicate with each other. Mo, we can be considered friends now, right? I would like to invite you to join us in building this organization together." Although Mo appeared very cold, Yahiko understood that such behavior was the norm for ninja from major nations. Moreover, having helped twice and proactively informing them of the reason, Yahiko believed that Mo was definitely also a person with love in his heart. Mo glanced at the right hand Yahiko extended. What a naive person. Even if people understand each other, what can that accomplish? Will hatred disappear because of understanding? If these two people beside you were suddenly killed by someone one day, and the murderer openly told you his plight and his difficulties, would you forgive him and let go of your hatred? Yahiko frowned sharply, but after a moment, he relaxed again. His gaze was steady and deep, looking at Mo's eyes without wavering. He nodded and said softly, "I would." As the words fell, Mo could clearly see that the expressions of Nagato and Konan, who were behind Yahiko, had become ugly. But Mo's interest at this moment was not in them. He lifted his gaze, looking properly at this man who was merely a background character for Nagato in the original work for the first time. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly unconsciously. Naive but not childish, truly and utterly disgusting person. This kind of approach only makes kindness have no value, do you understand? If you repay evil with kindness, how will you repay kindness? Yahiko's expression remained normal, looking seriously into those clean, black eyes. Kindness is kindness, kindness does not need a definition of value. Mo sneered and turned to the side. Like you? Too naive. Mercy is the privilege of the strong. If you are always strong, then of course you can continue to be stupidly kind like this. But you are weak, sooner or later, someone will pay a painful price for your kindness. As the words fell, he turned his head to look at Nagato. When that time comes, Nagato, you can come and find me. Chapter 23, Under Canopy Bridge, Invisibility. No sunlight could be seen in the dim underground cavern, and the surrounding walls were exceptionally smooth, with not a single blade of grass in sight. A white humanoid creature suddenly emerged from the ground, and with its appearance, the elderly man with long white hair, who sat at the innermost part of the cavern with his head lowered and a withered face, suddenly opened his scarlet right eye. What is it now? He raised his head, his scarlet right eye looking at the humanoid creature that grew from the ground like a plant. The white creature scratched its head and said in a sharp voice, Lord Uchiha Madara, Uchiha Mo, and Nagato have made contact again, and it seems he recognized the Rinnegan. They almost fought, but unfortunately, Nagato was stopped by Ahiko. Understood. Go back and continue monitoring Nagato's movements. As the words fell, White Zetsu quickly sank into the ground and disappeared. Uchiha Madara then closed his scarlet eye again, and the cavern fell into silence. But the silence lasted less than a few moments before a strange-sounding voice immediately echoed in the cavern again. Lord Uchiha Madara, haven't you already selected Obito as the target? Why are you still keeping an eye on Uchiha Mo? Could it be that you are feeling too lonely and want another grandson? A white Zetsu, entirely white with a swirl-patterned face, said this while crossing its arms. Another white Zetsu beside it, whose left side was covered in tree branches, immediately retorted with a firm expression, Idiot, those two aren't Lord Uchiha Madara's descendants, so how could it be wanting a grandson? If it wanted a grandson, Lord Uchiha Madara should be looking for a woman. Oh, could it be that Uchiha Mo is the woman Lord Uchiha Madara has taken a fancy to? Its tone gradually became shocked, and its face also revealed an expression of I am so smart. Shut up. You two idiots. Uchiha Madara immediately opened his eyes and scolded them. As soon as he spoke, the two immediately closed their mouths. The cavern fell into silence once again, and what they didn't notice was that, somewhere in the cavern, an existence was quietly taking it all in. Uchiha Mo. Madara seems to be very concerned about this Uchiha as well. This is not good. With one more person, there will be more variables in the plan. Should I go and observe him in advance? Black Zetsu thought to himself. It glanced at Uchiha Madara, who was sitting motionless on the wooden chair, and began to struggle in its mind. Madara, it should be fine to leave for a short while. If this Mo is an idiot like Obito, it would be easy to handle. If not. Border of the Land of Rain. Uchiha Mo and his group soon arrived at the border of the Land of Birds after bidding farewell to the trio from the Akatsuki organization. However, it was already completely dark, and at Terada Yusuke's strong insistence, everyone had to rest there for the night and continue their journey during the day. At night, Uchiha Mo left a shadow clone in his room, while he personally left the inn. He hadn't seriously studied the invisibility ability since unlocking it, and now was a good opportunity. Uchiha Mo sank his consciousness into his body and formed the thought of becoming invisible in his mind. The next moment, he could feel the ocular power in his eyes merging with his chakra in an extremely disproportionate ratio, and then that special chakra quickly flowed throughout his entire body. Subsequently, a peculiar scene occurred. Uchiha Mo felt as if his body surface was covered by a special kind of wind, and his entire body, like glass submerged in water, instantly blended into the night. He raised his right hand and looked down, discovering that he couldn't see any clues within his own line of sight. Immediately after, he mobilized the ocular power in his eyes and activated his Sharingan to look again. It was still a void. A breeze brushed against Uchiha Mo's body. He could clearly feel the resistance of the wind, but in the vision of the Sharingan, which was comparable to a high-speed camera, the wind seemed to be unimpeded by any object, following its original trajectory as it bent the grass on the ground and blew the slightly yellowed leaves on the branches. Uchiha Mo slightly curled the corners of his lips, further increasing the scale of the experiment. He concentrated chakra on the skin of his palm, but did not let it erupt. However, this time, a mass of dark blue chakra immediately appeared in the vision of the Sharingan. Uchiha Emo frowned slightly, took out a bottle of ink from his ninja tool pouch, raised his right arm, and poured the ink from the air onto his right arm. The somewhat viscous black liquid immediately slid down the mouth of the bottle. Uchiha Emo's eyes narrowed slightly, his pair of Sharingan staring intently at the traces of the ink. He saw the ink falling straight down from the air, but after reaching a certain height, it suddenly disappeared instantly. Uchiha Emo's brows relaxed slightly, and he retracted his Sharingan. Next, the final experiment. He closed his eyes and sank his consciousness into his body to start sensing his own aura. After a short while, Uchiha Emo opened his eyes, already having a basic understanding of this ability. This was a more advanced invisibility method than the transparent release. Without erupting chakra, even a Tsutomu Sharingan could not see any flaws. However, because the physical entity did not undergo substantial changes, it probably wouldn't pass the test of the Byakugan. Besides that, Uchiha Emo's own chakra aura was not affected by the invisibility ability, so when facing sensory ninjas, it probably wouldn't have the ideal effect. Sensory ninjas were even rarer than medical ninjas, so even with some flaws, Uchiha Emo was generally satisfied with this ability. After all, it was just a primary stage ability of the Blue Baby. He moved his mind, and his attention fell upon the panel. Blue Baby fusion rate, 11.83% plus 10.74% unlocked ability, invisibility, reaching 30% in both directions unlocks the ability Traceless. Traceless. It looks like a means to strengthen concealment abilities. Not seeing the almost roguelike intangibility, Uchiha Emo was slightly disappointed. Concealment abilities were undoubtedly powerful, but without reaching a certain level, they wouldn't be very effective in top-tier battles due to the limitations of techniques and chakra. More importantly, while invisible, he had to maintain a continuous and regular output of chakra and ocular power, which meant he couldn't use other means, so it was more for fulfilling functional needs like assassination and intelligence gathering. If I could possess concealment power comparable to Black Zetsu in the second stage, or achieve an effect similar to the Mayfly technique, that would be pretty good. Black Zetsu had been observing the ninja world from the shadows for thousands of years, and apart from Hashirama, no one had ever detected its traces. If he had this level of concealment ability, it could play a huge role for Uchiha Emo, even if not used for combat. Hashirama discovering Black Zetsu at the Valley of the End. Shaking his head, Uchiha Emo stopped the chakra output and revealed his form again. It was still too early to consider these things. Uchiha Emo had more important matters at the moment. He took out a scroll from his ninja tool pouch and opened it. The content inside was clearly a map of the land of birds. Uchiha Emo set his sights on a direction and began to travel with all his might. According to the information revealed by Terada Yusuke and the miserable state of the black market within the land of birds, this person was highly likely a Kaga-level expert, and there were not many such people in the entire ninja world at the moment. As long as he could see the traces of the battle site with his own eyes, he was confident that he would be able to determine the identity of the perpetrator immediately. 24 Chapter 24 Arrival at the Black Market, Identification of the Murderer. Chapter 24 Arriving at the Black Market, Identifying the Killer. After crossing the Land of Rain and entering the territory of the Land of Birds, the air became slightly drier, but Uchiha Emo had no time to ponder such trivial changes. He plunged headlong toward his destination. Since the route planned by Terada Yusuke deliberately avoided black markets, even the nearest large black market would take Uchiha Emo quite some time to travel to and from. Furthermore, if the killer had intentionally erased their tracks, he might need to investigate several more targets before finding any clues. So, even though he only needed to rejoin the squad before they returned to Konoha, Uchiha Emo still had to complete the investigation as quickly as possible. The wind whistled past his ears constantly, the moon in the sky slowly descended, and a ray of morning light scattered from the east. Click. A clear sound of footsteps echoed through the empty, deathly silent underground black market. A youth wearing a high-collared black robe, with the Uchiha clan crest printed on his back, appeared there. Without any burdens, Uchiha Emo unleashed his full speed and arrived at his destination in the latter half of the night. However, to ensure he was in peak condition, he rested for about 4 hours before taking action again. The black market was located underground, and large black markets usually contained a bounty station. Uchiha Emo walked through the dark corridor, and after pushing open a wooden door, his field of vision suddenly opened up. A thick, foul stench rushed into his nostrils. Uchiha Emo frowned slightly and looked to the side. On the walls, large patches of blood had dried over time, turning blackish red. The ground was littered with broken corpses, and the entire hall was filled with jagged wounds and craters caused by explosions. It seems no one in the land of birds dares to come and clean this up, but that saves me quite a bit of trouble. Uchiha Emo mobilized the chakra within his body, and his eyes revealed a crimson hue. There was no residual chakra in his field of vision. After all, a long time had passed. Uchiha Emo stepped forward slightly to the front of a crater, crouched down, looked at the bottom of the pit, and reached out to grab a handful of soil, rubbing it between his fingers. The soil is very brittle, as if it has been scorched by fire. There are signs of carbonization at the bottom of the pit. It was caused by fire release. Following this, Uchiha Emo stood up, glanced at the scratches on the wall, and then walked over to a corpse leaning against the wall. The tomo in his eye sockets rotated slightly as he looked at the severed neck of the headless corpse. Apart from the neck, there were many other cuts on the body. Uchiha Emo then compared them with the scratches on the wall. Wind cutter technique. Over the next quarter of an hour, Uchiha Emo found penetrating, charred wounds caused by lightning release on several other corpses. After examining the hall, Uchiha Emo moved to the small door on the front right and entered the inner room. This was generally the place where customers and merchants reached agreements after negotiating, including the collection of bounties. This place was much better preserved than the hall, but as soon as Uchiha Emo stepped inside, he saw a row of sharp earth spikes of varying heights. A corpse with a terrified expression hung from the tip of the tallest spike. Earth pillar explosion. In this single black market alone, the killer had demonstrated all abilities of the 5 elemental ninjutsu except for water release. Furthermore, judging by the power of the ninjutsu, the killer could be considered a master. With this, the identity of the killer was very obvious. In this timeline, apart from Sandaime and Nagato, the only ninja in the original work clearly capable of mastering more than 4 types of elemental releases was Kakuzu. Although there were other ninjas like Orochimaru who possessed all 5 elemental releases, most of them only mastered 1 or 2, and their fighting styles were not primarily based on multi-elemental ninjutsu. Just as Uchiha Emo had basically identified the target, a sound of footsteps suddenly came from the hall outside. Exclamation point. The moment Uchiha Emo heard the sound, he immediately deactivated his Sharingan, then lowered his presence as much as possible. At the same time, his figure flickered, disappearing into the environment like glass entering water. He turned around without moving rashly, his eyes narrowing slightly, and his vision instantly pierced through the wooden door and walls, landing on the hall. Inside the underground black market hall, a guy wearing a conical hat and a loose brown robe to conceal his figure was looking left and right, sneaking toward the inner room where Uchiha Emo was located. Uchiha Emo focused his attention slightly, and his vision instantly penetrated the cover of the hat and robe, seeing the person's appearance clearly. It was a sturdy middle-aged man with a centipede-like scar on his face that stretched from his left lip across his entire face, ending at the corner of his right eye. Just by taking one look, Uchiha Emo judged from his gait and breathing frequency that this was an ordinary person. Seeing that he was getting closer and closer, Uchiha Emo did not act rashly. Instead, he gathered chakra at the soles of his feet and leaped lightly, hanging upside down on the ceiling. Although he had basically confirmed the identity of the killer, the reasons behind it were still full of doubts, so Uchiha Emo needed more information. At a time when even the ministers of the land of birds dared not approach, for an ordinary person to dare to actively approach, it must surely be related to this matter. Creak. The wooden door slowly pushed open, and the man hurriedly walked into the room before closing the door. "I hope it's still there," he muttered to himself, then leaped behind the counter. After fiddling with it for a while, the counter suddenly moved slowly with a clicking sound. The man crouched down, pressed a certain spot on the exposed floor, and then flipped something to the left. The ground instantly began to tremble. Rustle, rustle, rustle. Before long, the wall behind the counter moved aside, revealing a secret passage. The man stood up and was about to enter the secret passage when, at that very moment, a breeze suddenly came from behind him, followed by the sound of feet landing on the ground. Click. His body stiffened, and he immediately raised his hands, saying in a terrified voice, "My lord, I just wanted to come back to get something. I am not a black market merchant, and the previous events have nothing to do with me." He held his hands high, and although his tone was a bit shaky, his speed of speech was extremely fast, his desire to survive fully displayed. "Turn around," Uchiha Amo said in a low voice. After the words fell, the man in front was suddenly stunned, and then his whole body stopped trembling. Uchiha Amo watched this scene quietly and began to count down in his heart. 3, 2, 1. Damn brat. How dare you pretend to be Kakuzu, causing me to. The man suddenly drew his sword and turned around, the fat on his face trembling wildly, his expression ferocious. However, before the long sword could be swung, a pair of crimson eyes entered his field of vision first. Genjutsu, Sharingan. The man's eyes widened abruptly, his pupils shrank, and his entire body instantly froze in place. Clang. The long sword hit the ground with a crisp clatter, but Uchiha Amo didn't even look at it. Instead, he looked at the man and asked slowly, "Who are you? Why did you come back? Why would Kakuzu attack the black market in the land of birds?" Chapter 25, The Reason. The man stood frozen in place, responding with a dull expression. "My name is Nakajima Kotaro, and I am a black market merchant. I returned because a vault belonging to the Land of Birds black market merchant faction is located here, and I wanted to take advantage of this time to scavenge for scraps." "Continue," Uchiha Amo said, glancing with his clairvoyance at the passageway behind Nakajima Kotaro, instantly spotting piles of banknotes. Nakajima Kotaro continued to respond in a dull voice. "The reason Kakuzu attacked the underground black market merchants of the Land of Birds is that they intentionally gave him fake information about a bounty target. After Kakuzu arrived at their intelligence location, he was ambushed. Enraged, Kakuzu slaughtered all the black market merchants within the Land of Birds, and I hear he is still searching for targets now." As his voice faded, the air fell silent. Uchiha Amo's mind suddenly connected this to the intelligence previously provided by Terada Yusuke. Combining this new information, he instantly pieced together the sequence of events. A high-ranking official, or perhaps several, in the Land of Birds had developed malicious intent toward Kakuzu. They conspired, and based on Kakuzu's long-standing habits of operating in the black market, they made a deal with the Land of Birds black market merchants to lure Kakuzu into the position where they had set their ambush. It was just that the foolish nobles and black market merchants had not anticipated that Kakuzu's strength far exceeded their imagination, which subsequently led to this tragedy. But, why would the nobles of the Land of Birds suddenly make a move against Kakuzu? This question lingered in Uchiha Amo's mind for only a second before he had the answer. It was Earth Grudge Fear. Aside from granting its master powerful ninjutsu capabilities, Earth Grudge Fear possessed another ability that nobles coveted: immortality. Finally, having resolved a concern, a curve appeared at the corner of Uchiha Amo's mouth. "Then why did you survive?" "I am not part of the Land of Birds black market merchant faction, or rather, I had not officially joined them. During the Second Ninja World War, I was abandoned by my original black market group due to certain circumstances and became an independent operator. Later, after wandering for several years, I arrived in the Land of Birds. Because I knew of Kakuzu's formidable nature, I ran as soon as I heard the rumors." Uchiha Amo nodded. "Hand over all the sealing scrolls you have on you." This secret chamber inside the passageway was packed with dense piles of cash. Since Nakajima Kotaro had returned to collect wealth, he must have brought sufficient storage tools, otherwise, it would have been impossible for him alone to carry away such a massive amount of cash. Sure enough, after the voice fell, Nakajima Kotaro immediately pulled several sealing scrolls from beneath his robe. Uchiha Imo reached out to take them, then stepped into the passageway. A quarter of an hour later, Uchiha Imo reappeared above ground. The only difference from when he went down was that his previously flat ninja tool pouch had become bulging. Over 3 billion in cash. It could only be said that the black market merchants were indeed wealthy and imposing. Even Uchiha Imo, who did not have much of a feeling for money, felt his mood improve significantly. Although there were many types of currency in the ninja world, they were basically all interchangeable. Apart from the designs, the denominations and general formats were similar. In terms of purchasing power, 1 ryo was roughly equivalent to 10 Japanese yen. Converting it, this meant that Uchiha Imo had gained a full 1.2 billion renminbi on this trip. Given the consumption level of the ninja world, the price of a bowl of Ichiraka ramen was about 30 RMB. As long as Uchiha Imo did not go around hoarding hundreds of millions of explosive tags, this money would be enough for him and Uchiha Shursui to last a lifetime. He looked up at the sky, then sprinted toward the capital of Land of Bird. Things were progressing exceptionally smoothly. Just the first large black market had allowed Uchiha Imo to obtain all the intelligence he wanted, so Uchiha Imo decided to go to the mission destination first to wait for the team to arrive. The sun gradually slanted westward, and Uchiha Imo finally arrived at the capital of Land of Bird. He first found a restaurant to fill his stomach, and immediately afterward, he rented a single room in a decent-looking inn. Having not rested much for an entire day and night, coupled with the high-intensity travel, even Uchiha Imo was somewhat exhausted. Based on the team's travel speed, Team 8 should still have a short distance to go and would likely not arrive at the capital of Land of Bird until tomorrow evening, so Uchiha Imo could get some good rest. On the border of the Land of Rain, somewhere underground, a pool of black sludge slowly separated from White Zetsu's body and then dashed toward the Land of Birds, leaving only the confused White Zetsu scratching his head underground. Capital of Land of Bird? Black Zetsu muttered, his black face furrowing. White Zetsu's memories flashed through his mind, the backs of that group of people. For some reason, he always felt that the youth in the middle with a ponytail, wearing the standard Uchiha robe, looked exceptionally familiar. He pondered bitterly for a long time, yet he had no clue even until he stepped into the territory of the Land of Birds. Shaking his head, Black Zetsu temporarily gave up on searching his memories. Over the past 1,000 years, he had seen too many people. Occasionally discovering 1 or 2 figures that seemed familiar but could not be recalled was perfectly normal. On the other side, near the capital of Land of Bird, a tall man looked up at the rather imposing palace in the distance, then stepped into the capital city. This man wore a tight-fitting hood, and apart from his green eyes, no other part of his face was exposed. However, based on this alone, combined with the dense stitching marks all over his body, he looked exceptionally terrifying. Do not think that just because you are hiding in the daimyo's palace, this old man dares not go in and kill. The man snorted coldly and instantly vanished from the spot. The moon set and the sun rose, time flowed slowly. When the silhouette of the capital of Land of Bird appeared on the horizon, the 3 members of Team 8 simultaneously breathed a sigh of relief. Finally. Cough, it's finally going to end, cough cough. Asuma also said with a sense of relief, once this mission is complete, I must have a good meal when I return. As he spoke, he turned his head, his gaze suddenly falling on Kurina Yuhi. The upturned corners of his mouth stiffened, and he continued with a hint of bitterness. When I get back, I have to get the old man to get me a suitable weapon. Ninjutsu taijutsu is indeed more useful than pure ninjutsu. Gekko Heiate became interested upon hearing this. He excitedly agreed. Right. Cough cough. Right? I also think having a weapon, cough, is better. Why don't you get a ninja sword too, Asuma? Cough cough. It just so happens that Uchiha Imo is a master of sword techniques. As his voice fell, Asuma glanced at Uchiha Imo, who had an indifferent expression beside him. He pursed his lips and responded. Forget it. I'm not suited for that kind of weapon. As they spoke, the group approached the capital of Land of Bird. However, less than an hour later, just as the team was about to reach the capital of Land of Bird, a strange man appeared and blocked their path. 26 Chapter 26 Negotiations Breakdown, Kakuzu's Fury. Chapter 26, Negotiation Breakdown, Enraged Kakuzu. Terada Yusuke? The man held a portrait, looking at the minister of the Land of Birds in the middle of the group. Teammate immediately looked at him with caution, but Uchiha Imo recognized him at first glance. His expression was grave as he moved to the front of the group and held up a hand to stop everyone. What is it? Kakuzu looked down at Uchiha Imo, but didn't answer. Instead, he looked back at Terada Yusuke. It seems I have found the right person. Terada Yusuke, you are the last one. As he spoke, Kakuzu put away the portrait and started walking towards teammate. Hearing this, Terada Yusuke seemed to realize something, and he hurriedly waved his hands in terror. Sir, I really have nothing to do with that. I've been away this whole time, I only know a little about the situation. My father. That's right. Someone must have framed me. I was framed. Kakuzu ignored his hysterical pleas and silently approached step by step. Seeing this, Terada Yusuke turned his head in a panic to look at Uchiha Imo, gritting his teeth and shouting. Blood ninja. I paid you. I order you to stop this guy. Uchiha Imo frowned slightly. He looked at Kakuzu and said in a deep voice, let me escort this guy to the capital of Land of Bird before you make your move. Believe me, this is better for both of us. As he finished speaking, Kakuzu paused his steps and turned his eyes to look at Uchiha Imo. Terada Yusuke's breath hitched, the color drained from his face, and he went pale. He pointed his arm at Uchiha Imo, his arm trembling uncontrollably. You can't do this to me. I am the employer. You must follow my orders. Right. I can pay more. As long as you kill him. I'll give you however much money you want. The three members of Team 8 felt a bit of pity watching Terada Yusuke's hysterical state, but they couldn't interfere with Uchiha Imo's judgment. From his grave expression, they could tell that the man in front of them was very strong. Kakuzu and Uchiha Imo ignored the raving Terada Yusuke and stared at each other in silence. After a moment, Kakuzu spoke slowly. The blood ninja? A rising genius. I can show a little seniority, as long as you don't interfere in this matter, I can let you leave. So, it seems we can't reach an agreement. As he finished speaking, Kakuzu continued to walk towards the group. However, at the very moment he stepped down, the situation changed abruptly. Screech! A sharp bird cry exploded from behind him, and a familiar figure appeared, followed by squish. Ugh! Kakuzu let out a cry of pain, his body trembling. He looked down and saw half of a fair, delicate palm protruding from his chest. Uchiha Imo made a gesture towards his shadow clone. Poof! The Uchiha Imo in front of Team 8 suddenly burst into smoke and disappeared. The group looked at the figure behind Kakuzu, their expressions filled with surprise. Teacher Imo. What kind of ninjutsu is this? So fast. Is it the Flying Thunder God? Terada Yusuke's face flushed, and he waved his fist in excitement, shouting, well done, Blood Ninja. I'll definitely pay you more. Uchiha Imo ignored the cheers of the group and looked at Kakuzu, whose aura was fading. Last night, Kakuzu had done something big in the daimyo's palace. Uchiha Imo originally didn't intend to pay attention to it, but today, while waiting for Team 8 near the capital of Land of Bird, he suddenly realized that Terada Yusuke also seemed to be one of his targets. Although, according to the intelligence obtained by the Sharingan, Terada Yusuke was indeed unrelated to the matter, Uchiha Imo had no interest in proving anyone's innocence. As long as the mission was completed, whether Terada Yusuke lived or died had nothing to do with him. He used one hand to brace against Kakuzu's shoulder while pulling his right arm out. Kakuzu's body immediately collapsed powerlessly to the ground. Uchiha Emo looked down at Kakuzu, his clean, dark eyes as unreadable as a deep well. After a moment, he lifted his head and walked towards Team 8. Correct, cunning brat, that's it, let me teach you the dangers of the ninja world. Whoosh! Halfway through his silent thought, fierce blood-colored flames suddenly erupted beneath Uchiha Emo's feet, and he stomped down like lightning towards Kakuzu's left heart. Kakuzu's heart jolted, his scalp tingling, but it was too late. Boom! Ugh! With the enhancement of his fire control ability, Uchiha Emo's mastery of his own fire release aura was perfectly refined, on a completely different level than when he fought Baki. Under this sudden sneak attack, even Kakuzu couldn't react in time. The blood flame surged backward, intense firelight exploded, and a tall figure was sent flying backward. Kakuzu landed and quickly righted himself. Two clean, large holes were visible in his chest. He stood up, his entire body covered in a thick, earthy brown color. He clenched his fists, his brows furrowed, and his expression was so dark it looked like it could drip water. Brat, how did you know I was faking death? If Kakuzu hadn't immediately used Earth-style, Earth Spear, to harden himself, it wouldn't have been as simple as losing just one heart. As a veteran who survived the Sengoku era, Kakuzu had always prided himself on his extensive experience and combat expertise. Now, being blindsided by a 10-year-old brat made him just as furious as losing two hearts. Seeing that Kakuzu hadn't died, the members of Team 8 and Terada Yusuke exclaimed in shock, while Uchiha Emo wore a mocking smile. Have you gone senile? Trying to fake death in front of the Sharingan? As he spoke, his eyes flashed with a crimson color. Glancing at the panel where his water release and lightning release proficiency had skyrocketed, Uchiha Emo drew the long sword from his waist, pointed it at Kakuzu, and said coldly, I'll give you one last chance to choose, retreat or die. Kakuzu retracted his Earth-style, Earth Spear, his face a mix of blue and white, looking extremely ugly. Humph. Arrogant Uchiha brat, dealing with you is more than enough in my current state. The enraged Kakuzu squeezed these words out through his teeth. Immediately after, he suddenly threw his jacket away, revealing 4 masks of different colors on his back. Those 4 masks surged and detached from Kakuzu's back, turning into 4 black monsters. But in just an instant, the monsters with the damaged blue and white masks as their main bodies went limp, leaving only the red and green monsters standing behind Kakuzu. Brat, consider yourself lucky, the opponent before you is a ninja who has fought the first Hokage. Uchiha Emo sneered with disdain, ignored him completely, and turned to look at the members of Team 8, shouting. What are you still waiting for? Take Terada Yusuke to the capital of Land of Bird and complete the mission. I have no interest in being your babysitter. The 3 were stunned for a moment, then nodded in realization and hurriedly carried Terada Yusuke as they sprinted towards the capital of Land of Bird. Chapter 27, Uchiha Emo vs Kakuzu. Fire Release, Searing Migraine. The Earth Grudge Fear Fire Release Mask monster suddenly opened its mouth, spewing forth a sea of flames. The flames rapidly expanded, surging toward Uchiha Emo. Rolling waves of heat washed over him, and the temperature in the air spiked. Emo wore a grave expression. Facing a Kage-level expert for the first time, this sense of oppression was qualitatively different from the small fry he had encountered in the past. He quickly condensed a massive amount of chakra to erect a protective barrier of flames in front of him. Crimson blaze, burning body ring. Whoosh! The instant the attack was about to hit, Emo tapped his toes and leaped backward into the air. Immediately after, the massive sea of flames slammed into the flowing blood flame barrier, and the immense impact force sent Emo flying back instantly. However, under the protection of the burning body ring, Emo did not suffer any damage from the fire release, instead using the impact force to successfully escape the opponent's attack range. Mo's body continued to fly backward through the air. The blood flames dissipated, and he held his ninja sword with an inverted grip in his right hand, arms shielding his front, his Sharingan spinning rapidly. There. he spun violently in midair. The next moment, the wind-release mask monster suddenly burst out from the smoke and appeared before Mo, then opened its wide mouth and began to inhale. Wind release, pressure damage. Crimson blaze, scattering fire needles. Mo flicked his left hand, and a large number of flame Senbon instantly shot out, arriving before the wind-release mask monster could unleash its blast. Pft! 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 Several flame Senbon instantly pierced into the limbs and torso of the wind-release mask monster, and 2 or 3 even plunged directly into the monster's throat. Kakuzu's green pupils constricted as he noticed this detail, and he hurriedly controlled the wind-release mask monster to stop the output of wind-release chakra. And in that very next instant, the flame Senbon exploded violently. Bang, 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 bang. Amidst a rapid series of explosions like firecrackers, the wind-release mask monster's body convulsed before falling limply to the ground. Seeing this, Kakuzu felt a wave of lingering fear. If he hadn't stopped the wind-release output in time, the combined explosion of wind and fire detonating inside the wind-release mask monster would have turned this heart of his into dust in an instant. Mo performed a backflip in the air and landed safely. Without time to waste, he glanced at the writhing wind-release mask monster on the ground, then tapped his toes and flew off, gripping his long sword in an inverted hold. Crimson blaze, blood blade. Boom. Blood-colored flames rapidly spread across the gleaming blade. Unlike the usual chakra coating, the surface of the ninja sword was not burning with raging flames, but had turned entirely blood-red, resembling an energy blade. Mo flicked his wrist, and a condensed blood-colored sword energy shot out. Crimson blaze, void-severing slash. The sword energy was extremely fast, reaching the wind-release mask monster in the blink of an eye, but at that exact moment, a figure suddenly sprang from the ground in front of it. Earth style, earth spear. Kakuzu let out a low shout, crossing his arms to block the sword energy head-on. SSS. A teeth-gritting evaporation sound rang out, accompanied by wisps of white mist rising from Kakuzu's arms. Kakuzu braced his body, his feet plowing 2 short trenches into the ground under the immense impact force. A moment later, the sword energy dissipated, and there were only a few white marks left on Kakuzu's hands. Almost all the hearts in Kakuzu's body had been plundered, except for his earth-release heart, which was his own. And earth style, earth spear was a technique he had mastered himself. It could make his body as hard as diamond. Moreover, while raising his defense to its limit, it also significantly increased his physical attack power. The only flaw was that his speed would be slightly weakened due to the stiffening of his joints and the mass of his body. Mo rushed in front of Kakuzu with a detached expression. Taking advantage of the gap in his defense and the slow speed after using Earth Spear, he violently slashed out with the ninja sword held in his right hand with an inverted grip. Kakuzu let out a cold snort, his tone filled with disdain. Brat, a ninjutsu capable of piercing Earth-style, Earth Spear head-on simply doesn't exist. You'd better save your energy. As soon as he finished speaking, the blood-red blade slammed into Kakuzu's abdomen. SSS. The sensation of the blade entering flesh had just arrived, and before Mo could even register an emotion, a crisp explosion rang out instantly. Bang! The ninja sword shattered. The entire blade instantly disintegrated into fragments, leaving only the hilt in Mo's hand intact. Kakuzu snorted coldly, deactivated his Earth Spear technique, and suddenly reached out his right hand to grab Mo's head. The Tomo in Mo's eyes spun, and reacting extremely quickly, he tapped his toes and leaped backward to dodge. However, just as it seemed Kakuzu was about to grab at empty air, the stitches on his arm suddenly split open, black tentacles flailed, and Kakuzu's arm span increased accordingly. Clack! A pair of powerful palms suddenly gripped Uchiha Mo's cheeks. The corners of Kakuzu's mouth under his mask curled up slightly. Got you. His other arm suddenly took on a brownish earth color, and then it blasted toward Uchiha Mo's heart. Brat, I'll take your heart. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Mo not only didn't panic, but a mocking smile curled at the corners of his mouth. Heh. The next moment, a figure carrying dazzling lightning suddenly burst from the ground behind Kakuzu, its right arm wrapped in sharp lightning as it suddenly stabbed toward Kakuzu's heart. Chirp. What? Kakuzu turned his head in horror, while his left arm quickly moved backward to try and block the attack on his back. But Chidori was renowned for its extreme speed, and Earth Spear reduced the caster's speed. With the two factors combined, plus the advantage of a sneak attack, even if there was a gap in their base stats, it was impossible for him to turn back in time to defend. Pfft. An arm wrapped in lightning violently pierced through Kakuzu's body. Blood sprayed, the brownish earth color on Kakuzu's arm receded, and his body quickly began to wither and weaken. Before the battle began, Mo's right arm had pierced through Kakuzu's chest from behind, while his left hand, hidden from view, had subtly made a gesture to his shadow clone. Afterwards, the shadow clone appeared to vanish in a puff of smoke, but in reality, it had been hiding underground using the headhunter jutsu, waiting precisely for this perfect moment. Standing back on the ground, Mo's eyes fell indifferently upon Kakuzu's collapsing body. Bang! The shadow clone, having persisted for 2 days and exhausted its chakra through ninjutsu, completely ran out of energy and vanished in a puff of smoke. Swish! The wind-release mask monster behind Kakuzu swept past like a gale, using the smoke as cover, attempting to burrow into his back. Mo's Sharingan spun, and he reacted instantly. He raised his right palm, and fierce blood flames ignited instantly, blasting directly toward the position of Kakuzu's wind-release heart. However, just as Mo was about to touch the target, a fireball suddenly flew in from the side. Fire release, searing migraine. Mo's pupils shifted, and he quickly abandoned his attack to dodge. The fireball exploded right where he had been standing. Bang! Amidst the violent explosion, a tall figure was instantly sent flying. After hitting the ground and tumbling twice, the figure stood up smoothly and actually bolted toward the horizon. Mo turned his indifferent eyes to look at the fire-release mask monster, with no intention of pursuing it whatsoever. He glanced roughly at the panel. It doesn't matter, you are more valuable than him. 28 Chapter 28, A Thunderclap. Huge gains. Chapter 28, Violent Thunder. Huge harvest. The Earth Grudge Fear Fire Release Mask monster stared at Uchiha Mo, moving cautiously to the side, clearly trying to find an opportunity to escape. Even though Earth Grudge Fear's ability meant that as long as one possessed a heart with the corresponding chakra attribute, the host could gain the corresponding ability. However, a Genin's heart and a Jonin's heart naturally could not be of the same strength, and the heart of a genius and the heart of a mediocrity could not have the same limit. The set of hearts Kakuzu currently possessed was the best configuration he had painstakingly gathered over nearly 100 years since the Sengoku period. This battle alone had caused him to lose 3 hearts: water release, lightning release, and earth release. This included his own earth release heart and his highest quality lightning release heart, a truly devastating loss. Therefore, Kakuzu would certainly not easily give up on this mask monster carrying the fire release heart, even if he had to flee for his life. Roar! The fire release mask monster roared, and then suddenly spat out a sea of fire again. Fire release, searing migraine. The flames came rolling over, but the mask monster turned and ran away at high speed. If Uchiha Mo used the same method as last time to avoid this technique, he would inevitably be pulled a considerable distance away by this monster. It seemed to have calculated exactly this, which was why it turned and sprinted without hesitation. Mo looked at the fleeing fire release mask monster, not anxious at all. He raised his hands and crossed them in front of his chest. Shadow clone technique. The next moment, an identical figure appeared by his side. Then, Mo leaped up, a layer of blood-colored flame suddenly condensing on the soles of his feet. At the same time, his shadow clone clenched its right fist tightly, and thick blood flames also condensed on its right arm. Boom! With precise fire control, the 2 blood flames exploded violently under Mo's feet without harming him in the slightest. Mo's body, propelled by the fierce explosion, streaked past the sea of fire and shot toward the location of the fire release mask monster. Bang! The shadow clone exploded in place, replenishing a small amount of chakra for Mo fighting until now. His chakra reserves were low. After all, his body was only 10 years old and still in the growth phase. However, the remaining reserves were enough. Chidori. Chirp. Accompanied by the crisp sound of 1,000 birds chirping, a brilliant thunder light suddenly exploded on Uchiha Mo's right hand, followed by "Just right to test this." As the words fell, Mo suddenly injected a large amount of highly condensed fire release chakra into the Chidori. Sizzle, chirp. The lightning suddenly turned blood red, and the surrounding air twisted due to the high temperature. Scarlet Chidori. A streak of blood-colored lightning slashed through space, violently piercing through the massive fire release mask monster. Boom. Uchiha Mo landed and stood up, shaking his right arm. A clear bloodstain appeared on the body of the massive monster behind him, and then it started emitting blue smoke, making hissing sounds as it broke apart at the bloodstain and collapsed. It could still be improved. Mo frowned and looked at his right arm, not quite satisfied. Chidori and Rasengan were both considered versatile techniques. Whether it was the curse seal, which was almost homologous to Senjutsu itself, or the Six Paths power, all could be enchanted upon them. However, these were powers outside of basic chakra attributes. Normally, fire release chakra could only rely on a bloodline limit to effect lightning release. But Mo had used his fire control ability to find a loophole. However, due to his insufficient control over lightning release, the power did not reach his expectations. Putting aside his thoughts, Mo shifted his attention to the illusory panel. After seeing the content on it, his pupils shrank suddenly. Not paying attention for a moment, his Sharingan spun crazily, turning into 3 Tomo, and vast pupil power poured out. Red Calabash Child Fusion, 8.91% reached 10% to unlock ability, Supernatural Strength. Orange Calabash Child Fusion, 20.57% unlocked ability, Clairvoyance, reached 30% to unlock next stage ability, Clairaudience. Yellow Calabash Child Fusion, 8.91% plus 16.39% both reached 10% to unlock ability, Invulnerability. Green Calabash Child Fusion, 20.31% plus 22.65% unlocked ability, Fierce Fire, Violent Thunder. Both reach 50% and unlock Red and Orange Calabash Children's second stage abilities to unlock next ability, Heavenly Fire. Cyan Baby Fusion, 10.85% reach 20% to unlock ability, Water Control. Blue Baby Fusion, 20.57% plus 10.74% unlocked ability, Invisibility, both reach 30% to unlock ability, Traceless. Purple Baby Fusion, 0.01% reach 50% to unlock ability, Universe in the Sleeve. In this battle, except for wind release proficiency and spacetime attributes, all corresponding unlock rates had increased. Among them, the biggest improvements were in Earth Release, Lightning Fire Dual Release, and Een Release proficiency. However, the Een Release was due to Mo activating the 3 Tomo Sharingan, while the Earth Release and Lightning Fire Dual Release were purely brought by Kakuzu. The huge improvement in the Lightning Fire Dual Release even allowed Mo to directly activate the Green Calabash Child's second stage ability, Violent Thunder. And the Red and Yellow Calabash children were not far from unlocking their first stage. But as he expected, after the unlock rate crossed the 20% critical point, the improvement became extremely difficult. Earth Release increased by 16% relying on Kakuzu's heart, while the Lightning Fire Dual Release hearts, which were not much different in strength, improved very little after crossing the 20% threshold. Kakuzu. Mo looked at the direction Kakuzu fled and curled his lips slightly. We will meet again. As the words fell, Mo immersed his mind into the panel, wanting to study the new ability he had just acquired. But at this moment, a voice suddenly came from afar. Teacher Mo. Mo turned his head to look in the direction of the voice. The 3 members of Team 8 quickly ran to his front. Kurina Yuhi panted heavily while asking. Where is that immortal monster? Ran away. Mo's pitch-black eyes turned, temporarily putting this matter aside. According to the green Calabash child's first stage ability, Mo deduced that the second stage ability should be the corresponding lightning release ability. In this way, it would take some time to fully comprehend it. Moreover, the green Calabash child's next ability, Heavenly Fire, was also very worth pondering. So this was definitely a long-term effort, not something to be rushed. However, fortunately, he had already learned Chidori in advance and did not need to spend extra effort to whitewash it. Ultimate form changes were too heaven-defying and required some thought, but abilities like supernatural strength and invulnerability could be hidden using ninjutsu or physical constitution. As for invisibility, it couldn't be displayed wantonly in front of people anyway, so Mo didn't need to worry about this in the short term. However, I can't keep hiding my abilities or racking my brains to deal with them. Konoha ran away? Mo, did you drive him away? Kurina Yuhi widened her eyes, raising her hand to cover her slightly parted mouth. Mo's pitch-black eyes showed no emotion. He turned around, did not respond, but said lightly, "Return to the village." The group gradually walked away. No one noticed that on the cliff high above, a black figure stood quietly, taking everything in. Chapter 29, Black Zetsu, Hagoromo, you have done well. Before the battle broke out. This. How is this possible? Black Zetsu looked at Uchiha Mo standing in front of teammate below, and for a moment, he was dazed. Indra? Uchiha Mo's upright figure had exquisite, statue-like features, and his body proportions were exceptionally perfect, but this was not the reason for Black Zetsu's shock. That unique hairstyle, those jet-black eyes, sharp sword-like eyebrows, handsome features, even the purple eyeshadow at the corners of his eyes were exactly the same as that man. What exactly is this? Over the past 1,000 years, Black Zetsu had not failed to see two individuals with very similar appearances, but he had never seen anyone who could resemble Indra to this extent. If this Uchiha Mo were to change into a white robe with Magatama, Black Zetsu dared to assert that even Hagoromo would not be able to see any flaws without using chakra. A coincidence? Or does that dead ghost Hagoromo have another conspiracy? As a veteran conspirator, Black Zetsu absolutely did not believe that such a coincidence existed in this world. Holding this thought, Black Zetsu moved his attention back below the cliff. Screech! Lightning pierced through Kakuzu's body. Uchiha Mo lifted his foot, and fierce blood flames suddenly condensed on the sole of his foot, stomping towards Kakuzu's back. I will give you one last chance to choose, retreat or die. Over here. Crimson blaze, scattering fire needles. Screech! Scarlet Chidori. Uchiha Mo. Black Zetsu's gaze was dull, and his body was stiff. There is absolutely no mistake. That ultimate control over techniques, as if they were an extension of his own arm, is the unique talent of Indra, who invented ninjutsu. And this guy, his personality is also quite similar to Indra's, his whole being harbors a deep darkness. Black Zetsu's two large orange eyes narrowed, his gaze locked firmly on Uchiha Mo below. Uchiha Mo, he must have some connection with Indra. But Madara is still alive. Black Zetsu was completely puzzled, but when his gaze landed on Uchiha Mo's face, a bold idea suddenly emerged in his mind. Indra's chakra has reincarnated, but his soul is still in the Pure Land. Could it be? No, I cannot be so rash. At the end of the day, it is just that he looks a bit similar, has a similar personality, and the talent. Halfway through his sentence, Black Zetsu could not continue. Just at this moment, Uchiha Mo below suddenly clutched his eyes, and his aura became chaotic. Immediately after, an icy aura instantly spread out. Black Zetsu's body trembled and suddenly froze, then his yellow mouth curled into a rather exaggerated arc, almost covering half of his face. He. What familiar pupil power. Hagoromo, you still cannot let go of your descendants after all. For the past 1,000 years, Black Zetsu had only been this excited when Uchiha Madara awakened the Rinnegan and when Indra was incited to rebel. In the current ninja world, many people do not know that the pupil power among the Uchiha is actually different, and the biggest gap is between Indra's chakra reincarnations and ordinary Uchiha. As everyone knows, when a Mangekyo owner transplants the Mangekyo of a close relative, they can obtain a pair of eternal Mangekyo after the pupil power fuses. However, this result is not certain. Book of Formations, the specific method is transplantation. In the long history of the Uchiha, it is not that no one has tried, but only a very few have succeeded, whereas Indra's chakra reincarnations will definitely be able to awaken the eternal Mangekyo as long as they meet the requirements. Besides this, the pupil power of Indra himself and Indra's chakra reincarnations are also vastly different. Indra does not need to awaken the so-called eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, he can awaken the complete body Susanoo with just the 3 tomo, bringing the pupil power of the Sharingan to the extreme. And Black Zetsu is the only person in the current ninja world who understands this difference. For the past 1,000 years, in order to create a pair of Rinnegan to initiate the Eye of the Moon plan, Black Zetsu could be said to have seen Indra's chakra reincarnations countless times and was extremely sensitive to their aura. He even considered himself more familiar with it than the 6 paths himself. The chakra aura of Indra's chakra reincarnations becomes increasingly cold as their pupil power climbs, and this cold aura, along with the pupil power of the Sharingan at the same stage, is also several notches stronger than that of ordinary Uchiha. Most people in the world would mistake it for talent, but Black Zetsu could easily distinguish the difference. And Uchiha Mo. The darkness and intensity of pupil power he displayed were even above those of Uchiha Madara when he had just awakened the 3 tomo. When Black Zetsu sensed this aura, he even felt that the owner of this pupil power did not need the eternal Mangekyo to bring the Sharingan's pupil power to the extreme. This is definitely not something that can be explained by coincidence. It was indeed not a coincidence. No matter how hard Black Zetsu racked his brains, it would be absolutely impossible for him to guess that Uchiha Mo had a cheat that helped him purify his pupil power and release power, and that he had been suppressing the urge for his Sharingan to evolve. Watching Uchiha Mo's figure gradually disappear on the horizon, Black Zetsu finally could not hold it back. For the first time in his life, he gave up concealment and laughed out loud, but the laughter, combined with his strange tone, seemed somewhat comical. Hagoromo. I do not know what your purpose is in sending Indra back to the ninja world again, but this will definitely become my aid in the end. As he spoke, Black Zetsu's body slowly merged into the ground. Since Indra has returned, then Madara's body is no longer worthy of mother. I am truly looking forward to it. What would happen if Indra's reincarnation obtained his own chakra? And if he also obtained Ashura's chakra? Hee. Accompanied by a burst of sinister laughter, Black Zetsu completely merged into the ground, leaving only one sentence slowly dissipating in the wind. Indra, wait for me. I was too naive in the past, but now, I can definitely make you the sharpest sword in my plan. Be used by me once again. On the other side, Uchiha Mo, who had embarked on the road back to Konoha, was completely unaware that he had been targeted by the biggest mastermind in the ninja world. He was moving forward calmly while slowly condensing chakra to restore his physical strength, the braid behind his head swaying and slapping against his back. Kurina Yuhi saw this scene and suddenly realized that Uchiha Mo's hairstyle seemed to be quite different from the style of most Uchiha clansmen or Konoha residents. She asked curiously. Mo, who did this hairstyle for you? It actually looks quite fitting for you. Mo heard this, turned his head to glance at Kurina Yuhi, and then lowered his head slightly to look at the small braid in front of his temple. Hairstyle. 30 Chapter 30 Futsunomitama. Chapter 30, Futsunomitama. Without Terada Yusuke slowing everyone down, after Uchiha Mo recovered his chakra, teammate returned to Konoha in just a day and a half. Phew, finally back. I feel like I've been away for months. Asuma let out a long sigh of relief, the scenery that usually seemed so monotonous now looked so welcoming. Mo lowered his indifferent black eyes. Take the voucher and go settle the mission. As for the reward, just split it among yourselves, there's no need to give me any. After saying this, Uchiha Mo headed toward the Uchiha compound. Having received the gifts from the black market merchants in the land of birds, the reward for a C-rank mission was undoubtedly just small fry to him now. Mo was now eager to check his gains and get his hands on Cat Grandma's Kusanagi sword. Just as he was about to use the body flicker technique to leave, a voice suddenly came from behind him. Wait a moment. Mo. Uchiha Mo paused his steps upon hearing the voice and turned his head. It was Kurina Yuhi. She averted her gaze, her right index finger twirling a curl of hair at her temple as she slowly asked. Mo, you haven't forgotten our agreement, have you? No. After saying this, Mo turned his gaze back and immediately used the body flicker technique to leave the area. He quickly returned to the Uchiha compound, but after knocking on his front door, there was no response for a long time. Mo frowned slightly. Still training? He glanced at the darkening sky, then raised his hand to take the key from his ninja tool pouch and opened the door. Creak. The wooden door was pushed open, and Mo strode into the house. After casually putting his things away, he went out into the courtyard. Summoning technique. Mo bit his thumb and slammed his palm onto the ground. A mark with black patterns instantly spread out from his palm as the center. Immediately after, with a poof, smoke rose up, and a ninja cat with smooth, soft fur appeared by Mo's side. Mo-kun, is there something else? Meow. Mo stood up. Summon me to see Cat Grandma. The mission is complete. The ninja cat nodded its round, tiger-like head upon hearing this. I understand, meow. As the words fell, the ninja cat turned into smoke with a poof and dissipated. Not long after, Uchiha Mo sensed a summoning. Without even thinking, Mo accepted it directly. The next moment, he also turned into smoke with a poof and dissipated from the courtyard. Empty area. Mo lifted the curtain at the entrance, stepped inside, and arrived in the inner room. So Mo is here. Cat Grandma looked up upon hearing the movement. She glanced at Uchiha Mo, took a puff of her dry pipe, and slowly said. Since you've come, it means the matter in the land of birds is over, right? Mo nodded, his clean eyes looking at the old woman as he spoke slowly. The person who did it was Kakuzu. The reason is that several ministers and black market merchants in the land of birds had evil intentions and coveted his secret techniques. As a result, the trap failed, and they were all killed in return. When that name appeared, the arm holding the dry pipe stiffened slightly. It wasn't until Mo finished speaking that she let out a long sigh. Sigh, young people really don't know if they are ignorant or daring. If it were back in our day. Halfway through, Cat Grandma stopped abruptly as she looked at Uchiha Mo in front of her, then shook her head and smiled. Sorry, this old woman is just prone to reminiscing about the past now that I'm old. Grandma, you know Kakuzu too? Mo didn't mind and instead asked another question. Cat Grandma nodded. It's more than just knowing him. Although it's not exactly a household name, anyone who has some brains and can make a name for themselves in the underground black market knows him, don't they? I just didn't expect those unlucky bastards in the land of birds to dare to provoke him. A barely perceptible arc appeared at the corner of Mo's mouth. Grandma, do you know which underground black markets or bounty stations he likes to frequent? Last time, I destroyed 4 of his hearts, but he managed to escape. Cat Grandma's right hand trembled, and quite a few sparks from the bowl of her dry pipe splattered out. Her cloudy old eyes stared straight into Uchiha Mo's eyes. Mo's eyes were calm, unwavering. You really almost killed him? Mo didn't speak, but suddenly pulled out 4 tattered masks from out of nowhere and casually threw them on the ground in front of him. Clatter, 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 clatter. Sigh. The wrinkles on Cat Grandma's face smoothed out, and she shook her head with a wry smile. I'm really old, can't keep up with the times. Who would have thought you'd be this strong, Mo? If you don't mind, I'd like to know how you got intelligence on Kakuzu. I mean no offense, because it's not like good fighters haven't tried to go after him before, but his abilities provide an extremely strong intelligence advantage. Upon hearing this, Mo slightly mobilized his ocular power. His black eyes instantly turned scarlet, leaving behind 3 black tomo silently lying in his pupils, slowly rotating. There is nothing that these eyes cannot see through. Cat Grandma was slightly stunned, but she didn't guard herself and looked straight into Mo's eyes. 3 tomo, huh? I understand. I will mark the frequency of Kakuzu's visits to various black markets in recent years on a map later. I won't charge you for this intelligence, consider it a reward for venting for those people. After speaking, Cat Grandma raised her hand to extinguish her dry pipe while turning her head and shouting. Juan! Bring that Kusanagi sword to Mo. A somewhat childish girl's voice immediately came from the inner room. Got it, Grandma. Not long after the voice fell, a girl about the same size as Shursui ran out in a rush, carrying a black ninja sword longer than she was tall. She looked up at Mo, and a slight blush immediately appeared on her cheeks. Here you go, big brother Mo. Juan handed the ninja sword over, and Mo reached out to take it. The straight sword felt just as perfect in his hand as before. His previous ninja sword happened to have been destroyed during the battle with Kakuzu, so this was a seamless replacement. Mo drew the ninja sword and took a look. Does this ninja sword have a name? Some special individual Kusanagi swords have unique names, such as the Sword of Tatsuka, or the Aim no Murakumo no Tsurugi. Mo seemed to be asking for the name of the Kusanagi sword, but the subtext was asking whether this Kusanagi sword was such an excellent individual. Cat Grandma grinned rarely upon hearing this and laughed out loud. It was the smile of someone who had finally met a customer who knew their stuff. Ha 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 ha. As expected of you. Of course this sword has a name. You can call it Fuhrer sword or you can call it Futsunomatama, whatever you like. Besides that, you can try adding elemental chakra to it. Mo looked up and glanced at Cat Grandma, then lowered his head to look at its gleaming blade. Chapter 31, The 3 Spiritual Swords, Shursui Under Surveillance. Futsunomatama, also known as the Futsuryu sword. This is the god-slaying sword from myths and legends, the very incarnation of the thunder god Takamikazuchi. Legend has it that during the war for the abdication of the land of Izumo, the thunder god used this sword to intimidate Okinanushi. Apart from this, Futsunomatama is also known as one of the 3 spiritual swords alongside the Kusanagi no Tsurugi and the Tatsuka blade Aim no Ohabari. Among them, the Kusanagi no Tsurugi was in Orochimaru's hands, while the Tatsuka blade later fell into the hands of Itachi. When Orochimaru transformed into Yamada no Orochi to fight Itachi, both Black Zetsu and Orochimaru revealed a piece of information. Orochimaru had been searching for the Tatsuka blade all along. Coupled with the fact that he already possessed the Kusanagi no Tsurugi, this showed that Orochimaru was absolutely certain of the existence of the 3 spiritual swords. Furthermore, since 2 of the 3 spiritual swords were artifacts that could be found in the Naruto world, there was no reason why Futsunomatama wouldn't exist. Uchiha Mo looked at the crimson eyes reflected on the bright, snow-white blade, a faint smile curling at the corner of his lips. Clank, clack. Sheathing the straight sword, Mo's eyes returned to their clean, black pupils. He raised his hand to hang the Futsunomatama on the sash at his waist. No need, I trust Granny's judgment. With that, he turned, preparing to leave. Once Granny has compiled the information on Kakuzu, just have Mai deliver it to me. Mai was the name of the white ninja cat that Mo summoned. Since Kakuzu alone had contributed a massive amount of proficiency to Mo through his Earth Grudge Fear secret technique, Mo naturally wouldn't let go of this sustainable leak. Once the time and his strength were ripe, Mo would definitely seek out Kakuzu again. As his voice fell, Uchiha Mo vanished from the spot with a poof of exploding smoke. When he returned to his courtyard, he found that Shursui had already come home. And what led Mo to this conclusion instantly was none other than that familiar, savory aroma of food. Mo stepped through the open front door and entered the house. Shursui immediately heard the movement in the living room, turned around, and called out. Anai-san, dinner is almost ready. Just wait a moment. When he had returned home and saw the ninja tool pouch and arm guards on the cabinet, he realized Mo was already back, which was why he immediately started preparing dinner. Mo took off his long robe, hung it on the coat rack in the entryway, and then sat down at the dining table. Uchiha high-collared combat robe. P.S. Obito wore the same outfit during the Shinobi World War. No rush. With a thought, an illusory panel materialized in his field of vision. Red Calabash Child Integration, 8.91% reached 10% to unlock the ability, Supernatural Strength. Orange Calabash Child Integration, 20.57% unlocked ability, Clairvoyance, reach 30% to unlock the next stage ability, Clairaudience. Yellow Calabash Child Integration, 8.91% plus 16.39% both reach 10% to unlock the ability, Invulnerability. Green Calabash Child Integration, 20.31% plus 22.65% unlocked abilities, Fierce Fire, Violent Thunder, both reach 50% and unlock the second stage abilities of Red and Orange Calabash Children to unlock the next ability, Heavenly Fire. Cyan Baby Integration, 10.85% reach 20% to unlock the ability, Water Control. Blue Baby Integration, 20.57% plus 10.74% unlocked ability, Invisibility, both reach 30% to unlock the ability, Traceless. Purple Baby Integration, 0.01% reach 50% to unlock the ability, Universe in the Sleeve. The first stage abilities of the Red and Yellow Calabash Children were only about 1% away in Yang Release proficiency from being unlocked. However, Yang Release was different from other attributes. If it were the conventional 5 attributes, Mo could quickly stack up this tiny amount of proficiency through his own training. If it were Yang Release, Mo could also increase it rapidly with his Sharingan. But with Yang Release, the current Mo had basically no way to force it, and could only slowly grind it out through physical growth and training. It seems that during the Third War, I can start with the Land of Lightning. The ninjas of the Hidden Cloud Village were all tall and robust, and basically all had a certain level of attainment in Yang Release. Besides Yang Release, the second and third targets were Yin Release and Water Release. However, according to the panel's feedback, the difficulty of increasing the integration percentage after passing 20% was several times harder than before, so it was better to choose Water Release as the second target. After establishing his short-term goals, Mo focused his attention on the Green Calabash Child again. Green Calabash Child Integration, 20.31% plus 22.65% unlocked abilities, Fierce Fire, Violent Thunder, both reach 50% and unlock the second stage abilities of Red and Orange Calabash Children to unlock the next ability, Heavenly Fire. Violent Thunder was a new lightning release ability that corresponded to Fierce Fire. Its main functions were the same as Fierce Fire: first, to increase the power of lightning release, and second, to correspond to the core fire controlling ability, Lightning Control. With this ability, Uchiha Mo could manipulate the shape transformation of his lightning release chakra as easily as moving his own fingers. But Uchiha Mo's main focus was not here, but rather on the 2 pieces of information revealed afterward. 50%, and I also need to unlock the second stage abilities of the Red and Orange Calabash Children. Neither of these 2 requirements was easy to fulfill, which was enough to show how harsh the requirements were to unlock the Heavenly Fire ability. But usually, harsh requirements meant powerful abilities. It seems that the third stage ability unlock requirements will likely involve linkage with other abilities. Or does Heavenly Fire require a foundation of Yin Yang Release to be activated? Mo frowned, having no clue for the moment. Heavenly Fire. It sounded like a name related to natural flames. As he was thinking, a sudden movement came from the table, snapping Mo back to reality. Shursui had already filled the table with dishes, and a steaming bowl of rice was placed in front of Mo and Isan. It's time to eat. Mo nodded and picked up his bowl and chopsticks. About 15 minutes later, only a few leftovers remained on the table. As Shursui cleared up the messy dining table, he said, "And Isan, lately when I've been training, I always feel like someone is watching me." Mo had just raised his foot to head back to his room when he paused slightly upon hearing this, frowning in thought for a moment. "Understood. Tomorrow, you'll come train with me." With that, he turned and walked toward his room. At the same time, his mind raced. Surveillance on Shui. Who could it be? The Sandaime? No, if the Sandaime had any designs on Shui, there would be no need for surveillance at all, he would have just summoned him directly. There was only one person in all of Konoha who would do such a thing. And that was Danzo. Even though it was just a guess, Uchiha Mo was absolutely certain of this answer. A flash of crimson crossed Mo's eyes. He wouldn't interfere with Shirsui's own thoughts, but that didn't mean he would stand by and watch Shisui become a tool in someone else's hands. What he wanted was for Shisui to shape his own thoughts through his own eyes and experiences, rather than having someone else directly brainwash him with their own beliefs. Therefore, he would absolutely never let Shisui fall into the hands of that clown, Danzo. Danzo, there aren't many wind release masters in the ninja world, but you old trash, barely count as one. 32 Chapter 32 Testing the Sword, First Trial of the Bloodline Limit. Chapter 32, Testing the Blade, First Trial of the Bloodline Limit. Early the next morning. After breakfast, Mo took Shisui to the woods near the Naka River to train as usual. However, even after checking Shirsui's training progress and giving him corresponding guidance, Uchiha Mo didn't notice anyone watching from the shadows. Still, he didn't rush and simply began his own training step by step. After telling Shisui to practice on his own, Mo walked over to a century-old tree so wide it would take two people to hug it, and slowly gripped the pitch-black hilt at his waist. Swing! With a crisp sound like flowing spring water, the snow-bright blade was slowly drawn from its scabbard. Holding the Futsuno Matama in a forward grip, he held it horizontally in front of him, his indifferent black eyes falling on the reflection of the straight blade. Let's test the blade first. With those words, Mo raised the straight sword and slashed diagonally down at the giant tree. Slice! He didn't use much strength, only the force of a normal slash, yet the entire blade of the Futsuno Matama sank deep into the trunk, barely stopping after cutting through almost half of it. The corner of Mo's mouth curled slightly as he pulled the straight sword out. Without any chakra infused, a simple slash possessed such power, which was enough to show the sharpness of the Futsuno Matama. Next, Mo gripped the straight sword tightly, took a deep breath, his eyes turning sharp as he channeled the chakra within his body. Screech! Accompanied by the sharp screech of an eagle, dazzling lightning instantly enveloped the snow-bright blade. The unlocking of the violent thunder ability allowed Mo to shape Chidori as easily as clay. Whether it was the Chidori system developed by Sasuke or the lightning cutter system developed by Kakashi, he could use them with just a single thought. And what he was using right now was none other than the Chidori blade. With a twist of his wrist, Mo almost instinctively ensured that the entire blade remained aligned with the direction of the slash as he struck, and then slashed the Futsuno Matama diagonally toward the giant tree in front of him. Slice! Mo half knelt on the ground, the tip of his sword pointing diagonally at the earth, while the giant tree in front of him slowly began to shift. Crack, crack, crack! Boom! The thick tree collapsed with a loud crash. Mo stood up, sheathed his straight sword, and a slight smile appeared on his lips. Based on the test results, the sharpness of the Futsuno Matama was at least not inferior to the Kusanagi sword in Sasuke's hand. Moreover, when both used the Chidori blade, its sharpness was actually even superior. Although this might be partly because violent thunder enhanced the power of his lightning release, the gap between them was clearly not something that could be made up by this single factor alone. With such sharpness, in a conventional taijutsu battle, even without using chakra, the enemy's weapon would rapidly lose its durability upon clashing with the Futsuno Matama, breaking after just a few clashes. And if chakra were applied, conventional ninja tools would likely be severed in an instant without any suspense. Having formed a rough idea in his mind, Mo began to ponder another matter. And that was to develop a new bloodline limit based on lightning release and fire release. Lightning release and fire release were the two most unstable among the 5 basic nature transformations, both possessing explosive and high burst characteristics. In the ninja world, there were many bloodline limits based on fire release or lightning release, such as lava release, boil release, explosion release, scorch release, storm release, and so on, but there had never been a bloodline limit that fused fire release and lightning release together. To fuse these two highly unstable nature transformations into a new bloodline limit, the difficulty was no different from dismantling two extremely unstable bombs and assembling them into an even more powerful one. Not to mention the difficulty, the mere cost of failure was something ordinary people could not bear. The reason Mo was contemplating this was because he possessed both the abilities of fire control and lightning manipulation, giving him ultimate control over the shape transformation of both fire and lightning release. With Chidori acting as a versatile vehicle to provide an entry point, it became feasible. Furthermore, if he succeeded, he would only need to train this new bloodline limit in the future to directly increase his proficiency in both releases, which would vastly boost his efficiency. No sooner said than done, Mo immediately extended his left hand. Chidori! Screech! Dazzling lightning suddenly flared, and wild surges of lightning snakes danced frantically on Mo's left hand. Following that, Mo slowly controlled the fire release chakra within his body and began to condense it. Scarlet Chidori! Mo gave a low shout, and the lightning on his palm suddenly began to transform. The blue electrical sparks flickered wildly, slowly shifting toward a blood-red color, and the temperature of the electrical arcs began to rise rapidly. After just a few breaths, the Chidori had completely turned blood-red, and the electrical arcs seemed to be ablaze, their surface glow faintly revealing a translucent, flame-like texture that swayed along with the wildly dancing lightning snakes. At the same time, a surging heatwave rippled out from Uchiha Mo's palm, causing the surrounding air to warp. Feeling the violent power on his palm, Mo couldn't help but have a drop of cold sweat roll down his temple. Such violent power! Is this the complete form of this technique? Even as the master of Scarlet Chidori, Mo was genuinely startled by this power. He felt that what he held in his hand was not a ninjutsu at all, but an out-of-control 100-ton truck, except this terrifying monster was moving in the right direction in a bizarre way. Shursui, who was practicing his kenjutsu nearby, was so startled by the sudden eruption of this terrifying chakra aura that he jumped straight up, his hair standing on end. He used the body flicker technique to distance himself by over 10 meters before turning his head to look in Uchiha Mo's direction. After watching with trepidation for a while, Shursui swallowed hard and shouted with extreme resentment, "Nisan. Next time you research a forbidden jutsu, can you please let me know in advance?" Mo didn't respond. At some point, his eyes had already transformed into the three-tomo Sharingan, and he was staring intently at the technique in his hand, sensing the state of the chakra inside his body. The degree of fire release chakra nature transformation, the degree of lightning release chakra nature transformation, the mixing ratio of fire and lightning attributes. Like a stone statue, Mo froze in place without moving, doing his best to record every aspect of the fusion between fire release and lightning release in his mind. An unknown amount of time passed until the chakra in his body was almost depleted. Only then did Mo stop channeling chakra, deactivated his Sharingan, and sat cross-legged on the spot, closing his eyes to gather chakra. Another half an hour passed. Feeling that he had recovered a certain amount of chakra, Mo couldn't wait to open his eyes and experiment again. Following the information he had just recorded, he controlled the lightning release chakra and fire release chakra to meet and replicate inside his body in a 1-to-1 ratio. However, a strange scene occurred. Even though Mo had perfectly replicated the chakra conditions from Scarlet Chidori, the meeting of lightning and fire showed no signs of fusion whatsoever. What on earth is going on? Why does it work with the technique, but autonomous fusion doesn't? Mo frowned deeply, completely baffled. Is it because the shape transformation of Chidori is special? No, a bloodline limit is merely the fusion of two chakra nature transformations. It has nothing to do with shape transformation. Chapter 33, Brothers, Mo's Genjutsu Instruction. Big Brother. Big Brother? Big Brother. Shursui stood beside Uchiha Mo and called out twice, then shouted again when he saw there was no response. Mo snapped out of his thoughts, raising a pair of clean black eyes to look at the little tot in front of him. What's wrong? It's already noon, we should go home and eat. Shui pointed up at the sun in the sky. Emo looked up. Sure enough, the sun had already reached its zenith. He slowly stood up. Got it, let's go. Holding the Chikuto at his waist, Emo took the lead and set off on the path home, with Shui quickly catching up. Big brother, what do you want to eat for lunch? Shui ran ahead of Emo with a smile, looking up to ask. Whatever. Emo was still pondering why his fusion had failed, so he didn't have much mind to spare for lunch. Telling the cook whatever is a really difficult thing to deal with, you know, Shui pouted in dissatisfaction. Emo was still thinking and did not respond. Shui knew his older brother didn't want to respond to meaningless questions, so he could only change the subject. Then is Big Brother going to train with me this afternoon? Those people who were monitoring me this morning didn't seem to show up at all. As those words fell, Emo glanced at Shui and replied. This afternoon, you're coming with me to Kurenai's house. Uncle Shinku isn't home, and I need to teach Kurenai Genjutsu to repay a favor. It just so happens you can learn together. Since Shui was already being targeted, Emo naturally couldn't let him out of his sight for too long. Who knows, if he let his guard down for a moment, Shui might return with a cursed tongue eradication seal on his tongue. If that happened, he would have no choice but to slaughter Danzo ahead of schedule. Shui got excited upon hearing this. Can I finally learn Sharingan Genjutsu? Emo shook his head, pouring a bucket of cold water over Shui's head. No, you can only learn ordinary Genjutsu with her. I've said before, you are not allowed to learn Sharingan Genjutsu before the age of 7, and you must use your eyes sparingly. Eh? Why? Shui pouted, his shoulders slumping as he hung his head in disappointment. Every Uchiha was full of anticipation for the Sharingan, and Shui was naturally no exception. However, after awakening his eyes, despite having a brother hailed as the strongest Uchiha genius since the founding of Konoha, he not only received no guidance on Sharingan techniques but was instead ordered to use them less. This gap made him feel exceptionally miserable. Emo glanced at the dejected Shui, stopped in his tracks, and placed his right hand on Shui's head to pat it. You're still too young, and your body is still developing. Having too strong an ocular power is not a good thing. As the saying goes, running fast doesn't guarantee a win, not tripping is what truly matters. With Shui's talent, there was absolutely no need to rush and expose his body to risk for a temporary gain. Shui's mood recovered slightly, but he still puffed out his cheeks and muttered in dissatisfaction, but don't the clan head and the elders think that the earlier the eyes awaken, the better? Besides, aren't you only 10 years old, big brother? You already have the 3 Tomo Sharingan, and there's nothing wrong with your body. That's why they are all mediocre talents. Shui looked at his calm older brother, momentarily at a loss for words. Emo looked down at the dazed Shui. His right hand suddenly slid from Shui's head to his shoulder, and with a firm pull, he hoisted him onto his back, continuing to walk toward home. It's time to go home and cook. Shui snapped out of it. Realizing what had happened, he reached out his hands to wrap them around Mo's neck. His eyes curved into bright crescents as he looked at Mo's calm and indifferent profile, his lips curving up, a faint pink blush on his tender cheeks. After lunch, Emo led Shui through the streets of Konoha, arriving at the front door of Kurenai Yuhi's house. Knock, knock, knock. After knocking on the door, Emo quietly waited to the side. Hurried footsteps soon echoed from inside the house, drawing closer and closer until they stopped right before the door. A moment later, the door opened with a creak. The young girl's ruby-like eyes sparkled as she stared at the boy standing at the doorway. Emo, you're here. Have you had lunch yet? Uchiha Emo nodded. Has Sister Kurenai not eaten yet? Shui, standing to the side, asked. Kurenai Yuhi shifted her gaze. Her attention had been too focused on Emo just now, only now noticing the presence of the little tot beside him. Eh? Shui? Shui nodded with a smile and said with squinted eyes, I'm also going to learn Genjutsu with Big Brother today. I won't be bothering Sister Kurenai, will I? Hearing this, Kurenai Yuhi unconsciously grabbed the corner of her clothes, her eyes darting around in panic as she awkwardly stepped aside to clear the doorway. Of course not. The Uchiha's eyes are really terrifying. Mo led Shursui into the entryway, his gaze turning toward the shoe cabinet. Seeing this, Kurenai Yuhi immediately bent down and took out 2 pairs of guest slippers from the cabinet. After Mo and Shursui changed their shoes, they stepped into Kurenai's home. It was worth mentioning that because Shursui was too young, even though the slippers were already very small, they were still slightly ill-fitting on his feet. With every step he took, the slippers made a pitter-patter sound. Led by Kurenai Yuhi, the two walked through the corridor and arrived at the courtyard behind the living room. Mo, what Genjutsu do you plan to guide me in? Kurenai Yuhi sat cross-legged on the grass, her expression somewhat excited. Although she did have other intentions in inviting Mo to her house, her desire to learn Genjutsu from him was also genuine. With Shursui here, her primary goal had clearly fallen through, so she could only reluctantly shift her focus to her secondary goal for now. If I become stronger, maybe Mo will look at me more, right? Such a thought crossed the young girl's mind. Mo looked at Kurenai Yuhi, then at Shursui, and slowly spoke. First of all, I want to ask you a question, what is Genjutsu? Hearing this, Kurenai Yuhi twirled her curly hair in confusion, her delicate face wrinkling slightly as she said tentatively, is it a technique that disrupts the opponent's 5 senses with chakra, causing them to fall into illusions? Mo did not judge whether she was right or wrong, but instead looked at Shursui. Shursui, what do you think? It's a technique used to deceive the opponent to achieve combat objectives. Shursui straightened up, his tone carrying a strong sense of confidence. As those words fell, the corners of Mo's lips curled up slightly. He looked at Kurenai and said, Kurenai, you are right. However, your immediate reaction upon hearing my question was to explain the conventional definition of Genjutsu, whereas Shursui's reaction was to answer what Genjutsu should be like. Kurenai Yuhi's fair face was filled with incomprehension, her delicate brows furrowing slightly. I don't understand what difference that makes. Mo shook his head. This is the level of Genjutsu application. No matter how powerful a Genjutsu master is, they won't foolishly tell the enemy they are about to use Genjutsu. The core of Genjutsu is not the technique, but the illusion, the deception. For you, if you want to make your sword powerful, the first thing you should do is not sharpen the blade, but learn how to swing it. 34 Chapter 34 The Root's Visit, That Lord. Chapter 34, A Visit from Root, That Lord. By the time they left, the sky had already begun to grow dark. After declining Kurenai Yuhi's offer to stay for dinner, Uchiha Mo took Shursui and set off on the way home. Today, he hadn't taught them any specific Genjutsu, but had focused more on the application of Genjutsu and theoretical knowledge such as release. Kurenai Yuhi listened in a daze, whereas Shursui understood it all very easily. However, Mo didn't expect Kurenai Yuhi to understand everything. As long as she had a general idea, learning Genjutsu in the future would be much easier for her. Before leaving, Mo left behind a scroll of demonic illusion, false surroundings technique for her to study on her own, saying he would return tomorrow to answer any questions. Uchiha Mo himself still had many things to deal with, so he naturally couldn't teach her step by step like a private tutor. After Mo and Shursui returned home and rested briefly, Shursui dove straight into the kitchen to start preparing dinner. Before long, the dining table was filled with excellent-looking dishes. Thanks to Mo's harvest in the land of birds, their meals had become much richer. Since both brothers were still in their growth phase, Mo naturally wouldn't be stingy with money when it came to food. Dinner officially began, but before they could eat more than a few bites, some uninvited guests suddenly arrived in the room. They were 3 figures wearing iron armor and animal masks, 2 men and 1 woman. They slipped into the room with a series of swishes through the open windows of the living room. Uchiha Mo, Uchiha Shursui. A certain important figure wishes to see you. Come with us now. Umbu? Updating is not easy, remember to share 101kenshu.com. Shirsui's hand holding his rice bowl paused slightly, and he turned to look hesitantly at his older brother. Mo remained expressionless, not even turning his head, as he picked up a piece of meat and placed it into his bowl. Eat. Ah. Oh. Hearing this, Shirsui ignored the umbu and continued to eat heartily. The three figures froze slightly. After a moment, the woman spoke sharply, "Put down your bowls and chopsticks, and come with me to see that lord." As her voice fell, the entire room sank into silence once more. Only the clinking of bowls and chopsticks and the sound of chewing could be heard. No one paid them any attention. The woman instantly clenched her fists, her entire body trembling slightly. Although her expression under the mask couldn't be seen, it was surely not pleasant judging from her body language. Tap. She took a step forward and reached out toward Mo's shoulder. However, the moment she moved, Uchiha Mo suddenly turned his head. His three-tomo Sharingan flashed with violent killing intent, and a powerful ocular power instantly flooded the entire room, a cold and terrifying aura striking everyone's nerves. Exclamation point. All three of them froze simultaneously, instinctively holding their breath. "If you dare stretch that hand over, I will chop you into pieces and feed you to my summoning beasts." Exclamation point. This guy isn't joking. He really will kill me. Looking into Mo's eyes, the woman's mind shuddered, and she stiffly pulled her hand back. "I'm only refraining from fighting him to complete Lord Danzo's mission." The female root member muttered to herself as if to comfort herself, and then stiffly stepped back to her original position. The three root members just watched quietly. After a short while, the food on the table was cleared, and Shirsui quickly and deftly cleaned up the dishes and the table. Only after Shirsui had finished cleaning everything did a tall male root member look at Uchiha Shirsui and say in a deep voice, "Should you come with us now?" Shirsui looked hesitantly at Mo, whose expression remained calm. "It's time for you to go to sleep. For teenagers, night is the golden time for physical growth." Even those with the superhuman constitutions of the ninja world were no exception, so Mo required Shirsui to always get plenty of sleep at night, no matter how busy he was. Shirsui looked at the three armored figures, then at his older brother, and finally nodded, walking toward his bedroom. Uchiha Mo. Hearing this, the three root members instantly grew furious. The man stepped forward directly, gritting his teeth, his voice trembling slightly with anger. "Do you have any idea what kind of figure wishes to see you? The three of us have already quietly waited for you brothers to finish an entire table of food. Don't you dare." "What kind of figure?" In front of the Uchiha, there are no so-called important figures. To the Uchiha, your master is merely a maggot in a ditch. How dare a creature that cannot stand the light try to pull rank on me? If he wants to see me, let him crawl out into the sunlight in all his ugliness. Before the root member could finish, Uchiha Mo interrupted him. "As for you, I never once said I would go with you." As his voice fell, the air fell into a deathly silence. The bodies of the three root members trembled, their expressions beneath their masks twisting with rage. "Since you refuse to do this the easy way, then we'll do it the hard way." With a low shout, the leading tall root member reached for the short sword on his back. The two beside him also instantly crouched, placing their right hands on their weapons, fully prepared for battle. "Courting death." Mo calmly uttered those two words, his eyes suddenly erupting with a crimson glow. "Genjutsu, Sharingan." A powerful ocular power instantly poured out. The leading root member reacted quickly, hastily averting his gaze, but his other two teammates shuddered and were instantly caught in the technique. The eyes of the two turned into the pattern of the Sharingan, and they stood frozen in place. The sole remaining root member hurriedly drew the short sword from his back, gripping the hilt tightly with both hands. He fixed his gaze firmly on Uchiha Mo's legs, cold sweat pouring down his face. Although they couldn't be called top-tier powerhouses, the three of them were still skilled chunin. Yet, when facing Uchiha Mo, his two teammates had no power to resist at all. Is this the greatest genius of the Uchiha since the founding of the village? The gap in our strength feels He swallowed hard, staring warily at the calves of the youth before him. However, Mo only glanced at him before turning around and heading toward his own bedroom. Go back and tell your master that the Uchiha is the strongest clan in the ninja world, and the power of the Sharingan will never be used by light-fearing rats. Tell him to save his breath. Tap, tap, tap. Asterisk creak. Click, asterisk. Only when the door opened and closed, and Uchiha Mo's figure completely vanished from the living room, did the root member lower his guard and begin to pant heavily. As the sound of the door closing echoed, his two root teammates beside him also slowly came to their senses. They woke up from the illusion, looking somewhat blankly at their heavily panting captain. Captain, what's wrong with you? The root member turned around, looked at his teammates, and said through gritted teeth. Let's go. We're going back to report the situation to the Lord. Eh? But what about the mission? Shut up. This guy is not someone to be trifled with. Obey orders. Chapter 35, The Great Elder's Invitation. Naka River. Clang, clang. Clang. Mo blocked Shirsui's incoming short blade with a horizontal sweep of his kunai. Amidst flying sparks, his other hand suddenly clawed toward Shirsui's hair. Shirsui's eyes shifted, and he swept his short blade upward to slash at Mo's wrist. However, in the next instant, Mo's hand reaching for Shirsui's had abruptly retracted, leaving the short blade to slice harmlessly through the air, just grazing his fingers. A feint? Oh no. Before Shirsui could finish his thought, a powerful side kick violently struck his abdomen. Ugh. Shirsui's pupils dilated in shock, his body doubling over like a shrimp. Feeling as though his bile was about to be squeezed out, his entire body was instantly sent flying. Thud. His back slammed heavily against a large tree before he fell to the ground, causing the entire trunk to shake. Mo did not press his advantage, but instead shook his head and said, Your Kenjutsu relies too heavily on the Sharingan. Without the Sharingan's dynamic vision and predictive abilities, you are easily deceived. Remember, you must first learn to actively observe during combat, and only then use the Sharingan to enhance your perception. That's enough for today. From now on, you are not allowed to use the Sharingan when practicing Kenjutsu. Shirsui rubbed his head and nodded, while Mo sat down cross-legged nearby to begin his own training. Although he was temporarily stuck on merging fire and lightning releases to form a bloodline limit, Mo still had other training tasks. His own talent might be considered top-tier compared to ordinary people, but Mo knew he was far inferior to geniuses of Shirsui and Kakashi's caliber. The reason he could possess such strength at the age of 10 was not only due to the abilities granted by the seven-colored lotus, but also because of his own hard work. Increasing proficiency and unlocking abilities could boost Mo's raw stats, but basic jutsu, practical combat skills, taijutsu, and genjutsu were all things he had to learn himself. However, precisely because the seven-colored lotus eased his burden and quantified his training progress, his training efficiency was twice as effective. According to the training schedule Mo had set for himself, today's focus was genjutsu. He pulled out a pre-prepared scroll from his ninja tool pouch, unrolled it on the ground, and began studying it closely. Demonic Illusion, Shackling Stakes Technique. This was an A-rank genjutsu that relied on the Sharingan, essentially a budget version of Tsukuyomi. It was this exact technique that Itachi used to defeat Orochimaru, forcing him to lead the Akatsuki organization. Its manifestation was similar to Tsukuyomi. The user would construct a mental world where the trapped enemy would feel as though their body was pierced by a massive iron stake. While enduring excruciating pain, they would be unable to move freely, with smaller iron stakes pinning their limbs as well. It was one of the strongest mental assault techniques among standard genjutsu. As the sun began to dip in the west, it was time for lunch again. The two headed home together, but just as they returned to the clan grounds, a squinty-eyed, middle-aged man with short brown hair and wearing a dark blue robe ran up to them. Seeing this, the two paused. Once he reached them, Shirsui asked, "Is there something wrong, Uncle Yashiro?" Uchiha Yashiro, 32 years old, a jonin, was a pillar of the clan's radical faction. In the original story, after Shirsui's death, it was he who led Uchiha Inabi and Uchiha Tekka to confront Itachi. Yashiro smiled, reaching out to ruffle Shirsui's hair. He then looked at Uchiha Emo on the left, his eyes opening slightly as he said, "Emo, the Great Elder has invited you to his house for lunch today." Uchiha Emo looked up at the sky, then turned his gaze and said, "Understood. Shisui, you come with me too." He had just given the Root a resounding slap in the face yesterday. Knowing Danzo's petty nature, he was probably furious. Therefore, Shisui couldn't be too far from him right now, or else he worried that Mad Dog might do something extreme. "Eh? Me too? Is that appropriate?" Shisui pointed to himself, looking at Uchiha Yashiro with some confusion. "Ha ha ha. Don't worry, the Great Elder's household has more than enough food for you too," Yashiro laughed, rubbing Shirsui's head into a messy bird's nest. The brothers' parents had passed away before Shisui was even a year old. At 5 years old, Emo had earned money by going on missions with clan members while relying on their parents' inheritance to raise Shisui by placing him in various foster homes within the clan. Thus, Shisui could be said to have been raised by the entire clan. Almost all the elders in the clan adored this exceptionally talented and mild-mannered child. Moreover, since he was Mo's younger brother, they had never mistreated him. In fact, most clan members refused to take money when taking Shisui in, but Mo had insisted on forcing it upon them. "Let's go. If we take any longer, the Great Elder will start to worry." Uchiha Yashiro patted Shisui on the shoulder and began to lead the way, with the two brothers following closely behind. The Great Elder lived near the Naka Shrine, and since Mo and Shisui had returned to the clan grounds from the Naka River, the distance was not very far. After a short walk, a dark, small house came into their view. Yashiro led them into the courtyard and called out toward the house. "Elder Setsuna, I brought Mo." As soon as he finished speaking, a series of steady footsteps echoed from inside the house. Moments later, a slightly gaunt old man with a somewhat gloomy expression emerged from the darkness of the doorway. He had short, salt and pepper hair, and despite his aged appearance, his eyes remained bright and piercing. Uchiha Setsuna, 51 years old, was of the same age as Hiruzen Sarutobi. He was currently the Great Elder within the Uchiha clan and also the leader of the Hawk faction, holding a highly influential position. "Shisui is here too. Come in and sit down." Shisui returned the smile and followed Mo into the house, while Uchiha Yashiro turned and left. The meal Setsuna prepared was not particularly lavish. In terms of presentation, quantity, and taste, it fell short of what Shisui usually prepared at home, but the two brothers had no complaints. The three of them gathered around a small table and quickly finished the food. After downing the last cup of sake, Setsuna finally turned his gaze to Shisui and said softly, "Shisui, please wait outside for a moment. I have some matters to discuss with your brother." Shisui looked up at Mo's profile, and seeing no objection, he nodded, stood up, slid open the living room door, and went out into the courtyard. Setsuna placed his sake cup on the table and looked at Mo's calm face. "I heard. You've awakened the 3 Tomo Sharingan? And you even destroyed 4 of Kakuzu's hearts?" Mo did not reply, but his black eyes suddenly turned crimson, with 3 pitch-black Tomo spinning quietly within his pupils. Setsuna was slightly taken aback, though his expression did not change much. He remained silent for a moment, seemingly organizing his thoughts. "Mo, how do you think the current Uchiha should deal with Konoha?" 36 Chapter 36 Danzo's Fury, Uchiha and Konoha. Chapter 36, The Enraged Danzo, Uchiha and Konoha. The story goes back to last night. Konoha, Root Base. The 3 Root members who had left Uchiha Mo quickly returned to the underground base, slipping into the dark and damp subterranean depths. The 3 of them moved swiftly through the base and soon arrived before Danzo Shimura. At this time, Danzo was only just beginning to show signs of aging. Although he was already in his 50s, for a ninja, he was only just starting to leave his peak. Even without deliberately projecting it, his heavy, condensed aura combined with the majesty of a longtime superior made others dare not look at him directly. Lord Danzo. The three of them quickly knelt on one knee, bowing their heads low, not daring to look up. Danzo Shimura was lying on his stone chair with his eyes closed. Hearing the sound, he lifted an eyelid and looked up. Seeing that they had returned empty-handed, he sat up slightly, lowered his gaze, and asked. What happened? Where are Uchiha Emo and Uchiha Shursui? Lord. Lord Danzo. The leading root member's voice trembled, and he hesitated to speak. Danzo Shimura's eyes sharpened as he spoke sharply. Speak. Uchiha Emo. He refused to cooperate and even attacked us with Genjutsu. Your subordinates are incompetent and failed to bring him back. As he spoke, his hunched body, pressed against the ground, began to tremble violently. Having been in charge of Root for many years, Danzo Shimura knew his subordinates inside out. Seeing the violent trembling of the leader, he propped himself up and asked in a suspicious, low voice. Is that all? Lord. The Root member did not dare to deceive Danzo, nor did he dare to repeat Mo's exact words. For a moment, his heart was filled with extreme anxiety, his body shook like chaff, cold sweat poured down like rain, his teeth chattered, and he cried out helplessly. Speak. As Danzo Shimura's cold voice fell, the Root member immediately prostrated himself on the ground, grit his teeth, and, as if throwing caution to the wind, blurted out all of Uchiha Mo's words in one breath. Uchiha Emo said that there are no so-called grand figures in front of the Uchiha, and that to the Uchiha, you are just a maggot in the gutter. He said if you want to see him, you should crawl out into the sunlight yourself in all your ugliness. He also said, the Uchiha is the strongest clan in the ninja world, and the power of the Sharingan will not be used by light-fearing rodents, so you should give up on that idea, my lord. As the words fell, the entire dark room fell into a dead silence. The three of them kept their heads bowed low, not even daring to breathe loudly, remaining as motionless as stone statues for fear of drawing Danzo's attention. Crack, crack, crack. A cringe-inducing sound of cracking suddenly rang out. After an unknown amount of time, Danzo's indifferent voice finally came from above. You may leave first. As if granted a grand pardon, the three of them hurriedly got up with their heads bowed and left. Once there was no one left in the dark room, a violent, angry roar suddenly erupted. Arrogant. A disrespectful, inherently evil Uchiha brat. How dare he insult me like this? An enraged Danzo Shimura stood up, smashed his cane, which hit a sword, directly onto the stone chair, kicked the chair over, and continued to roar. I have willingly immersed myself in the darkness for Konoha for decades. How could a mere child like you understand the greatness of my sacrifice? That despicable Uchiha brat dares to act like this. I will. As he spoke, Danzo narrowed his eyes, which flickered with a dangerous light. However, just as a thought arose in his mind, Hiruzen Sarutobi's serious face suddenly flashed through his head. Do not have any thoughts you shouldn't have toward those two brothers, at least not for now. Humph. Danzo snorted coldly, took a deep breath, and muttered to himself. Fine. For Hiruzen's sake, Uchiha Emo, I will give you one more chance. I hope you do not make a mistake. Emo, how do you think the current Uchiha should treat Konoha? Setsuna looked straight into Uchiha Mo's clear black eyes. Their eyes met, and the air fell into silence for a moment. After a long while, Uchiha Emo finally spoke slowly. Grand Elder, did you call me here just to ask such a boring question like how to fight with wild dogs for food? Or do you expect me to play along as an actor in this tedious drama? As his words fell, Uchiha Setsuna was stunned. When he realized what Emo meant, his face quickly turned extremely unsightly. However, he did not lose his temper. After all, the person in front of him was indeed the greatest Uchiha genius he had ever seen, second only to that man. Do you think the Uchiha shouldn't fight for power in Konoha? His gloomy eyes stared intently at Uchiha Emo, and his slightly questioning words added a touch of solemn chill to the atmosphere. But Emo remained expressionless, calmly asking in response. Konoha? Power? Do you think learning to play politics like others can restore the Uchiha to its former glory? he said, shaking his head with a soft chuckle. I don't believe it. If the Uchiha could take this path, we wouldn't be in this situation today. Then where do you think the future of the Uchiha lies? Uchiha Setsuna was somewhat puzzled. Judging from Mo's words, his stance was indeed firmly on the side of the clan, yet Mo seemed to show utter disdain for both of the internal voices within the Uchiha. Mo quietly looked at Setsuna, his black eyes suddenly turning into the blood-red three-tomo pattern. This is the Sharingan, undeniably the strongest bloodline limit in the ninja world. The only thing capable of rivaling it was the Senju's absurd physique, but the Senju have already dissolved. So why must the Uchiha limit itself to a single village, worrying about how to fight with wild dogs for food? Does the Uchiha not have the ability to hunt on its own? Exclamation point. As the words reached his ears, Setsuna was stunned. He stared blankly at Uchiha Mo, and in a daze, two completely different faces seemed to gradually overlap. Clan head. Looking at the dazed Setsuna, Mo continued, the Uchiha is the strongest clan in the ninja world. Konoha does not belong to the Uchiha, and the Uchiha does not belong to Konoha. The same idea had been brought up decades ago by another person, the strongest figure in the 1,000-year history of the Uchiha. Back then, the Uchiha were immersed in illusions of a beautiful future, and not a single person was willing to lead with him. Back then, Setsuna was only a young child, naively believing that the clan head was merely out on a mission, and failed to seize the opportunity. And no one could have expected that decades later, another person would present the same opportunity before him. But the difference was that this time, the one proposing this idea was a mere 10-year-old Uchiha youth, while Setsuna was already the aging grand elder of the Uchiha. Looking at the handsome and exceptionally talented Uchiha youth before him, Setsuna's heart was filled with a complex mix of emotions. So alike. He is simply too alike. I think the person I have been waiting for all this time has finally descended upon the Uchiha once more. Chapter 37, Setsuna, Uchiha Forbidden Techniques. Uchiha Setsuna sighed and said slowly. Mo, did you know? You're not the first person to propose this idea. With that, Setsuna looked up, seemingly lost in his memories. That was decades ago. The legendary ninja, the clan head, Uchiha Madara. He once had a similar idea to yours, but back then, no one in the Uchiha was willing to follow him. Setsuna then lost himself in his memories, recounting that period of history in a calm, steady tone. Mo just watched him quietly. Only after Setsuna finished did he speak calmly. Does the great elder mean that the Uchiha won't accept my idea? Theoretically speaking, yes. The clan head's immense strength wasn't even enough to make the clan members make up their minds, let alone you, Mo, who is only 10 years old. However, time changes everything. If you want to do it, and if it's you, then I believe you can definitely achieve it, Mo. Setsuna looked into Mo's eyes, his expression serious, carrying an inexplicable certainty. Why? Mo was somewhat puzzled. Although the talent he displayed was astonishing enough, the great elder's immense confidence seemed to stem from something beyond mere talent. Uchiha Setsuna fell silent for a moment. Then, he suddenly raised his hand to pour himself a cup of sake before speaking slowly. The Uchiha has a heritage spanning 1,000 years. Although the Sengoku period was chaotic, for the sake of ancestral worship, the Uchiha still preserved relatively complete historical records. During the Sengoku period, with the various clans constantly fighting, the clan had no time to organize these historical documents. However, after the founding of Konoha, the Uchiha enjoyed a relatively peaceful period. Thus, the clan higher-ups at the time discussed and decided to organize the Uchiha's historical records. Once they organized them, the clan head and elders discovered a shocking pattern. Hearing this, and recalling how Uchiha Setsuna had suddenly brought up Madara earlier, Mo already had a rough guess in his mind. He remained outwardly calm, but in reality, he was truly shocked. Had the Uchiha already discovered that Indra's chakra would continuously reincarnate? Although it was somewhat unbelievable, if this hypothesis held true, Then there was a reliable explanation for why the Uchiha in the original work foolishly insisted on a coup d'état despite not knowing the clan's true strength. That is, a portion of the informed radical higher-ups mistook Shisui for the reincarnation of Indra's chakra. This would also explain why Shisui's death triggered such a massive reaction from the Uchiha, and why they were already in a point-of-no-return state after Shisui was gone. Uchiha Setsuna drank the sake in his cup in one gulp and continued. We discovered that nearly every 100 years, an extremely special individual would appear within the Uchiha. He might not necessarily reach the terrifying strength of the clan head, but to other ninja, he would already be an unreachable existence. And now, about 80 years have passed since the birth of the clan head. He raised his eyes, and a sudden gleam flashed through his old, cloudy gaze. This discovery circulated among the clan higher-ups for a long time. Some believed the Uchiha was uniquely blessed and it was just a coincidence, while others believed this was a certain objective pattern existing in the destiny of the Uchiha clan. By now, many of those who knew have passed away, leaving only a few old guys like me still alive. I had been waiting all this time, thinking I would have to wait at least another 10 years to see this person. But now. With that, he set down his wine cup, leaned forward, and drew close to Uchiha Mo. I feel that this person has already appeared. Mo, since you first began to make a name for yourself, I have been observing and paying close attention to you. Your talent is the strongest among any Uchiha I have ever seen, even the clan head might not have been your match at this age. Your combat intelligence and killing techniques are likewise so outstanding that you don't seem like a young boy at all. Most importantly, your mindset is the closest to the clan heads of anyone I have ever seen. Despite being an Uchiha living in an era of peace, the darkness within you is even deeper than that of us remnants of the Sengoku period. You are the person I have been waiting for. Uchiha Setsuna straightened his back, his aged face slightly flushed, his eyes staring intently and spiritedly into Mo's eyes. Mo's expression remained calm, showing no excitement over this misunderstanding. I am who I am, Uchiha Mo, and no one else. No. You are the one the Uchiha has been waiting for. However, Mo's denial did not dampen Uchiha Setsuna's confidence, instead, it made him even more certain of his hypothesis. So alike. Just too alike. Someone as egoistic as the clan head would never admit to such a thing. Setsuna thought to himself. Looking at Setsuna's increasingly excited face, Mo gave up on trying to explain. So? Even if I am that person, what of it? Setsuna curled his lips into a slight chuckle and suddenly stood up. Wait a moment. With that, Setsuna quickly left the living room and returned to his bedroom. In just a few breaths' time, he came back holding a massive scroll. Take it. He handed the scroll to Mo. Mo glanced at the excited Setsuna, reached out, and took the scroll. Setsuna sat cross-legged on the floor again, pouring himself another full cup of wine as he said. This scroll contains all the ninjutsu, taijutsu, secret techniques, and forbidden techniques recorded by the Uchiha. As well as those two legendary taboo techniques. Izanagi and Izanami? Mo's pupils contracted slightly, quite surprised. Setsuna nodded. Indeed. It is precisely Izanagi and Izanami. However, you also know the price of using these two techniques. Mo, you must never use forbidden techniques unless it is absolutely necessary. Mo unrolled the scroll, nodding as he scanned through it. I already know your thoughts. More than 40 years ago, the Uchiha failed to hold on to the clan head, but now. The other old geezers and I will fully support your decisions. Focus entirely on increasing your strength. I promise you, when the time is ripe, the Uchiha will follow closely in your footsteps. The future of the Uchiha rests on your shoulders. I believe you can bring new light to the Uchiha, which has been dormant in darkness for over 40 years. Snap. Uchiha Mo closed the scroll, a smile playing on his lips. With just a cursory scan of the index, Uchiha Mo had already found several ninjutsu he needed, such as the transcription seal, demonic illusion, mirror heaven and earth change, and the 5 elements seal. I will use the power of these eyes to forge a new future for the Uchiha. 38 Chapter 38 Rotten Roots Buried in the Mud, Snake. Chapter 38, Rotten Roots Buried in Silt, Snake. By the time they left the Great Elder's residence, it was already afternoon. Uchiha Mo brought Shisui home to rest for a while, then quickly headed to Kurina Yuhi's home. As the afternoon passed, Kurina Yuhi's performance exceeded Mo's expectations. Judging from the original work, Kurina Yuhi should have just been an ordinary person with a little talent, likely reaching at most the Jonin level in her lifetime. However, in just one day, she had almost mastered demonic illusion, false surroundings technique, and some of the questions she asked were, in Mo's view, right on the mark. This level of Jinjutsu talent, while not comparable to an Uchiha genius like Shisui, was already considered extremely superior among mortals. However, even so, Mo did not pay too much attention to it. After all, without the support of the Sharingan or Rinnegan, the upper limit of Jinjutsu is too low. A powerhouse specializing in Jinjutsu is destined to never reach the top tier. Even Mo himself only learned Jinjutsu for its functionality and to incidentally improve his own Jinjutsu resistance. After finishing the lesson, the sky had already darkened. Uchiha Mo took Shisui to say goodbye to Kurina Yuhi and set off on the road home. Konoha was somewhat desolate in the night, with few people on the streets, but warm lights shone from the surrounding houses, and occasionally, laughter from dining tables drifted onto the street. Kenta. You can't be a picky eater, you need to eat more vegetables to grow taller. I don't want to. Vegetables taste terrible, Mom. You child. Alright, honey, if Kenta doesn't want to eat them, just let it be. The laughter was clearly audible, and Shisui suddenly looked up at Uchiha Mo's profile. There were no figures of parents in his memories, but he had never felt any sense of lack. This was all because one person had used equally tender shoulders to carry all of this. Although Mo had a cold personality, Shisui had a personal understanding of the phrase "an elder brother is like a father." Therefore, hearing such a conversation at this moment, he did not feel any nostalgia. Instead, a question arose in his heart. What would a person like my brother be like if he started a family in the future? Thinking this, the image of Uchiha Mo smiling and pleading for a child at the dinner table immediately rose in his mind. Honey. For just a split second, Shisui shuddered with disgust at that image and hurriedly denied such a guess. This is just too disgusting. But immediately after, he suddenly remembered the attentive look Kurina Yuhi had when facing his brother, and the curiosity in his heart was instantly nourished again, growing wildly, as if a feather were gently tickling the tip of his heart. He looked up at Mo's profile and asked, Nisan, do you know of Sister Kurina? Before he could finish, Shisui saw Mo suddenly stop his pace, then pull him behind his back. A pair of eyes lit up with scarlet light, staring straight at the direction of the clan compound gate ahead. Rats, come out. Shisui came back to his senses and hurriedly poked his head out from behind Mo, looking vigilantly at the bright red torii gate ahead. Tap, tap, tap. A figure slowly stepped out from behind the side pillar of the torii gate, step by step. It wasn't until he reached the center that he stood still and then slowly turned around. This was a man with a gloomy face, a hooked nose, narrow triangular eyes, and a few wrinkles on his face, showing signs of aging. His entire face was slightly gaunt, with prominent cheekbones and an X-shaped scar on his chin. His forehead and left eye were tightly wrapped in white bandages, making him highly recognizable. Danzo Shimura bandages visible. Brat, didn't you say that if I wanted to see you, I would have to crawl uglily under the sun myself? Now that I am here, what are you afraid of? Why do you hesitate? Upon hearing this, Uchiha Mo did not respond but looked up at the dark night sky and suddenly let out a soft laugh. Shisui could clearly see the veins bulging on the man's forehead, his hands gripping his cane tightly, and a visible aura of anger erupting from him. But just a few seconds later, he eerily calmed down. Uchiha Mo, Uchiha Shisui, I am Danzo Shimura, an advisor. Konoha needs the strength of you two brothers. Konoha has always been using my strength. Mo's expression was calm, the tomo in his eyes slowly rotating. Then you may leave. I need to talk to Shursui. Danzo Shimura shifted his gaze to Shursui, who was poking his head out from behind Mo. With things having developed to this point, Danzo Shimura had already realized that Uchiha Mo was not an easy character to deal with. Although he appeared to be only 10 years old, his self-will was already very strong, making it difficult to mold him into the shape he wanted. Moreover, Danzo's original target was this younger, more easily manipulated Uchiha. Mo glanced at Shursui, about to speak, but Shursui suddenly stepped out from behind him and preemptively said, I have nothing to talk to you about. You were the one who had people monitor me before, right? I do not approve of such methods. Hearing this, the corners of Uchiha Mo's mouth lifted slightly, and he said nothing more. Danzo Shimura narrowed his eyes and said in a deep voice, Naive brat. This is exactly how we protect the village. Konoha is such a massive entity, do you think everything is as bright and beautiful as you see it? Where there is light, there will be shadows. Konoha needs the leaves basking in the sunlight, and it also needs the roots buried deep in the darkness. The prosperity and flourishing you see are only because existences like me are in the darkness, bearing some heavy burdens for the village. As he spoke, an indescribable aura emanated from Danzo, an incredibly firm will. Although some of the things Danzo did later caused more harm to Konoha than contributions, at this time, before Hiruzen Sarutobi had taken power for the second time, he had not yet fallen into a state of madness due to obsession, and he was indeed qualified to say such things. Shursui looked at Uchiha Mo somewhat helplessly. No matter how much of a genius he was, at 5 years old, he was clearly no match for an old fox like Danzo Shimura in this kind of debate. Mo grabbed Shursui's wrist with one hand and responded indifferently. Then you can carry it yourself. Saying this, he took Shursui by the hand and was about to walk past Danzo into the clan compound. Danzo Shimura's expression became even gloomier. He narrowed his single eye, looking gloomily at the two approaching, and said sharply, No one can refuse me a second time. Uchiha Mo, can you bear my wrath? Your anger is not worth mentioning in the face of the Uchiha name. Uchiha Mo pulled Shursui past Danzo, without looking back, and said this with a calm expression. As soon as his voice fell, Danzo suddenly raised his cane and thrust it violently toward Uchiha Mo without any warning. Chapter 39, Repelling Danzo, Shadows of the Past. Clang! The tip of the cane struck the gleaming blade of the straight sword, sending sparks flying. Uchiha Mo maintained the posture of drawing Futsu no Mitama from his waist with one hand to block the cane, while his other hand quickly pushed Shursui back. Simultaneously, he turned his head to lock eyes with Danzo Shimura. Under these circumstances, even if I killed you, Sandaime couldn't say anything, could he? As his words fell, the three tomo in Uchiha Mo's Sharingan suddenly constricted, and an intensely cold aura abruptly emanated from his body. Danzo Shimura was startled, his hand trembling as he pulled the cane back. This guy, his ocular power is actually no less than the one in my left eye. Is he really only 10 years old? It seems it's no longer possible to abduct Shursui without anyone noticing. Having made up his mind, Danzo turned around and replied in a flat voice, I merely wanted to test the mettle of the village's younger generation of geniuses. Now it seems you truly live up to the name Blood Ninja. Since he wasn't confident he could take Shursui away without alerting the Sandaime Hokage, an old fox like Danzo would naturally not strike again so easily. Uchiha Mo tightened his grip on the sword hilt. Watching Danzo's back, his expression remained unchanged, but the three tomo in his eyes spun rapidly, his ocular power climbing swiftly. But just then, Uchiha Mo suddenly felt a tug on his clothes from behind. He turned back to see Shursui looking at him with a serious expression, shaking his head slightly. Shing, click. Uchiha Mo turned back and loosened his grip. The Futsu no Mitama slid back into its sheath on its own. The sound of the tsuba clicking against the scabbard rang out crisply. Glancing at Danzo, Uchiha Mo led Shursui and continued walking toward the depths of the compound. Rotten roots should honestly stay buried in the dark mud and struggle there, stop coming out to make a fool of yourself. As his words fell, the two figures completely distanced themselves from Danzo. Danzo Shimura's temple throbbed violently. He turned his head, brow furrowed, staring intently at the conspicuous fan symbol on Uchiha Mo's back. Uchiha. Teacher was right, and I am right too. The Uchiha are evil by nature and are indeed a clan that needs to be purged. It is Hiruzen who is too soft. But it doesn't matter, I will help Konoha sweep away all obstacles. After saying this, Danzo withdrew his gaze from Uchiha Mo and then vanished from the spot using the body flicker technique. Hiss, on the branch of a cherry blossom tree in front of the Uchiha compound, a small white snake flicked its scarlet tongue in the moonlight. It looked at the spot where Danzo had vanished, then turned and slithered down the trunk to the ground, quickly and nimbly disappearing into the bushes. Uchiha Mo and Shisui, the two brothers, returned home in silence. It wasn't until they were back in the living room that Shisui finally couldn't hold back and asked with confusion, "Nisan, who exactly was that person? You seem to really hate him." Hearing this, Uchiha Mo lowered his head, looking at Shisui's young, innocent face, and remained silent for a while. "Since we've already been targeted, I'll tell you a few things in advance." As he spoke, Uchiha Mo hung his robe on the rack and sat down at the table in the living room. Seeing this, Shisui quickly sat down opposite him, assuming the posture of a well-behaved student ready to listen. "That man is named Danzo Shimura. He was a disciple of the Nidaime Hokage, Tobarama Senju, and a teammate of our grandfather, Uchiha Kagami." "Grandfather?" Shisui's face showed astonishment. Uchiha Mo didn't elaborate on that topic and continued, "The Nidaime died too suddenly, so when Hiruzen Sarutobi took office as Sandaime, it wasn't through a Jonin vote. Instead, his position was established by a will from the Hokage brought back by the Hokage Guard platoon. Naturally, such a result could not convince everyone. Therefore, the members of the Hokage Guard platoon banded together for the sake of Hiruzen Sarutobi's position as Hokage, surviving that turbulent period together. The end result was that Sandaime secured his position, and the Hokage gained 3 advisor elders by his side. Among these 3 advisors, Danzo is the most unique existence. He controls Root, and while Root is nominally a subordinate training organization of the Umbu, in reality, it is responsible for handling unsavory matters in the shadows. In terms of actual power, it is not much smaller than the Umbu. Hearing this, Shisui was even more confused. "So, does that mean Danzo was actually just trying to recruit us to serve the village today?" As his words fell, Uchiha Mo looked into Shisui's eyes for a moment before saying, "Back then, the Nidaime and the Hokage Guard platoon were surrounded by the elite forces of Kinkaku and Ginkaku in Kumogakure. He claimed that for anyone to survive, someone had to stay behind to cover the retreat. Hiruzen Sarutobi stepped forward without hesitation, which is why he became the Sandaime. This matter has always been a knot in Danzo's heart. He felt that he was only a split second slower back then and that his resolve was no less than Hiruzen Sarutobi's. Danzo considers himself better suited for the position of Hokage than Hiruzen Sarutobi, harboring a massive obsession with the Hokage seat. He believes he is the true successor to Tobarama Senju's will, and this has led to one result. That is, Danzo Shimura harbors an almost paranoid hatred for the Uchiha. This. Shisui recalled his brother's reaction when facing Danzo. He was gripping his ninja sword tightly, his fingers tapping continuously on the hilt. Shisui understood that this was his brother's subconscious action when considering how to kill someone. No wonder Nisan reacted so strongly when he saw Danzo make a move. Shisui muttered to himself, then realized, "So, brother, you think Danzo's attempt to pull us into Root must be malicious?" That is the inevitable conclusion. Uchiha Mo did not deny it. Furthermore, the fact is that Danzo has not inherited a single fraction of Tobarama Senju's will or methods, nor could he do any better than Hiruzen Sarutobi. He is merely a clown performing an ugly dance on an empty stage, yet he thinks he is highly skilled. Following this, Shisui heard Uchiha Mo begin to mercilessly attack the village's advisor elders. It is an undeniable fact that Tobarama Senju disliked the Uchiha. However, despite not wanting to admit it, in reality, Tobirama Senju did not hold much prejudice against the Uchiha. Or rather, the prejudice he showed the Uchiha was a corresponding precaution based on an objective fact. The old Senju ghost did indeed achieve a form of impartiality in a certain sense, and he did not fear the Uchiha like a tiger. To those in power, the existence of the Uchiha is clearly a double-edged sword. As long as one can control it, it is an incredibly sharp divine weapon. The old Senju ghost believed he could control the Uchiha, so the Uchiha did not have too difficult a time during the initial founding stage of Konoha. But mediocre people like Danzo and Sandaime only know how to seal the divine weapon in its scabbard, only hurriedly taking it out to swing it a couple of times when it's needed, then quickly sealing it away again for fear of hurting themselves. This was the first time Shursui had heard his brother speak like this. Based on Uchiha Mo's usual behavior, Shursui had thought he was one of the old-school Uchiha who deeply hated the night aim. 40 Chapter 40 The Snake in the Shadows. Chapter 40 The Snake in the Shadows. Lord Danzo. A man wearing a black cloak and black sunglasses knelt on one knee and called out respectfully. Ryoma, go and bring Orochimaru here. Danzo stood with his back to Aburame Ryoma, his facial expression obscured. Ryoma responded in a deep voice, yes. With those words, he quickly stood up and left. Danzo stood alone in the dark underground chamber, his right hand constantly rubbing the cane in his grip. Orochimaru, this guy is dangerous. Although we have only just reached a cooperative relationship, I'm afraid I'll have to concede some benefits if I want to utilize him. Danzo Shimura narrowed his eyes, his right fingers tapping sequentially on the top of his cane. Uchiha Mo. Rotten roots should honestly stay buried in the dark sludge and struggle there. Stop coming out to make a fool of yourself. A cold taunt faintly echoed in his mind. Danzo gripped his cane tightly, with such force that it even emitted a creak sound. It's just a loss of some benefits. If I can eliminate this scourge for Konoha, it will be worth it. As if speaking a word of self-consolation, the sound of footsteps faintly drifted from the corridor outside the dark chamber. Tap, tap, tap. As the footsteps drew closer, a pale-faced man appeared at the doorway. He had long black hair, and beneath his golden slit pupils, a narrow purple eyeshadow extended all the way to the sides of his nose. This man was handsome yet dangerous, like a bewitching spider lily on the path to the underworld. Orochimaru looked forward. Danzo was standing with his back to him, his overall posture somewhat stiff, and his back held straight, clearly in a bad mood. He narrowed his golden slit pupils, and the intelligence he had just received surfaced in his mind. How interesting. Orochimaru came to a halt in front of Danzo and spoke in that unique, hoarse voice. Danzo, I'm here. You should know that I'm in the middle of experiments at this time, right? The price for calling me over to do business now is quite expensive. As he spoke, Orochimaru's lips curled, his eyes filled with undisguised greed. This poisonous snake. Danzo cursed inwardly, then turned around and said with a calm expression. I have a new project, and I think you will definitely be interested in it. Although Orochimaru had already guessed what it was, he still cooperatively revealed a look of slight anticipation. Let's hear it. Sharingan, a power capable of rivaling would release. How about it? Heh. Orochimaru sneered, I don't want to be targeted by those lunatics of the Uchiha clan. It doesn't matter. I will prepare the timing and cover for the strike. With your strength combined with my cooperation, no one will get wind of it at all. Danzo said, looking straight into Orochimaru's eyes, without dodging or blinking, his expression calm. And the benefits? Orochimaru seemed tempted, his hoarse tone rising slightly. As the beginning of our cooperation, this first pair of Sharingan belongs to you. I will provide new experimental funding, but when there are research results, the first copy must be mine. As a seasoned old fox, Danzo understood deeply that he must not appear too eager at this moment, otherwise he would inevitably expose his true intentions and end up paying a heavy price. But no matter how much he calculated, he could not have imagined that Orochimaru had come to see him with the answer already in mind. Hee. Orochimaru extended his long, narrow tongue to lick his upper lip. No rush. First, tell me who your target is. Their eyes met, and the air suddenly went quiet. After a long while, Danzo calmly spat out 4 words. Uchiha Mo. Danzo, are you joking with me? Orochimaru's pale face instantly lost its smile, his snake pupils contracted, and a cold, sinister aura spread throughout the underground chamber. This is a genius currently in the limelight of the Uchiha. Choosing him as a target at this time. Danzo, you aren't using me to remove an obstacle, are you? Danzo's eyelid twitched, and he gripped his cane tightly. I can increase the experimental funding. Hee hee. Orochimaru curled his lips at these words and once again extended his long, narrow tongue to lick his lips. Build me another laboratory of the same level as a reserve for Sharingan-related experiments. Orochimaru. Don't be insatiable. Danzo narrowed his single eye and tapped the floor with his cane. Heh. Their gazes met in the air. A cruel smile curled the corners of Orochimaru's mouth, his golden pupils filled with undisguised greed, refusing to yield in the slightest. High-precision experimental equipment isn't easy to obtain. You provide the channels, I will find a way. Agreed. Orochimaru glanced at Danzo's bandaged eye, then chuckled softly, turned around, and walked toward the door. Pleasure doing business with you, Danzo. After leaving the doorway, the smile on Orochimaru's face faded. In his mind, he suddenly recalled the scene from the Uchiha compound earlier. Uchiha Mo. His killing intent toward Danzo at that time was real. Why would a 10-year-old child be so certain that he could kill the darkness of the ninja world who has dominated the ninja world for decades? Is it ignorance, stupidity, arrogance, or is it? How interesting. Accompanied by steady footsteps, Orochimaru's body completely vanished into the darkness, leaving no trace. So that's it. Orochimaru, huh? It seems this is indeed a bit troublesome. In the darkness, a pair of scarlet eyes slowly closed. In a flash, a month passed. Uchiha Mo had already completed the task of teaching Genjutsu to Kurenai, and during this month, he had also taken teammate out to perform a second mission. Time had been peaceful, but Mo felt it was very strange. Could it be that Danzo and Orochimaru meeting wasn't about him, but just a simple collaboration? During this month, he almost never let Shursui leave his sight. However, half a month had passed, and they hadn't detected the slightest anomaly. Then, the restless members of Team 8 clamored to take on another mission. Mo thought about it and felt that this might be exactly what Danzo had in mind. So, during a C-rank bandit suppression mission, Mo remained on high alert with Shursui throughout, prepared for an attack at any moment. But until they returned to Konoha, they hadn't felt the slightest anomaly, and even his clairvoyance hadn't captured a single shadow of root. He was puzzled, had Danzo really given up? After all, leaving the village was absolutely the best time to strike, but when he saw Asuma in front of the team, holding a pair of flying swallows and looking high and mighty, Mo hesitated. Perhaps Danzo just didn't want to provoke Hiruzen Sarutobi? Just like that, on a morning 1 month later, just as Mo was about to temporarily lower his guard, the change occurred. Chapter 41, Danger. Orochimaru attacks. The two brothers had just stepped into the small woods. Mo had just placed the spare target for shuriken training on the ground when he instantly sensed that something was amiss. Silence. The surroundings were too quiet. Ordinarily, at this time, the dense forest of the Naka River should be filled with birdsong, and from time to time, crows would flap past. But now, except for the rushing sound of that river, Mo could not hear a single sound. He stood up and made a gesture to Shursui. Shursui nodded an instant understanding. However, before he could react, 4 figures hidden under black robes rushed out from the dense forest in the east, south, west, and north. 10 Shin Si Mao In. For Violet Flames Formation. ×4. As the voice fell, a purple square barrier rose instantly, enclosing the hundreds of meters of open space around the two of them. Then, inside the barrier, 4 smaller square barriers rose at the 4 corners, protecting the 4 black-robed figures inside. Uchiha-mo's eyes narrowed. His body flickered in front of Shisui, watching above vigilantly. Following his gaze, a figure quickly fell from the sky, smashing into the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. Emo-kun, what keen perception! You almost escaped. Accompanied by a hoarse male voice, the figure gradually stepped out of the smoke. Unnaturally pale skin, narrow golden slit pupils, and purple eyeshadow extending to the wings of his nose, without a doubt, the person in front of them was one of the legendary Sannin. Orochimaru? Shisui exclaimed in shock after seeing the person's face, then quickly placed his hand on the short sword on his back. Brother, run. Their target is just me, I'll hold them off. Saying this, a tomo appeared in Shisui's large eyes, and he stepped forward. Stop causing trouble. Emo glanced at Shisui beside him, grabbed him by the collar, and threw him behind. For violet flames formation. In front of this barrier, it was impossible for a regular ninja to escape without taking down the enemy. That expression. It seems Emo-kun recognizes this jutsu. Orochimaru extended his tongue to lick the corner of his mouth, looking at Uchiha Emo with interest. Emo looked at Orochimaru with a calm expression, his right hand resting on the hilt of his blade. Whoosh. Spare me the useless chatter. Danzo, that one-eyed stray dog, sent a useless snake to kill me? Wait until I peel your snake scales off before I chop that stray dog into pieces to feed the summoning beasts. He drew Futsu no Mitama. Emo gripped the long blade tightly, his body slightly lowered, and 3 pitch-black tomo slowly rotated in his eye sockets, watching the man in front of him vigilantly. Although his words were dismissive, the man in front of him was, after all, Orochimaru, one of the Sannin, and at this time, he had not yet created flaws in his genjutsu due to using the living corpse reincarnation. He was at his absolute peak. Don't be so agitated, Emo-kun. Orochimaru's mouth curled into an arc. We don't necessarily have to be like this. Since you realized it was Danzo who sent me, you should understand that I personally don't have any malice toward you. And you don't need to be in a hurry. To ensure nothing goes wrong, Danzo has prepared for a full month. Whether it's the Umbu or the Sensory Squad, right now, no one in this place will notice. We can play slowly. Saying this, Orochimaru once again stuck out his crimson, narrow tongue. Emo stared at Orochimaru expressionlessly without responding, only holding Futsu no Mitama horizontally in front of him, his eyes staring sharply at Orochimaru, the meaning in them self-evident. He's so impatient. Alright then. I'll play with you. As the voice fell, Orochimaru lunged violently toward Uchiha Emo. He reached out his right hand toward Uchiha Emo through the air. Hidden shadow snake hands. Orochimaru's right arm instantly turned into a hideous, thick giant snake, lunging fiercely at Emo to bite. Emo was prepared. The tomo in his eyes rotated slowly, and he gripped the Futsu no Mitama in his hand tightly. Boom! Amidst the strange sound of flames exploding, the entire blade of the Futsu no Mitama instantly turned crimson. Uchiha Emo gripped the long blade in reverse and leaned forward to thrust, the sharp blade violently cutting through the giant snake's open maw. Shoo! White smoke rose, and the giant snake was instantly cut into 2 pieces. Orochimaru pulled his shoulder back, and as the snake hand retracted, it turned back into a normal arm. Is this that ninjutsu you created yourself? Truly extraordinary. Saying this, Orochimaru licked the corner of his lips, holding a ninja sword he had obtained from somewhere in his left hand, and slashed down at Uchiha Mo's shoulder. Clang! Sparks flew, and with a powerful force incoming, Emo held the Futsu no Mitama in reverse, bracing it against his arm, and only managed to block this blow by bending his leg slightly. Heh! Orochimaru grinned at the sight, a kunai appearing in his right hand as he rotated it, stabbing toward Mo's forehead. The 3 tomo in Mo's eye sockets rotated. He gripped the straight blade with his right hand and tilted it sharply, his legs tapping lightly to the side. Clang! Sparks scraped across the blade of the Futsu no Mitama. Under the force of Orochimaru's slash and the strength of his own legs, Mo's entire body instantly took flight and rotated. The next moment, Orochimaru's kunai stabbed into empty air, while Uchiha Mo's legs instantly knelt onto his shoulders, his entire person arriving above him. Such a quick reaction. Such fluid movements. Orochimaru's golden pupils trembled. Mo quickly straightened his grip on the Futsunomitama and slashed violently at the neck below him. Clang! The blade was only inches away from the neck, but at the critical moment, a kunai was firmly blocked in front. Orochimaru was, after all, Orochimaru. His base stats were much higher than Mo's current ones. Despite being at a disadvantage, he still easily and effortlessly blocked Mo's killing intent with even greater speed. Hihi Mo-kun, you are simply too unbelly. Ka. A sharp eagle cry suddenly rang out, and intense lightning replaced the red color, instantly blooming on the bright blade. Immediately after. Swish. The kunai had no power to fight back against the Chidori blade of the Futsunomitama. It was instantly cut through like tofu. The next moment, the blade slashed into Orochimaru's neck like lightning. Blood splattered. Mo was expressionless, the three tomo in his eyes rotating slowly, as if he had already seen the scene of Orochimaru's head flying off. But just as the Futsunomitama was about to cut his entire head off, the terrified expression on the face of the Orochimaru in front of him suddenly froze. Then, his entire person lost its color and quickly turned into a mudstone sculpture. Earth substitution. Hidden shadow multi-snake hands. A hoarse male voice sounded from behind. Uchiha Mo quickly turned around, wanting to slash with the Futsunomitama, but at this moment, the mudstone sculpture suddenly solidified, firmly jamming the Futsunomitama in the center of the sculpture's neck. Hiss hiss hiss. In an instant, several giant snakes violently wrapped around Uchiha Mo's entire body, binding him tightly. 42 Chapter 42 Killing Shisui will open your eyes. Chapter 42, Kill Shisui, help you awaken your eyes. Amazing. Are you really only 10 years old? I truly want to slice your body open and take a look. Orochimaru's golden slit pupils stared fixedly at the boy before him. The astonishment in his expression was undisguised, but precisely because of this, the greed in his eyes was all the more striking. Although he had already gained a complete advantage, the scenes of the recent battle still echoed in Orochimaru's mind. Orochimaru himself was a genius, but only now did he understand what a true genius was. Is this the power of the Sharingan? The Uchiha bloodline that countless ordinary ninja cannot surpass no matter how hard they try. I think I finally understand why Danzo is so obsessed with these eyes. Orochimaru licked the corner of his lips again, his greedy gaze falling upon Uchiha Mo, or more accurately, upon those indifferent eyes. Brother. Beside them, seeing Uchiha Mo captured by Orochimaru, Shisui immediately revealed an anxious expression. He placed his hand on the hilt of the short blade behind his back and charged toward Orochimaru. Brother. Don't worry, I'm coming to save you. Orochimaru glanced at the young Uchiha cub with a look of boredom, but when he turned his head and saw Uchiha Mo, who had been expressionless, slightly frowned, a cruel smile suddenly appeared on his face. He curled his lips, his hoarse voice betraying immense anticipation. I have read some documents. The three tomo does not seem to be the limit of the Sharingan. It is said that there exists an even more powerful Sharingan beyond this. Mo-kun. Given your talent, if I were to kill your younger brother, do you think you could successfully evolve into that legendary Sharingan? As his words fell, relying on the python tightly coiled around Uchiha Mo, Orochimaru could clearly sense his breathing hitch, then become heavier, and his entire body stiffen. Staring at the calm Mo, Orochimaru grinned. The method to awaken the Sharingan was no secret. Although Uchiha Mo remained expressionless, it seemed more like a way to deceive Orochimaru and protect Shisui. His subconscious physical reaction had already exposed his true emotions. Coupled with the talent Uchiha Mo had displayed, Orochimaru concluded, if a more powerful evolution of the Sharingan truly existed, then after he killed Shisui, Uchiha Mo would certainly be able to unlock it. While he was thinking, the sound of Shisui's charging footsteps had already reached him. Orochimaru's tongue flicked across the corner of his lips, a scarlet light flashed in his eyes, and then, grinning, he suddenly raised his ninja sword and turned to slash at Shisui like lightning. Swish! Clang! What? Sparks flew as the ninja sword was blocked firmly. In Orochimaru's astonished gaze, the Shisui in front of him suddenly exploded into a puff of smoke and dissipated, turning into a Uchiha that Orochimaru was even more familiar with. Uchiha Emo had a mocking smile on his face. With one hand holding a kunai to block Orochimaru's strike, his tomo eyes spinning rapidly, he suddenly thrust his other hand, which had been hidden behind him due to his sword-drawing stance, toward Orochimaru. Fire release, crimson blaze. It wasn't over. At the same moment, a dazzling bolt of lightning burst from the soil behind Orochimaru, and simultaneously, the chirping sound of Chidori rang out. Chirp! Chidori! In this instant, Orochimaru was holding one Uchiha Emo with his right hand, his ninja sword was held by a kunai in his left, and two lethal ninjutsu were attacking from his side and behind. Even Orochimaru, one of the Sannin, was completely panicked when facing such a situation. He hurriedly opened his mouth, wanting to do something. But at this very moment, the Uchiha Emo, who had been restrained by the hidden shadow snake hand, suddenly curled his lips into a mocking arc. Immediately afterward, Orochimaru felt his right hand go empty, and that Uchiha Emo instantly turned into a flash of lightning that suddenly surged onto his body. Lightning release, shadow clone. Arg! Intense electric light danced wildly on Orochimaru's body like mad snakes. Orochimaru screamed, his body trembling violently. Compared to the explosion of a crow clone, the lightning clone's damage was not high, but its advantage lay in its exceptionally strong paralyzing effect. Orochimaru's movements were forcefully interrupted, the paralysis effect prevented him from making any effective resistance. And the attacks of Fire Release, Crimson Blaze and Chidori landed on him simultaneously. Boom! Chirp! Time returns to before Uchiha Emo and Shisui entered the forest. Brother, a whole month has passed. There's no need for us to be so nervous, right? Although Shisui was extremely happy about his brother's unusual level of attention recently, a month had passed, and seeing him still so vigilant made Shisui inevitably worry about his mental state. Danzo Shimura is an elder of the village, after all. He has many things to attend to, perhaps he has forgotten about us long ago? Emo stopped Shisui with one hand, slightly focused his attention, activated clairvoyance, and carefully scanned the forest. Since he had already discovered that Danzo had interacted with Orochimaru after ending his conflict with him, Emo naturally could not easily let his guard down. Although he didn't have clairaudience and didn't know exactly what they had discussed, in the worst-case scenario, it was undoubtedly that the two had reached a cooperation to act against him. And if that were the case, then even inside the village, it wouldn't be safe at all. As an advisor elder, Danzo could easily use his authority to create a loophole somewhere in Konoha, allowing Orochimaru to enter and quickly finish the battle. And Emo knew that the best choice for this location was the Naka River, which the two brothers came to almost every day. Sure enough. Not long after this thought crossed his mind, Emo discovered 4 figures wearing black robes, crouching motionless on the tree branches in the forest. His eyes sharpened, and he raised his gaze. A man wearing a jonin vest, with fair skin and an eerie face, was standing on a very high branch. It was Orochimaru. Mo's pupils constricted. He withdrew his gaze and turned to look at Shisui. Shisui, go home. What? Shisui tilted his head in confusion. Go home, Emo repeated calmly. Shisui turned his head to look in the direction of the forest, then looked at his expressionless brother, seemingly realizing something. What about you? Can't we just avoid them? He knew his brother possessed a powerful sensory ninjutsu, so he immediately guessed the reason. Emo shook his head. We can't hide forever. Since they've come, we must find a way to resolve it. Escaping is not the Uchiha way. As he spoke, he formed a cross seal. Poof. Smoke exploded, and a lightning clone appeared beside him. Immediately after, Emo handed over the Futsuno Matama, then created a shadow clone, and used a transformation jutsu to turn himself into the appearance of Shui. It wasn't that Mo didn't want to use 2 lightning clones, but the chakra consumption for a lightning clone was relatively high. Only by distributing it this way could he ensure his main body's combat capability was not too greatly affected. Chapter 43, The Death of the Great Snake? Bang! Amidst a dull thud, the charred, humanoid object collapsed heavily onto the ground. At the 4 corners of the purple barrier, the bodies of the 4 black-robed figures could be seen trembling visibly. This guy, actually, killed Lord Orochimaru. Uchiha, too terrifying. Although the training of Root left these ninjas with little personal emotion, the impact of the scene unfolding before them was simply too overwhelming. Furthermore, this was unrelated to personal feelings, it was a shock purely stemming from their understanding as ninjas. A 10-year-old boy had killed Orochimaru. If this scene were to get out, it would be impossible for anyone to believe it. Do we still need to maintain this barrier? One of the black-robed figures looked at the figure standing in the arena, subconsciously swallowing hard. This? Report back to Lord Danzo. After some exchange, the 4 confirmed their plan, then vigilantly stared at Uchiha Mo, intending to flee from different directions the moment the barrier was dispelled. Uchiha Mo glanced at the black-robed figure who had made the decision but ignored him, walking over to the mudstone sculpture, pulling out the Futsunomitama, and returning it to its sheath. The next moment, the 4 violet flames formation slowly dissipated. However, before the black-robed figures could react, a black shadow darted out like an arrow from a bowstring. They were instantly stunned, because the person fleeing was Uchiha Mo. Immediately after, a heart-stopping sound of tearing skin echoed through the forest. The charred corpse slowly split open, and then a brand new, dripping wet Orochimaru crawled out from within. Great snake-style substitution jutsu. Lord Orochimaru. The Root ninjas were instantly stunned. What was happening? Orochimaru's snake-like eyes narrowed. He ignored them, staring straight in the direction Uchiha Mo had left. He did not pursue, instead whispering in a raspy voice. How very interesting. He seems to know I didn't die. Uchiha Mo, I am becoming increasingly interested in you. What exactly can those eyes of yours see that I cannot? As he spoke, Orochimaru once again extended his long, narrow tongue to lick the corner of his lips. However, this action, combined with the dripping slime covering his entire body, appeared exceptionally disgusting. Even the Root ninjas turned away in discomfort, but Orochimaru was completely indifferent, whispering, Such a perfect body, it is truly mesmerizing. On the other side, Uchiha Mo's pupils slightly constricted. He turned his head to look behind him, then frowned in disappointment. He didn't follow after all. As he spoke, he looked up at the forest above, which was bristling with various shuriken, kunai, and fuma shuriken. Many of those kunai and shuriken had red and white explosive tags attached to them, all high-quality items obtained from Cat Grandma. They were also the funeral offerings Uchiha Mo had meticulously prepared for Orochimaru. Uchiha Mo knew that Orochimaru possessed the great snake-style substitution jutsu, an incredibly disgusting life-saving technique. Therefore, the lightning release, shadow clone he used at the start was meant to be delivered right to Orochimaru's side, to control him at the critical moment and see if it could prevent the substitution technique from being performed. Unfortunately, in the end, Orochimaru still used that move to evade the fatal damage. And the reason Uchiha Mo was able to know this result in advance was because the panel showed no activity. Orochimaru was an extremely rare ninja who possessed all 7 attributes of the 5 elements, yin and yang. Although he did not specialize in any single release, as far as Uchiha Mo understood, the proficiency he could bring for wind release, earth release, and yang release was definitely not low. However, there was absolutely no change on the panel, so Uchiha Mo could naturally guess that Orochimaru was not dead. Forget it. Orochimaru is not Danzo's dog. After this encounter, Danzo should behave himself. At the very least, he shouldn't make a move until he has a better plan or hired muscle, but As he spoke, Danzo's gloomy face surfaced in Uchiha-mo's mind. If this stray dog isn't eliminated, my heart won't be at ease. However, just as he finished speaking, a sound of footsteps suddenly came from the forest ahead. Uchiha-mo immediately looked up, seeing a visibly anxious Shisui leading a slightly hunched old man as they approached rapidly. Seeing Uchiha-mo standing there completely unharmed, Shisui immediately showed a look of joy. He used the body flicker technique to appear by Uchiha-mo's side and hurriedly asked, "Brother, are you okay? I was afraid you wouldn't be able to handle it, so I brought the Great Elder here." During their conversation, Uchiha Setsuna also arrived beside them. He lifted his somewhat cloudy eyes, looked Uchiha-mo up and down, and then spoke in a low voice. "Uchiha-mo, what exactly happened?" Uchiha-mo rested his hand on the hilt of his sword at his waist and said calmly, "Nothing, just a stray dog coveting the power of the Uchiha." Uchiha Setsuna narrowed his eyes upon hearing this. After a moment of thought, he asked in return, "Is it Danzo Shimura? Did he make a move against you?" It was him, but the one who attacked was Orochimaru, right there in the forest. However, he has already run away. As the words fell, Uchiha Setsuna's eyelids twitched violently. "Orochimaru? You were just fighting Orochimaru?" Uchiha-mo glanced at the shocked Uchiha Setsuna and nodded expressionlessly. Uchiha Setsuna looked at the calm and collected Uchiha-mo and swallowed hard in disbelief. "You are actually able to contend with one of the Sannin." "No, if it's you, that's normal." Uchiha Setsuna no longer knew how to describe his current feelings, but Uchiha-mo felt no great fluctuation in his heart. In reality, Uchiha-mo was very clear about his own strength. If it were a head-on collision, his current base stats were still quite far from those of a Kage-level expert. At the very least, in today's battle, if his base stats had even reached the threshold of Kage level, Orochimaru wouldn't have survived. But this was reality. He was not strong enough yet, and he was still far off. This was Uchiha-mo's own assessment, but at the same time, he did not feel he was inferior to anyone. Slap. Uchiha Setsuna suddenly placed his right hand on Uchiha-mo's shoulder. His expression abruptly became firm and gloomy, his eyes staring earnestly into Uchiha-mo's. "Since Danzo dares to make a move against you, that is a declaration of war against the Uchiha. Come with me, we will take people and wipe out Root." Since he called Orochimaru to make a move, even Hiruzen Sarutobi won't be able to say anything. A fierce killing intent erupted from Uchiha Setsuna's cloudy old eyes. The feeling was as if his most beloved junior had been bullied by an outsider, and he was sworn to get revenge regardless of the terrible cost. Their eyes met, and the air suddenly went quiet. Uchiha-mo shifted his gaze and turned around abruptly. "No need. Revenge is only meaningful if I do it with my own hands." After saying this, Uchiha-mo looked down at Shisui. "I leave Shisui to you, Great Elder." Uchiha-mo. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Setsuna hurriedly raised his hand, wanting to say something, but Uchiha-mo had already vanished from the spot using the body flicker technique. 44 Chapter 44 The Shedding of Skin, Infiltration. Chapter 44, The Shedding Snake, Infiltration. "What did you say? You let him get away?" Danzo Shimura's cane instantly gouged a depression into the floor, sending stone fragments flying. The rage in Danzo's eyes was palpable as he practically roared these words at the Orochimaru standing before him. Orochimaru chuckled dismissively. "Danzo, don't be so agitated. It's just a Sharingan, isn't it? We can just switch targets. I nearly died at the hands of Uchiha-mo, which is quite different from the strength you described." "Died at his hands? What a joke. You are one of the Sannin. No matter how much of a genius Uchiha-mo is, he is still just a 10-year-old brat. A few months ago, he only killed Baki by relying on cheap tricks." Danzo stared intensely at Orochimaru, his tone agitated, completely unconvinced. Upon hearing this, Orochimaru asked coldly, "Cheap tricks?" The entire flow of the battle replayed in his mind. Now that he had time to reflect, Orochimaru understood. from the very beginning of the fight. No, even when they were still in a standoff, the rhythm of the battle had already been firmly grasped by Uchiha Imo. Everything that followed was him, a dignified Sannin, being led by the nose by the brat Danzo spoke of. From the initial taijutsu exchange to show his strength and lower his guard, to the final emotional shift that lured him into not defending against Shisui. All of this was calculated by Uchiha Imo. If not for his own raw strength being high enough and his base stats having a significant advantage, he, a dignified Sannin, would have truly died at the hands of a 10-year-old brat. This kind of battle IQ and technique is not some cheap trick. Orochimaru looked coldly at Danzo Shimura's single eye. Danzo's tone faltered. Seeing Orochimaru's intense reaction, he couldn't help but become suspicious. Is that brat really that strong? Humph. Didn't you have root members following him? Why don't you ask them and find out? Having said that, Orochimaru turned around and stepped toward the door. Let's suspend the cooperation regarding the Sharingan for now. I have more important things to do. As his voice trailed off, Orochimaru disappeared from the doorway without hesitation. Such a perfect body, it's truly enviable. Is there any way to make it mine? Perhaps I can link this to the art of immortality. On the other side, Danzo Shimura looked at the spot where Orochimaru had disappeared with a sinister expression, his cane creaking as he gripped it tightly. This insatiable poisonous snake. If it weren't for the fact that I still need you for those experiments and the Hokage plan. After a long while, Danzo snapped back to reality. He whispered something, and then 4 figures dressed in black robes instantly appeared before him. Tell me the entire process of the battle between Uchiha Imo and Orochimaru. Do not leave out a single detail. Yes. The 4 replied in unison and began to describe the scene of the battle to Danzo in detail. About a quarter of an hour later, the air fell silent again. Danzo waved his hand with a grim expression, and the 4 figures quickly dispersed and vanished within the room. When the surroundings were empty, Danzo's right hand suddenly gripped the armrest of his stone chair tightly, the force so great that his fingertips turned white. However, he seemed completely unaware of it, frowning and whispering with a grim expression. This naturally evil Uchiha brat is actually this strong, to the point that even Orochimaru almost fell at his hands. Damn it. Damn it. In that case, I might not even be able to take him out myself. Most importantly, that brat protects Shisui as if he were his own kin. If this continues, when will I ever be able to bring Shisui into root? Am I just going to give up like this? Danzo Shimura slowly released his right hand, his single eye watching the darkness before him flicker on and off. Uchiha. Tap. Above the root base, a figure wearing a high-collared black robe landed on a thick tree branch. Uchiha Imo narrowed his eyes slightly, and the scene underground was instantly brought into his field of vision. The time had not yet come for the Uchiha to tear up their relationship with Konoha, and the opportunity Imo was waiting for was still far off. Despite having many concerns, for Imo, this did not mean he was helpless against Danzo. The composition of root was similar to Umbu. Although there were subtle differences, to Imo, there was no difference. He quickly shifted his gaze, rapidly visualizing the defensive layout within the root base in his mind. Danzo Shimura was currently resting in his office, which was located in the lower right section of the entire base. About a quarter of an hour later, Uchiha Imo quickly calculated a route to Danzo's office in his mind. Just as he was about to start moving, his gaze accidentally swept over the center of the root base. Mo's gaze stopped instantly, and then he frowned, his attention narrowing slightly once more. Heh. Uchiha Mo's lips curled slightly, and his body instantly vanished with a breeze. The composition rules for root squads were similar to Umbu, mostly 3-man teams, each required to be equipped with a sensor ninja. However, sensor ninjas were extremely rare, even Konoha could not ensure every team had one. After the various departments and Umbu squads were assigned, there naturally weren't many left for root, so only a few elite and functionally required teams in root had sensor ninjas. Consequently, the number of them that could remain in the base was naturally even smaller. Mo used his invisibility ability to swiftly shuttle through the root base. The route he planned avoided all root members who possessed characteristics of the Yamanaka clan or obvious sensor ninja traits. If he were to encounter a sensor-type ninja capable of discovering clues without using their abilities, he would simply have to kill them. Most conventional sensor ninjas were only slightly more sensitive than average ninjas when not using their sensory abilities. Ninjas like Hashirama, who possessed such astonishing sensory power even in passive situations, were rare. However, to be safe, Mo still chose to avoid them. Under the boost of his invisibility ability, there was no possibility of Uchiha Mo being observed by the naked eye, so he soon successfully arrived outside Danzo's office. Passing through a long, narrow, and gloomy corridor, the location of Danzo's office was around the corner. I don't know what kind of psychology was behind it, but all the rooms en route, except for the secret iron hatch door leading underground at the very beginning, had no doors. Even the changing rooms and dormitories provided to members by route had no doors. And while observing the root base, Mo had discovered one thing: although he didn't know what Danzo was thinking, this point indeed made things much more convenient for Mo. Otherwise, he might have had to use Earth Release to infiltrate here, and the risk of exposure would undoubtedly have increased. Chapter 45, The Death of Danzo, Orochimaru's Laboratory. There was only one chance to attack. After that one chance, Danzo would inevitably react. By then, the battle here would surely attract the attention of root members, so Uchiha Mo had no room for error. Danzo sat on the stone chair with his head bowed and his eyes closed, his hands resting on his cane, whether asleep or deep in thought, one could not tell. Uchiha Mo stared fixedly at Danzo, tightened his grip on the Futsunomatama that he had already drawn beforehand, and slowly stepped to Danzo's side. He lifted the long sword, slowly moving it above Danzo's neck, his black eyes fixed intently on Danzo's head. Although he really wanted to chop off his dog head with one strike, an ordinary ninja's strength could not reach a superhuman level without using chakra enhancement. At least the current Uchiha Mo did not have such stats. If the gap in stats was too large, even with a sneak attack, Uchiha Mo did not have absolute certainty. Therefore, even though the Futsunomatama was sharp enough, Uchiha Mo decided to give Danzo a little reaction time for the sake of safety. Uchiha Mo slowly lowered the height of the straight sword to a distance where Danzo would not notice, but which was sufficient for him to explode with speed. Holding his breath and focusing his mind, Uchiha Mo gathered his attention, then suddenly erupted with his own chakra aura. Chirp! In an instant, Uchiha Mo's figure appeared at Danzo's side. He swung down the ninja sword he was holding, which was only inches away from Danzo's neck. As the blade descended, blinding electric light quickly coiled around it. In Uchiha Mo's eyes, a pair of 3 tomo stared fixedly at Danzo's head, and murderous intent flashed within the scarlet color. Exclamation point. A sense of fatal threat instantly sounded an alarm in Danzo's mind. His heart skipped a beat, as if it had been suddenly gripped tightly by a large hand. His legs kicked out in a reflex, and at the same time, he suddenly opened his eyes to look to his side, raising his cane to stab out. But... swish! Poochie! It was all too late. The Chidori blade possessed both extreme speed and sharpness, and coupled with the terrifying sharpness of the Futsunomatama, the blade cutting into flesh was even easier than slicing tofu. Danzo only felt his body suddenly become light, then his perspective spun rapidly, and his body instantly lost sensation. He rolled his eyes to look to his side and saw a boy in a black robe holding a ninja sword expressionlessly, his indifferent gaze meeting his own. Uchiha Mo. The head flew out, and a large amount of blood sprayed like a pillar from Danzo Shimura's smooth neck. The blood shooting straight up even stained the ceiling crimson. A crescent-shaped blade glow gradually dissipated, and at its end was the gleaming straight sword in Uchiha Mo's hand. Uchiha Mo glanced again at Danzo's head on the floor, which had a terrified expression, and then quickly turned his gaze to the panel. Wind release proficiency plus 9.87%. In release proficiency plus 7.64%. Confirming that Danzo was indeed thoroughly dead, Uchiha Mo's figure slowly dissipated into the air again. He turned and left through the door, rapidly approaching the second target he had decided on earlier. Although the commotion caused in Danzo's office just now was not too loud, the instantaneous chakra eruption must have attracted the attention of some people. Therefore, if there were no accidents, the news of Danzo's death would spread throughout Route immediately. By then, Route would certainly be locked down, and it would not be easy to act again. Uchiha Mo moved rapidly through the Route base, following the route in his memory, and soon arrived at the training ground in the center of Route. With a clear goal, he took 2 steps to a floor tile in the upper right corner of the training ground. There was a strange snake-shaped mark on this floor tile, as if it was afraid that others would not know there was something suspicious about it. Uchiha Mo turned his head to glance at the ninjas sweating on the training ground. After observing their movements for a while, he found that they were just some genin still in training, so he stopped paying attention and brought his hands to his front to start performing hand seals rapidly. Earth Release, Headhunter Jutsu. Uchiha Mo's body quickly merged into the ground and arrived at a downward staircase. He did not stop, no longer hiding, and began to advance rapidly with large strides. Before entering the Route base, Uchiha Mo had already used clairvoyance to look through this place. Ahead was Orochimaru's laboratory, and Orochimaru was not inside. Even when he arrived at the stairs, Uchiha Mo checked again. Let alone Orochimaru, there was not even a guard inside. It seemed Orochimaru thought that there was no need to station guards in a laboratory hidden inside the Route base. At the end of the stairs, a white iron door was firmly embedded in the wall. It seemed Orochimaru did not have the same quirks as Danzo. However, an iron door could naturally not stop Uchiha Mo. Uchiha Mo raised his right hand, aiming at the door frame, and chakra quickly gathered in his palm. Chidori Sharp Spear. Chirp. The blue lightning spear shot out rapidly from his palm, directly poking a hole in the threshold of the iron door. Then, Uchiha Mo slowly moved his right hand, and the condensed lightning light immediately made a teeth-grinding cutting sound on the door frame. Bang! The iron door fell, emitting a muffled sound, and Uchiha Mo stepped on the iron sheet into the laboratory. Compared to the Route base, Orochimaru's laboratory was obviously much brighter, and even though there was no one in the laboratory, these lights had not been extinguished. The laboratory area was not small, but it still appeared particularly crowded under the backdrop of that series of precision instruments and the large experimental table in the middle. Uchiha Mo looked at the neatly arranged documents on the table, the 3 tomo in his eyes slowly rotating. Danzo Shimura's laboratory. The 2 Route members who first noticed something amiss quickly arrived at the door. They did not rush in but respectfully asked. Lord Danzo, Inu, and I sensed a strange and powerful chakra erupting in your office. What happened? Do you need our help? The office was deathly silent, with no response. After waiting for about 3 minutes, the faces of the 2 Route members became grim. The person who spoke first said again. Lord Danzo, excuse us. After speaking, he and the other person nodded at each other, turned around together, and stepped to the door. The 2 froze in place instantly. In the office, from the ceiling directly above Danzo's chair to the surrounding walls, everything was soaked in blood. Beside his stone chair, a headless male corpse was lying weakly on the ground. Several meters to its front right, a man's head wrapped in bandages lay quietly with a terrified expression, as if it had seen something extremely terrifying. Their pupils contracted violently, their breathing suddenly became heavy and rapid, and their chests heaved exaggeratedly. Lord Danzo, is dead? Dead, head separated from the body, dead as could be. Even in their perception, the chakra inside Danzo's body had almost dissipated. The darkness of the ninja world, Danzo Shimura, who made countless underground figures and enemies of Konoha tremble with fear, had actually been killed silently in his own headquarters. However, just as the words fell, a thick burst of smoke suddenly exploded from Danzo's corpse and head. Bang! 46 Chapter 46 Izanagi, the audacious madman who strikes again. Chapter 46, Izanagi, the audacious madman who strikes twice. A completely unscathed, brand new Danzo appeared in such a bizarre and brazen manner, sitting with an extremely grim expression on that black and red stone chair stained with blood. The 2 root members at the door stiffened instantly. If not for the terrifying bloodstains in the office reminding them, they would have thought that what they had just seen was merely a false genjutsu. Danzo Shimura seemed to notice the disturbance at the door, and as he lifted his gloomy, single eye, the 2 root members trembled instantly and hurriedly knelt on one knee to salute. Danzo! Lord Danzo! The 2 swallowed in unison, their expressions tense. Danzo ignored them, simply withdrawing his gaze with an expressionless face, and said coldly, "Get out. Tell the sensory ninja remaining en route to immediately spread their sensory range outwards from my office. Do not leave a single gap, and do not let the sensory range cover the interior of my office. Furthermore, for the next hour, no one is allowed to approach this place without authorization." "Yes. Yes." The 2 nodded and left quickly. As the footsteps faded away, Danzo's expression became incomparably ugly once again. The cane in his hand was squeezed until it creaked, and if he had used just a little more force, it would have shattered with a bang. Damn it! If I hadn't engraved Izanagi into this eye using the transcription seal in advance, I would have truly died at the hands of that Uchiha brat. As Danzo spoke, his palm involuntarily brushed over the position of his left eye, which was covered by bandages. This eye and those 2 secret techniques were obtained by Danzo on the same day. Thinking of that man's face, a hint of guilt could not help but well up in Danzo's heart. However, this guilt was immediately replaced by malice. Uchiha Mo. This guy is too dangerous. To think he could sneak into route without anyone knowing, and even hold a blade to my throat without revealing any abnormalities. As he spoke, Danzo's expression became even gloomier, and a crack appeared on the cane in his hand with a click. He sat motionless on the chair, his single eye narrowed viciously, not knowing what he was thinking. After a long while, Danzo closed his eyes and slowly stood up. He lifted his foot and pushed the stone chair away with force, revealing the floor beneath it. Forget it. That brat has already begun to mature, I need to plan carefully. The most urgent priority now is to restore my combat power. However, with Orochimaru's help, this time should be much simpler and smoother. Saying this, he used his cane to poke at a certain spot revealed after pushing the stone chair aside. Click! The tip of the cane sank into the floor, and when Danzo lifted the cane again, a sound like rotating gears rang out. Then, that section of the floor quickly retracted, revealing a hidden compartment within, and Danzo leaned down to reach into it. When his hand was withdrawn again, it held an exquisite glass bottle. Inside the bottle, a 3-tomo Sharingan was soaking in a light green liquid, slowly rotating. Danzo raised it, staring at this Sharingan with a touch of depth, standing motionless in place. Kagami, I suppose I've repaid you for your life. These 2 Sharingan were obtained by Danzo in a despicable manner, but to a certain extent, they were also legitimate. Back then, after Hiruzen Sarutobi's position gradually stabilized, it was time for everyone to divide the cake. However, power was limited, yet the Hokage Guard platoon had 6 people in total. At this time, Danzo set his sights on Kagami, who was of Uchiha descent. During a mission in the aftermath of the Second Shinobi World War, Danzo Shimura leaked Kagami's intelligence to the opposing side, and to be safe, he pretended to have received news and personally led a team to provide reinforcements. And the final result was Uchiha Kagami died in front of Danzo, and entrusted his own eyes to the teammate he believed he could give everything for, entrusted them to his killer. Furthermore, after that, Akimichi Torafu also seemed to have received some information and quietly and gradually withdrew from the core circle of power. Danzo did not know what his feelings were at that time, but at this moment, his feelings were complex as he looked at the only remaining right eye in his hand. Kagami. He looked at this Sharingan, exhaling a sound with a slightly heavy tone. Screech. Splurt. Danzo's body trembled, and the rest of his words were stuck in his throat as he blankly looked down. A palm wreathed in lightning pierced through the position of his heart from his chest, and crackling electric arcs exploded in the quiet secret room. Go to hell and repent. A cold whisper sounded in Danzo's ear, and then he perceived his body being pushed away. His consciousness began to dissipate rapidly, and his body's sensation faded away extremely quickly. In his final moments, Danzo turned his head with difficulty to look. The scene in his field of vision swayed rapidly due to cerebral ischemia. In a daze, he seemed to see the man he would think of every time he dreamt in the middle of the night. Curly short hair, downcast eyes, and that sunny smile different from the usual Uchiha. Eh? A sunny smile. No, Kagami's expression wouldn't be this cold. The hallucination dissipated, and replacing it was Uchiha Mo's entirely different, cold face. Thud. Danzo's corpse hit the ground with a muffled sound. Emo glanced at it and quickly withdrew his gaze, raising his hand to catch the glass bottle in the air. Wind release proficiency plus 5.26%. EN release proficiency plus 1.54%. A full 7% EN release proficiency. I knew you weren't normal. Emo said coldly, not in a hurry to escape, but instead began to carefully observe the glass bottle in his hand. Proficiency is extremely difficult to increase after unlocking to 20%. Emo had roughly tested it, and the difficulty was at least double that of before 20%. However, one of Danzo's lives instantly boosted the EN release proficiency, which had already exceeded 20%, by another 7%. Danzo was indeed a master, that was true, but Emo could not believe that he could have such high attainments in EN release. Coupled with this old dog's performance in the original work, it was hard for Mo not to worry about him cheating death. Therefore, before leaving, he had left a lightning clone hidden in the secret room. Anyway, the lightning clone could be dispelled at any time, and for Mo, it cost nothing. Thus, he quietly watched the two root members arrive at the secret room, and then Danzo expelled them after he resurrected. Originally, Emo had wanted to give up on the assassination and dispel the shadow clone several times. After all, Root had already entered a state of alert this time, and Danzo had already suffered a loss once. The best choice was undoubtedly to wait for the next opportunity. But who knew, the two sensory ninjas in front of him actually froze after seeing Danzo's corpse, and then before they could use their sensory abilities to scout the surrounding space, Danzo directly cheated death. Afterwards, Danzo even directly ordered them to use their sensory abilities to cover the entire route, but left out his own office. This was truly puzzling, but soon, Emo got his answer. Because Danzo took out a Sharingan from the mechanism under the stone chair. It is estimated that no one would have thought that there would be such an audacious madman who, after successfully assassinating a Konoha advisor, would not only not run but stay at the scene. However, to be dazed in such a situation without checking the environment, I almost admire your courage. Chapter 47, Mission Accomplished and Retreat. With the speed of a lightning clone, it was basically impossible to complete an assassination mission while Danzo was on guard. However, Danzo had actually stared at the Sharingan and frozen in place. To Uchiha Emo, this was no different from offering his own neck to be slashed. How could he possibly miss such an opportunity? Emo frowned as he looked at the glass bottle in his hand. Almost the entire root base was now enveloped by sensory abilities, with only Danzo's office spared. Furthermore, because of Danzo's orders, the root members outside had not reacted at all, even when he had erupted with chakra just moments ago. But relatively speaking, this meant that it was nearly impossible for Emo to escape under normal circumstances, and even less likely that he could take this Sharingan away. Moreover, if this I were left here, it might cause trouble for the Uchiha. And even without this Sharingan, there was a high probability that the Uchiha would be targeted. After pondering for a moment, Emo decided to take a risk. He placed the bottle containing the Sharingan into his ninja pouch, then suddenly raised his right hand, bit his thumb, and drew a line across his left palm. Boar, dog, rooster, monkey, ram. Summoning jutsu. Poof. Black patterns spread out, followed by an explosion of smoke, and a pure white ninja cat appeared. P.S. The blood of Edo Tensei and shadow clones is simulated by chakra, so shadow clones can also use summoning jutsu. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. I can open an explanation thread if needed. It turned its head to look at the surrounding environment, then looked up at Uchiha Emo and spoke with some confusion. Eh? Only one death this time? Have you changed your ways, Emo-kun, meow? Uchiha Emo shook his head without offering any further explanation and handed the glass bottle containing the Sharingan to the white ninja cat. Transfer this bottle and the corpse on the ground to the original body. The ninja cat lowered its head to lick the fur on its right front paw, then looked up and balanced the glass bottle on its head. The original body? Forget it. The bottle is fine, but this corpse is too large, I can't take it away, meow. Emo frowned slightly. Then what if I chop him into pieces? Can you take him then? The ninja cat's crystal-like, glazed eyes stared straight at Uchiha Emo. After a long silence, it suddenly spoke. Are you an idiot? Look at my size and then look at this dead person. Even if you chopped him into minced meat, I couldn't carry him. Meow. The ninja cat added its verbal tick belatedly, then looked at Uchiha Emo with some indignation. After thinking for a while, Emo nodded. Understood. Then you go first. As soon as he finished speaking, Mai didn't say another word and instantly vanished in a puff of white smoke. Emo looked at Danzo's corpse for a moment, then a blood-colored flame suddenly ignited on his palm, and he slowly stepped forward. About a quarter of an hour passed. A loud shout suddenly rang out in Danzo's office. Someone come in. As the voice echoed out, a root member wearing a purple-patterned mask and armor soon appeared at the door. He looked up, and Danzo Shimura was sitting on that stone chair, leaning on his cane, his posture no different from usual. Lord Danzo. The man knelt on one knee, lowered his head, and called out in a deep voice. Upon hearing this, Danzo Shimura slightly lifted his eyelids, then leaned on his cane and spoke. Have the people outside maintained their sensory surveillance until nightfall. If they run low on chakra, have them eat soldier pills. Furthermore, what happened en route today is not to be discussed. Do you understand? Sue. The root member codenamed Sue immediately nodded in a deep voice. Understood, my lord. I will notify who. Danzo nodded, then waved his hand. Go. As his voice fell, Sue immediately turned to leave. But just as he was about to reach the door, a low voice suddenly called him back. Go have someone investigate Orochimaru's location, especially what he did after leaving route today. Come see me once you found out. Danzo's single eye narrowed slightly, a faint killing intent radiating from his body, and a dangerous glint flickered in his eye. Sue's body stiffened, and he replied in a deep voice, yes. The footsteps faded into the distance, and the eyes of the Danzo Shimura sitting on the chair suddenly began to shrink slightly. This Danzo was naturally disguised by Emo using the transformation jutsu. Although it was far inferior to Orochimaru's removable face technique, most transformation jutsu was not something that ordinary people could see through at a glance. Although there was a risk in this brief contact, it was not significant. After confirming the situation around him using clairvoyance, Emo looked at the floor below. Danzo's ashes were hidden in the secret compartment that required the cane to open, but he had already destroyed the cane. After a final check, Emo exploded into smoke with a poof and vanished from the secret room. Uchiha clan grounds. A young man wearing a high-collared combat robe slowly arrived in front of a house near the Naka River. He stepped into the courtyard and looked up. The courtyard was bustling with figures. Dozens of people with the Uchiha fan crest on their backs stood quietly. At the very front was a slightly hunched old man, and beside him stood a young boy with short hair and a tender face. Shursui, it's time to go home. Uchiha Emo called out in a low voice, and the crowd instantly turned their heads in unison. Shursui immediately rushed over with a look of surprise. Nisan. Seeing this, Uchiha Setsuna's frame also jolted. He waved his hand and said, "It's fine now, everyone disperse." The crowd turned their gazes away in confusion, but after a moment of hesitation, they left the courtyard one after another. After the crowd dispersed, Setsuna strode up to Emo. He scanned him up and down, and seeing that Emo had no injuries, he asked, "How did it go?" "I slaughtered Danzo," Emo said indifferently. Uchiha Setsuna really wanted to shout and ask if he had misheard, but his instinct stopped him from doing so. Setsuna first looked around vigilantly, then leaned in close to Imo and asked, "You really slaughtered him? Why is the village not reacting at all?" "He is dead through and through, his body has been burned to ash. It's just that no one knows yet, so elder, don't ask." "I understand." Upon hearing this, Setsuna did not ask further, but nodded in understanding and said no more. Emo glanced at the serious-faced old man, then raised his hand and grabbed Shirsui's shoulder. "Time to go home." Oh. Shirsui nodded belatedly, then while following Uchiha Emo away, he turned around and waved at Setsuna, saying, "Elder, goodbye." Setsuna also waved with a smile, only putting his smile away once their figures had disappeared around the corner. "Big brother, my Sharingan has evolved to 2 Tomo." Shirsui grinned and looked up, his large eyes turning blood red, with 2 pitch-black Tomo lying quietly and rotating within the crimson. "When?" "Just when you left the Naka River to find Dan." "That person." 48 Chapter 48 The Aftermath gradually subsides. Chapter 48 The Aftermath subsides. In the 46th year of Konoha, 2 people went missing. The first was the 3rd Kazekage, known as the strongest Kazekage, and the second was Danzo Shimura, known as the darkness of the ninja world. The disappearance of the former indirectly led to the outbreak of the Third Shinobi World War, while Danzo's disappearance in Konoha also stirred up quite a storm. Konoha's 3rd Hokage and the 2 remaining advisors were all from the Hokage Guard platoon, just like Danzo, and they shared a deep bond. Moreover, setting these factors aside, Danzo himself held a pivotal position and played an indispensable role in the current Konoha. Therefore, when Danzo had been missing for nearly a month, the high-ranking officials of Konoha could finally hold back no longer. The route was thoroughly investigated, and the events that occurred within the route base that day were initially exposed to the view of the high-ranking officials. Immediately after, they discovered a startling fact. In the days following Danzo's disappearance, the cursed seal of sealing on the root ninja gradually vanished. Did this mean? However, whether it was the flawlessly tight patrol on the day of his disappearance or the sensory range that subsequently enveloped the entire route base, everything indicated that no one had been detected entering or leaving. Danzo seemed to have evaporated into thin air, disappearing from the route base without a sound. This forced the high-ranking officials to turn their attention to the inside of the route. Although, in theory, ninjas branded with the cursed seal could never betray, after eliminating all other possibilities, this seemed to be the only one left. After this, the root ninja Su, who had seen Danzo for the last time, was unearthed. He was the only person who knew the specific situation inside the office that day. But for some unknown reason, Su refused to speak up no matter what. And the same went for Hu, another person who knew part of the situation. Even though the cursed seal of sealing had already lost its effect, they remained this way. Helpless, Hiruzen Sarutobi, under the strong insistence of the 2 advisors, had the intelligence division take action. This report, which they believed could not be wrong, directly made the whole matter even more baffling. From the moment Danzo was last seen until he was discovered missing, the sensory barrier surrounding him had never ceased. There was not a single clue about the person who first attacked him, he seemed to have truly evaporated into thin air. Moreover, the only remaining clue pushed the 3 of them toward an even more silent direction. Thus, after a meeting between master and student, the matter of Danzo Shimura was inexplicably dropped in an anticlimactic fashion, though a new faction searching for Danzo had appeared in the ninja world. And none of these things affected Uchiha Imo in the slightest. Although his earlier conflict with Danzo had been partially exposed, drawing some attention during the initial investigation, once the situation in the route was clarified, this attention was shifted away. His ability to exploit intelligence gaps during this period was comparable to Nagato's. As long as he did not actively expose his invisibility ability, no one could figure out how Danzo had actually died. This was not a gap in intelligence, but something fundamentally determined at the level of cognition. The person most likely to know the killer was Orochimaru, but Orochimaru was currently struggling to protect himself, let alone pin such a matter on Uchiha Mo. If Orochimaru dared to say, it was Uchiha Mo who silently infiltrated the root's tight defenses, made Danzo evaporate into thin air, and then left without a sound. Orochimaru could guarantee that Hiruzen Sarutobi would start swinging his big stick to clean up the sect immediately after hearing it. Even Orochimaru doubted whether this person was Uchiha Mo or some enemy Danzo had made in the ninja world. Moreover, if it really was Uchiha Mo who did it, then some of the things in Orochimaru's laboratory must also be in his hands, and those were truly deadly things. The daily routine of Mo and Shisui returned to its former tranquility. After eating in the morning, they would train in taijutsu, rest at noon to recover their bodies, and then practice ninjutsu in the afternoon. There was almost nothing left for Mo to improve in other aspects of his strength. He could only rely on grinding to enhance his base stats. However, Shisui began to grow rapidly under his training. His body flicker technique became faster and faster, his swordsmanship became sharper and sharper, and his reserves of ninjutsu and genjutsu were also growing rapidly. He gradually began to show the shadow of the future body flicker Shisui who would shake the ninja world. Just like that, summer passed and winter came, and spring once again dispelled the chill of winter. Summer, 47th year of Konoha. A year had passed. Both brothers' birthdays were in the first half of the year. Mo had reached 11, and Shisui had grown from a 5-year-old child into a 6-year-old child. Naka River. Phantom body flicker technique. Uchiha Shisui gave a low shout, brought his hands together to form a seal, and in his large eye sockets, 2 tomo slowly rotated. The next moment, countless phantoms separated from Shisui's body. The phantoms twitched continuously, finally forming one Shisui after another on the flat ground. Nissan. I'm coming. The voice came from all directions. Mo's pair of black eyes darted around, constantly keeping an eye on the large number of Shisui attacking from all sides. Swish. A sound of breaking air came from behind him. Mo didn't even look and dodged directly by turning sideways. The next moment, one Shisui's blade landed on empty air. Mo reached out directly toward his neck, but that Shisui was just like an illusion. His hand passed right through his body, grabbing nothing. Just at this moment, another Shisui violently swung his blade at Mo's palm from the side. Mo's eyes moved, his wrist turned, and he pulled out a kunai. Ding! The short blade struck the kunai, sending sparks flying. Mo didn't even look. He suddenly raised his other hand and violently grabbed toward the Shisui on the other side. Mo's movement was without any warning. He didn't even turn his head to look at this Shisui. Coupled with the close distance and the sudden attack, Shisui didn't react in time at all. Immediately after. Bang! Mo lifted the bewildered Shisui up in one go, and the large number of Shisui around them quickly disappeared. He looked at the still dazed Shisui in his hand, and the corners of his mouth curled into an almost imperceptible arc. Caught you. Shisui came back to his senses and immediately asked back, unwilling to accept it. Nissan. How did you find me? My phantom body flicker technique shouldn't have had any flaws. Your purpose in fainting was too obvious. It's just like the attacks of a shadow clone, which are generally for tactical purposes. Therefore, a shadow clone will subconsciously conserve its limited stamina and chakra, which leads to issues like insufficient force or insufficient ninjutsu power. Or, it might be a suicide attack for the sake of a pure assault. The difference in combat logic from the original body is the key to seeing through such illusions. And your phantom body flicker technique is the same. Although there are no flaws in it, your attacks are too perfunctory, which makes it very easy for others to see your intentions and thereby determine where the real you is. Shisui stared blankly at Mo's pair of clean, ripple-free black eyes and sighed. So it can be like this. Nissan is really too strong. You didn't even use your Sharingan. It seems I still have a long way to go. Chapter 49, War Breaks Out. Mo reached out and patted Shisui on the head without saying much. In his view, realizing one's own shortcomings and striving for strength was not a bad thing. As for Shisui's praise, Mo felt he still had a long way to go. A monster like Uchiha Madara, with his rich combat experience and keen insight, could even see through Naruto's shadow clone at a glance. Compared to that, his own abilities were merely insignificant. Edo Tensei Madara seeing through Naruto's shadow clone at a glance. Just then, a figure wearing a fox mask and armored plating suddenly appeared beside Mo via body flicker. Seeing this attire, Shursui immediately raised his ninja sword in vigilance, but Mo quickly raised his hand to stop him. After Danzo died, Root had been merged into the Umbu. The man glanced at Uchiha Mo and spoke calmly. Uchiha Mo, the village is holding a Jonin meeting. Hokage-sama specifically sent me to notify you. You may begin moving now. With those words, the Umbu member vanished by a body flicker again. Shursui looked at Mo in confusion. Brother, has something happened? Uchiha Mo glanced at Shursui and nodded. War, it should be coming. According to the timeline, the Third Shinobi World War was about to break out completely. Not long ago, Humogakure suddenly attacked Sunagakure. According to currently known intelligence, it seems they have allied with Iwagakure. Under the leadership of the Third Raikage, Humogakure's surprise attack force made a wide detour from the southern border of the Land of Earth, then suddenly launched an attack on the Land of Wind from the direction of the Land of Birds. The war between the two sides ignited instantly. However, Sunagakure was already weak, and now that they had lost the third Kazekage, they were retreating steadily on the front lines. According to the original timeline, shortly after Kumogakure engaged in battle with Sunagakure, they would ally with Iwagakure to declare war on Konoha. At that time, Humogakure's AB combo, the future Fourth Raikage and his younger brother, the perfect Jinchuriki Killer Bee, would invade the northeastern border of the Land of Fire. Minato Namake's reputation as the Yellow Flash would also begin to spread across the ninja world from that battle. War. Shursui looked up at Uchiha Mo, his eyes gleaming with excitement, appearing somewhat eager to try. Mo patted Shursui on the head without speaking and then left via body flicker. Go home by yourself. Shursui would follow the Uchiha clan in the late stages of the Third Shinobi World War and earn the name Shursui of the Body Flicker on the Kirigakure battlefield. However, under Mo's influence, whether all this would change was anyone's guess. Creak. When Mo pushed open the door, most of the seats in the conference room were already filled, including quite a few acquaintances of Mo. Like Minato Namake's and Orochimaru, who were both present. Mo, you're here? Come over and sit here. Fugaku nodded at Uchiha Mo at the door, then patted the seat next to him before crossing his arms again. Mo stared at Orochimaru, nodded, and went to sit beside Fugaku. A smile curled the corners of Orochimaru's mouth, his gaze falling intensely upon Uchiha Mo. Mo-kun, has your recent training been going smoothly? If you need any ninjutsu or encounter any difficulties, you can ask me. With those words, everyone in the conference room looked at the two of them in surprise. Since when did Orochimaru and the Blood Ninja have such a good relationship? This was the inner reflection of the vast majority of people. Even Fugaku looked at Uchiha Mo with some pleasant surprise. Who was Orochimaru? He was one of the Sannin, Hiruzen Sarutobi's most prized disciple. Although the relationship between master and apprentice seemed to have cooled recently, he remained the most prominent candidate for the position of Hokage. If Mo could establish a good relationship with Orochimaru, the future status of the Uchiha clan would rise accordingly. Amidst the gazes of the crowd, Mo remained expressionless, not even glancing at him, and spoke coldly. I'm lacking a piece of high-quality snake skin to make a ninja tool pouch. Are you going to peel your skin off? Exclamation point. As these words fell, the entire conference room fell into a deathly silence. All sound ceased at that moment, and everyone didn't even dare to breathe loudly, fearing they might be caught in the crossfire if that person were to lash out. Fugaku's neck stiffened instantly. He looked at Uchiha Mo's profile in confusion. If the occasion hadn't been inappropriate, he would have really wanted to ask, why? However, the next second, a scene that made everyone even more doubtful of reality occurred. Hee. Orochimaru not only showed no sign of anger, but instead curled his lips, chuckled a few times, and continued, I naturally have plenty of high-quality snake skin in reserve. After the meeting ends, I will give Emokuan the best one. You must keep it well. Orochimaru's golden snake-like pupils narrowed slightly as he extended his long, crimson tongue to lick his upper lip. His gaze remained fixed on Uchiha Mo's face, or rather, on those eyes. Emokuan, I've taken quite a heavy blame for you in the old man's heart. Only you can repay the losses from this. Uchiha Emo glanced at Orochimaru without replying, but a sense of coldness rose in his heart. Minato Namikaze looked at the inexplicably expressive Orochimaru, then at the cold-faced Uchiha Emo, feeling the atmosphere was somewhat heavy. Seeing this, he stood up slightly, about to say something. But just at that moment, the red door leading to the inner chamber was suddenly pushed open, and Hiruzen Sarutobi, wearing the Hokage hat and robe, strode into the conference room. Everyone immediately regained their composure, but their gazes still wandered between Orochimaru and Uchiha Emo with suspicion and surprise. Hiruzen Sarutobi did not notice this change. Instead, he lifted his head, scanned the conference room, and then pulled out the chair at the head of the table and sat down. Everyone is here. Then let the meeting officially begin. Those present were the backbone of Konoha village, so Hiruzen Sarutobi did not start with empty talk about the will of fire. After all, a Jonan's time was very precious. He took out a document and went straight to the point. Kumogakure has declared war on US. As his voice fell, the quiet conference room instantly erupted into chaos. Everyone immediately cast aside the earlier interaction between Emo and Orochimaru and began to discuss it heatedly. But before they could continue for long, Hiruzen Sarutobi raised his hand and tapped the table twice. Everyone, please calm down. With those words, the conference room gradually quieted down. Seeing this, Hiruzen Sarutobi continued. Kumogakure has gathered a large number of troops on the northeastern border of the Land of Fire. According to information sent back from the front lines, the leaders appear to be the new generation AB combo. The among them is the son of the third Raikage, and B is the new generation 8 Tails Jinchuriki. They are coming with aggressive intent. At this point, Hiruzen Sarutobi paused before continuing. Facing a war that has been brought to our doorstep, Konoha certainly cannot retreat. However, how many troops to commit and who will handle it are both issues. 50 Chapter 50 Preparation and Ink's Enhancement. Chapter 50, Preparation and Mo's Improvement. After a period of discussion, the response regarding Kumogakure was finalized. The front line would be led by Nara Shikaku. To prevent potential sneak attacks from other ninja villages, Konoha did not commit a large number of troops, but the 8 Tails Jinchuriki had to be guarded against. Originally, Konoha's plan was to send the 9 Tails Jinchuriki, Kushina, to the battlefield for emergencies. However, Minato Namikaze volunteered, citing the difficulty of controlling the 9 Tails' power, and stated that he could use the Flying Thunder God technique to rush Kushina to the battlefield when necessary. After some thought, Sandame agreed to his proposal. Thus, Konoha formed a special operations squad consisting of Minato Namikaze, Akimichi Choza, and Inuzuka Tsume to support the battlefield while trying to restrict the AB combo. But all of this had nothing to do with Uchiha Emo. What he cared about was another matter. As expected, following the original plot, Konoha had deployed the genin squads that had just graduated in the previous session to the battlefield to accelerate the growth of the new generation of ninja. However, since Konoha was not yet mired in the quagmire of war like in the later stages, the squads were arranged in the rear areas of the war zone, and they had a high degree of freedom without specific tactical objectives. They only needed to accept the mobilization of the army commander when necessary, which seemed to be for training purposes. Among them, Team 8, led by Uchiha Emo, was naturally in the ranks, while Team 7 was assigned to Mo's care due to Minato Namikaze's tactical mission. Hearing this arrangement, Emo frowned slightly. The original work did not fully depict the Third Shinobi World War, so he did not know what Team 7's original arrangement was in this war. However, in the middle and later stages of the war, Team 7 basically operated independently without Minato Namikaze, whether on the Iwagakure battlefield or the Kirigakure battlefield. But even if things had changed, it didn't matter. Since he had already killed Danzo, Mo had long since ceased to care about the so-called original plot. To him, the only truly useful things from it were the various secrets and lore knowledge. The army would set out in 3 days, with the intervening time left for preparation. After the meeting ended, Mo ignored Fugaku's hint and pushed open the door to head toward the clan grounds, but just at this moment, he suddenly sensed an extra presence behind him. Slap. Mo grabbed Minato Namake's wrist, his deep, well-like black eyes looking into his. Minato Namake's revealed a sunny smile and said straightforwardly, feeling no awkwardness at all. Mo, Team 7 is handed over to you. Please make sure to take good care of these children. Mo looked at him one last time, released Minato's wrist, and turned to leave. The favor is returned. Minato Namake's was stunned for a moment, and it took a while for him to react to what Uchiha Mo was talking about. Mo, about the last time. Minato was halfway through when he looked back, only to find that the figure in front of him had long since disappeared, leaving him standing there in embarrassment. On the other side, Uchiha Mo walked on the road back to the clan grounds, a small arc appearing at the corner of his mouth. Over the past year or so, his base stats had improved significantly. Apart from cultivation, the most important factors were the unlocking of the 7-colored lotus ability and the rise in eye power. The unlocking degree corresponded to the proficiency of the ninjutsu. Improving these values naturally increased Mo's control and power over corresponding abilities, while the increase in eye power inherently improved the quality and volume of Uchiha chakra, so Uchiha's overall quality would naturally improve accordingly. With a thought from Mo, a phantom panel appeared in his field of vision. Red Calabash Child Fusion Degree, 9.21% reached 10% to unlock ability, Supernatural Strength. Orange Calabash Child Fusion Degree, 33.54% already unlocked abilities, Clairvoyance, Clairaudience, reach 50% to unlock the next stage ability, Heaven Peering. Yellow Calabash Child Fusion Degree, 9.21% plus 16.39% both reach 10% to unlock ability, Invulnerability. Green Calabash Child Fusion Degree, 25.64% plus 27.39% already unlocked abilities, Fierce Fire, Violent Thunder, when both reach 50% and the second stage abilities of red and orange are unlocked, unlock the next ability, Heavenly Fire. Cyan Baby Fusion Degree, 10.85% reach 20% to unlock ability, Water Control. Blue Baby Fusion Degree, 33.54% plus 25.87% already unlocked ability, Invisibility, when both reach 30%, unlock ability, Traceless. Purple Baby Fusion Degree, 0.21% reach 50% to unlock ability, Universe in the Sleeve. Over the past year, Mo's focus remained on Fire Release and Lightning Release, supplemented by Taijutsu, Sealing Jutsu, and Genjutsu to cover his blind spots. The improvement in Lightning Release and Fire Release was gratifying, but even though Mo's daily Taijutsu training volume was not small and his body was becoming increasingly robust, the improvement in Yang Release proficiency was underwhelming. Mo speculated that the reason was that he did not possess the Yang attribute himself, and it was more difficult to independently increase the proficiency of the Yang attribute acquired through the panel later on, but the war had already broken out, so these things did not matter much to Mo's supernatural strength, invulnerability, traceless. These were Mo's main unlocking goals in the Third Shinobi World War. While lost in thought, Mo had already returned home. Walking into the entryway, Shursui ran over immediately. Nissan. Mo nodded, then patted Shursui on the head and walked into the house. The war has broken out. I'm going to the front line in 3 days. If you need anything, go find the Great Elder. Hearing this, Shursui immediately rushed to Mo's side and asked excitedly, can't I go too? I also want to fight alongside Nissan. Mo glanced at him. Keep practicing. Ah? But I'm already stronger than many adults in the clan. Shursui walked to Mo's side, his eyes burning. Mo ignored him, sat down at the table with an expressionless face, poured himself a cup of tea, and while drinking it, pondered how to act on the battlefield. He didn't know Kakashi's specific strength right now, but apart from him, the other 5 people were undoubtedly burdens in Mo's eyes, and Mo's own interests drove him to kill sufficiently powerful ninjas. He tapped the table with his other hand, his gaze fixed intently on the space in front of him, his brain racing. The status of a Jonin squad leader gave him the freedom he wanted, but the addition of Team 7 undoubtedly limited his operational efficiency. Furthermore, judging by the development of the original work, at this time, Uchiha Madara and Black Zetsu's eyes were undoubtedly on Obito, and some unexpected accidents might occur. Nissan. Seeing Imo like this, Shursui knew his request was unlikely to be granted. He sighed helplessly and walked to Mo's side, shaking his shoulder. Nissan. Imo came back to his senses and looked at Shursui expressionlessly. What is it? As the flat words fell, Shursui ran back to his room angrily, then quickly ran out with a small scroll and threw it onto the table in front of Imo with dissatisfaction. Chapter 51, Ninja Crows and Breakthrough Discovery of the Bloodline Limit. Uchiha Imo glanced at the small scroll on the table, frowned, and looked at Shursui with a puzzled expression. The crows I've been feeding have started producing ninja crows. This is a summoning contract. I originally planned to wait until there were enough of this batch of ninja crows before giving this gift to Anai-san, but since you're heading to the front lines, I have to give it to you now. Ninja crows. Imo paused, recalling the crows that Shursui had been feeding. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly. He bit his left thumb, then unrolled the scroll and wrote the 4 characters Uchiha Imo next to Shursui's name. As the last stroke fell, a familiar sensation flashed through Mo's mind. He knew it was the symbol of the summoning contract taking effect. Humph. What an incompetent brother, not fulfilling your little brother's request yet accepting his gift. Shursui put the scroll away, stood by the table with his arms crossed, and pouted, looking very dissatisfied. Imo shook his head and said helplessly, once the front lines stabilize, I'll take you. Really? No takebacks. Shursui suddenly became excited, quickly bracing his hands on the table and asking loudly. Imo glanced at the excited Shursui and nodded. Having received confirmation, Shursui became even happier, but Imo ignored him. A short while later, Shursui collected himself slightly. He looked at Imo and asked. Anai-san, I'll be finishing the training tasks you arranged for me soon. What should I do after you leave? Imo looked up at Shursui, then turned his gaze back and said calmly, I will leave behind the scrolls given by the Great Elder. Within the ninjutsu scrolls provided by the Great Elder, Imo had basically learned the ninjutsu he needed over the past year. Even if he wasn't a master, he could at least perform them fluently. Shursui's expression didn't change upon hearing this. He gently moved to sit beside Imo, a smile appearing on his face. Anai-san, I'm not interested in those ninjutsu. Haven't you been researching a new technique? You used a terrifying one last time. I don't know if it was lightning release or fire release, a forbidden technique. Why don't you teach me that one? As soon as he finished speaking, Imo frowned slightly and flatly refused, no. That technique isn't perfected yet. It doesn't have much practical use in combat, and it's very dangerous. The forbidden technique Shursui spoke of was precisely the result of Mo's research into the bloodline limit over the past year. During a year of research, Imo had gradually come to understand why lightning and fire release could not be fused into a bloodline limit, yet it was possible with Chidori. The key lay in the Yin release. The dual elements of lightning and fire were too explosive, and there was no possibility of a perfect fusion. However, when Yin release was integrated into one of them, the power of the Yin release would cause a change, turning their outward explosiveness into an inward, rapid sharpness. In this way, the possibility of fusion between the two existed. It was just like scorch release. After the Yin attribute and fire attribute were fused, the originally explosive fierce fire became an inward and rapid black flame. In other words, what Imo was actually trying to fuse was not a bloodline limit, but a bloodline selection. This was also the key reason why Chidori could successfully enchant fire release. In order to successfully fuse the two, Mo had subconsciously used a large amount of ocular power, and the release power within it had prompted the fusion of the two without him realizing it. But when this same method was used to fuse a bloodline limit within the body, it didn't work. The key reason was that Mo's level of release was sufficient for fusing techniques, but it proved to be lacking in this situation. Therefore, it was this step that had stalled Mo just before success. Fortunately, he had completely figured out the cause, and now it could be said that everything was ready, save for the east wind. Fine. The next day. On the Konoha training ground, a total of 8 figures from Team 7 and Team 8 stood there. Minato Namikaze scratched his blonde hair behind his head, spread one hand, and said, "In short, that's how it is. Because of the village's arrangements, you will be following Mo in the subsequent battles against Kumogakure." Eh? Uchiha Obito let out a startled, strange cry. He looked at the expressionless Uchiha Mo beside Minato and swallowed hard. He opened his mouth as if to say something, but just then, Mo glanced over inadvertently. Obito immediately shuddered and stood at attention, straight as a post, cold sweat streaming down his forehead, and shut his mouth. "Obito, what's wrong?" Rin Noara cast a worried look. "Rin. I'm fine, haha. I was just practicing a type of taijutsu." "That's right, I was practicing taijutsu, haha." On the other side, Kakashi had already arrived in front of Mo, "I heard your technique is finished." Uchiha Mo nodded calmly, while Kakashi revealed a troubled expression. He scratched his white hair, his dead fish eyes above the mask revealing a hint of irritation. "My Chidori is about ready, but Minato-sensei said this technique has a fatal flaw. If your dynamic vision isn't good enough, you'll actually be unable to see the enemy clearly due to the high-speed dash and the blinding lightning, leaving you open to the opponent's counterattack." Mo glanced at Kakashi and said casually, "Then give up the speed and momentum brought by the thrust." After losing his Sharingan in Boruto, Kakashi developed a version of purple lightning adapted for ordinary people, which looked similar to Chidori, though with slightly less speed and piercing power. When it came down to it, purple lightning was the lightning release ninjutsu adapted for ordinary people, while Chidori was more of a technique that existed for the Uchiha. Among those without Uchiha blood, only individuals like Minato and Senju Tobirama, with their superior reaction nerves and dynamic vision, could possibly master it. "Give it up." Minato stood to the side. He watched Kakashi, who had approached Mo, and the other 5 who had already gathered together, revealing a sunny smile. It seems the compatibility between Mo's Team 8 and Team 7 is quite high. Thinking this, he felt much more at ease. He turned to look at Mo and said, "Mo, I'll leave this to you. I'm going to the Special Operations Squad to prepare the action plan." Uchiha Mo didn't look away, nodding expressionlessly. Minato immediately turned into a streak of golden light and disappeared from the spot, leaving only the 7 people on the training ground. "Kakashi, I'll leave the management of your teammates to you. I don't have time to play house. No matter what methods you use, just ensure they obey on the battlefield." Kakashi was still immersed in thoughts of modifying Chidori, but Mo's slightly cold voice suddenly awakened him. Right, I understand." Kakashi paused for a moment, then nodded and walked towards his teammates. A short while later, Kakashi gathered with the members of Team 7, talking about something. Uchiha Obito and Rin Noara were slightly stunned, then Obito showed an expression of relief, followed by crossing his arms and looking at Kakashi with a look of indignation. 52 Chapter 52 First Probe, Magnet Release Ninja Troy. Chapter 52, First Probe, Magnet Release Ninja Toroi. On the northeastern border of the Land of Fire, near the border of the Land of Hot Springs. The Konoha army was stationed here. The reason they didn't push deeper into the Land of Hot Springs wasn't out of conscience, but because Kumogakure had seized the initiative and had already established their front line not far from the border of the Land of Fire. Inside the command tent, Narashikaku was discussing countermeasures with several military leaders, but this had nothing to do with Uchiha Mo. Uchiha Mo, wearing a Konoha Jonin flak jacket, leaned against a large tree with his arms crossed, tilting his head slightly to look behind him. Asuma Sarutobi and Uchiha Obito were sparring in a clearing beside the forest. Kakashi stood to the side, acting as a board referee, while Gekko Hayate, Kurina Yuhi, and Rin Noara sat nearby watching the match, occasionally calling out words of encouragement. It seemed the chemistry between Team 8 and Team 7 was indeed quite good. Uchiha Amo glanced at Uchiha Obito, who was scrambling under the assault of Asuma Sarutobi's flying swallow, then withdrew his gaze and looked up at the sky, feeling somewhat bored. Before long, Uchiha Obito let out a miserable yelp and fell to the ground. The victor had been decided. Although Uchiha Obito was a dead last during his youth, his actual combat ability wasn't weak. However, the current Asuma Sarutobi was clearly stronger than he was at the same period in the original work. Behind him came the sound of Rin Noara offering comfort and Uchiha Obito's somewhat embarrassed, stubborn retorts. Uchiha Amo suddenly lowered his head to look ahead. Swish! At that very moment, a man wearing a chinen flak jacket suddenly appeared before him, handing over a folded piece of white paper. Jonin Uchiha Amo, Lord Narashikaku's arrangements have been finalized. The army will officially move out tomorrow. Please act according to the planned orders. Before he could finish, a voice quickly began to echo throughout the military camp. The forward reconnaissance unit reports that Kumogakure has begun to move. Kumogakure has begun to move. Everyone, please advance immediately according to the deployment plans. We must push the front line outside the borders of the Land of Fire. The voice spread rapidly, echoing throughout the camp again and again. The Chunin froze for a moment, then nodded at Uchiha Amo and quickly departed. Uchiha Amo unfolded the note with one hand, glanced at the white paper, and flicked it casually to his side. A crimson flame instantly ignited on the paper, turning it into ash in an instant. He turned his head and cast his gaze directly toward the front line. His pupils contracted slightly, and his ears twitched. His perception instantly crossed an unknown distance, arriving within the Kumogakure army. With the unlocking of the clairaudience ability, the maximum range and precision of Uchiha Mo's clairvoyance had increased significantly, and even his normal dynamic vision had improved quite a bit. Based on Uchiha Mo's senses, his current normal dynamic vision was even superior to that of a single Tomo Sharingan. As the ability activated, the situation of Kumogakure was brought into Uchiha Mo's perception. The Kumogakure army was attacking from 3 directions. The central force, led by 2 dark-skinned men, was headed straight for the Konoha camp. It was clearly the main force led by A and B. The other 2 forces were looping around in arcs from the flanks. Judging by this trajectory, their target was the flanks. Just as Uchiha Amo was about to see what other notable figures Kumogakure had, a voice suddenly sounded from his side. Amo, aren't we moving out? Watching the army rapidly assembling in front, Kakashi approached Uchiha Amo, looking somewhat anxious. Uchiha Amo withdrew his gaze, turned to look at Kakashi, and straightened up, pushing his back off the tree. Let's go. As he spoke, he took the first step, and the members of Team 8 and Team 7 behind him quickly followed. Just as he had expected, because he was bringing dead weight and his own reputation in Konoha wasn't that high yet, the orders issued by the higher-ups were merely a training mission. As long as they didn't approach the front line of the battlefield, Uchiha Amo could move freely across the battlefield with his squad, enjoying a high degree of freedom. About a quarter of an hour later, the first engagement between Konoha and Kumogakure erupted in a vast forest. For the first engagement, both sides coincidentally chose a forest with more complex terrain, clearly wanting to probe each other, and thus utilized the forest terrain to dampen the intensity of the battle. Uchiha Amo led his team through the forest at high speed, his pupils slightly constricted as he quickly searched for targets. The scenery flew past them rapidly. Before long, 5 figures wearing half-body white iron armor over black long-sleeved outfits, with Kumogakure forehead protectors, came into view. Thud. Uchiha Amo landed on a thick branch, and those behind him followed, landing one after another in the trees. Uchiha Amo did not hide his presence, so the group of Kumogakure ninjas immediately sensed them. They promptly stopped checking the corpses in their hands, gripped their ninja tools, and looked up vigilantly. But after seeing the appearance of the newcomers, several of them immediately looked relieved. What is this? They're just a bunch of brats. Has Konoha declined to the point where they need to send children to the battlefield as cannon fodder? One of the Kumogakure ninjas put down his ninja sword and said this with some disdain. Don't let your guard down, Rikai. This guy is no ordinary brat. A Kumogakure ninja immediately scolded him. He had a beard, a small scroll hanging on his body, and was holding a string of diamond-shaped shuriken strung together with wire. His gaze fell upon the leader, Uchiha Emo Toroi. You're being too cautious. What kind of power could a brat this size have? When I was his age, the most I could do was not wet my pants on the battlefield, and you. Rikai was still rambling on, but Uchiha Emo turned his gaze toward the Kumogakure ninja who was staring fixedly at him. Toroi? The reason he had rushed in this direction was because his perception ability had detected that this person's chakra signature was much stronger than the other small fry, having even reached the level of an elite jonin. He really hadn't expected such an unexpected bonus. Toroi, a Kumogakure elite jonin, possessed the magnet release bloodline limit. Even if a possessor of a bloodline limit isn't highly skilled in their ninjutsu, they can still bring Uchiha Emo a significant increase in proficiency. For example, Danzo Shimura, who merely by having a 3-tomo transplanted, could increase Uchiha Emo's release proficiency by 7%, which was over 20% of his total. And magnet release is a bloodline limit formed by the fusion of wind and earth attributes. There were also rumors that Toroi's magnet release was different from Tsunegakure's, being lightning and earth attributes, but Uchiha Emo thought he would know soon enough. After finishing speaking to Toroi, Rikai shrugged and turned to look at Uchiha Emo, who was standing on the branch with his arms crossed, a cruel smile appearing on his face. Little kids, the bat. Before he could finish his sentence, Uchiha Emo lowered his eyes, which had been stained crimson at some unknown point, and glanced at him impatiently. Demonic illusion, shackling stakes technique. Squelch. In an instant, Rikai's body began to tremble violently, blood gushing from his mouth and nose. His face turned paper white instantly, and then his eyes rolled back, and he collapsed straight to the ground, all signs of life extinguished. Rikai? Chapter 53, The Death of Toroi, and the Gaze in the Shadows. Demonic illusion, shackling stakes is a genjutsu similar to Tsukuyomi, a technique purely for mental attacks. Even if the victim realizes they are trapped in a genjutsu, they must still endure the mental assault. There is only one way to break it, to counter it with stronger ocular power or release, or to resist it with sufficiently powerful willpower. But clearly, Rikai did not possess enough release cultivation to counter Uchiha Emo, nor did he have strong enough willpower. Under the impact of the genjutsu, his mind collapsed and his consciousness dissipated, he even died outright. Damn it! You bastard! Toroi picked up the square shuriken in his hands, gritted his teeth, and looked up, glaring angrily at the figure on the tree branch. A genjutsu can actually take a person's life directly? Kakashi looked toward Emo in front of him with some surprise, and Kurina Yuhi also cast a look of admiration. If I don't kill on the battlefield, are you waiting for me to invite you home for dinner? Mo's expression was indifferent. He glanced at the negligible numerical fluctuations on the panel and frowned slightly. As expected, a piece of trash. Upon hearing this, Toroi was instantly enraged. He violently poured chakra into the wire in his right hand, then suddenly flung the string of square shuriken toward Emo and the others. Whoosh! 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 Go to hell! Enhanced by magnet release chakra, the square shuriken were incredibly fast, streaking through the air like beams of light before arriving not far in front of Emo. The shuriken enchanted by Toroi's magnet release chakra possessed a special ability, magnetization. As soon as they touched an object he had magnetized, the ninja's body would instantly become magnetized. Subsequently, all magnetized shuriken thrown by Toroi would possess a homing effect due to the magnetic force between them, moving at extreme speeds and never stopping until they hit the target. It could be said that this ability possessed a very strong intelligence advantage, but Once the intelligence was leaked, it would have no meaning at all. Mo raised his right hand. Between his fingers, many crimson needles had appeared at some unknown time. With a flick of his arm, the red needles shot precisely toward the shuriken Toroi had thrown. Fire release, crimson blaze, scattered fire needles. Whoosh! 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 Bang! The condensed flame Senbon collided with the square shuriken, instantly creating an explosion. The Senbon dissipated, and the square shuriken were all blasted away. "I'll come play with you." Mo leaped down from the tree branch and landed on the flat ground not far from the Kumogakure ninjas. The team members behind him followed him down to the ground one after another. Kakashi drew his white light chakra saber from his back, his gaze fixed sharply on the Kumogakure ninjas in the distance. "Mo, focus on dealing with this guy, leave the others to us." After saying this, Kakashi signaled everyone to charge at the Kumogakure ninjas on the other side from the flank. Toroi ignored this, only frowning slightly as he stared at Uchiha Mo with full concentration. Is it a coincidence? This brat seems to know my intelligence. In his mind, he recalled Uchiha Mo's previous actions, and then looked at the Futsunomitama hanging at Mo's waist. Regardless of whether he really knows or not, I must prepare for the worst. Toroi turned his wrist and took out 4 more square shuriken. Then, amidst a burst of smoke, the shuriken became incredibly huge. Magnet release, magnetized between blades. With an angry shout, the 4 huge, magnetized square shuriken shot out, aiming directly at Uchiha Mo not far away. "Go to hell, you wretched brat." Toroi could guarantee that Uchiha Mo absolutely could not solve shuriken of this magnitude in the same way as last time, and because this brat had jumped down on his own, the distance between them had also been reduced significantly. At this distance, his magnetized shuriken could arrive in an instant and would be absolutely impossible to dodge. The only way this brat could block them was to draw the ninja sword at his waist, and then be magnetized by him. Whoosh! In an instant, the 4 square shuriken had approached his face and tightly sealed off his 4 escape routes, yet Mo remained expressionless. "Is this your performance? Honestly, I'm already feeling quite bored." As his voice fell, Mo tapped his toes and leaped backward, his hands rapidly flipping in front of his chest. Snake, ram, monkey, boar, horse, tiger. Clap. He brought his hands together into a sword seal, and Mo suddenly puffed out his chest. Fire release, great fireball technique. A massive great fireball, the size of a house, was violently spat out by Mo in midair. Roar. The giant square shuriken were instantly vaporized, and that terrifying-looking great fireball continued to blast toward the spot where Toroi was standing. "What kind of power is this?" Toroi exclaimed in horror and hurriedly dodged backward. Boom! The fierce fireball instantly blasted a large crater into the ground, intense shockwaves rippled out, and a thick pillar of smoke rose up. Toroi had just barely steadied his footing when a kunai suddenly broke through the smoke and shot toward his head. Whoosh! He hurriedly turned his head to dodge, but a bloodstain was still cut across his cheek, and the kunai was already firmly embedded in the ground behind him. Immediately after, an extremely thin chakra wire suddenly tightened on the ring at the end of the kunai, and then a figure instantly broke out of the smoke with it. Screech! Uchiha Mo, holding the lightning-filled Futsunomitama in a reverse grip, slashed and thrust violently downward at Toroi. Toroi hurriedly summoned another giant square shuriken from his scroll to block in front of him, simultaneously injecting a large amount of magnet release chakra into it. Good opportunity. Although this brat's attack was very fast, this was also a good opportunity for me to magnetize him. As long as the power of magnetization attaches to his body. Clang! Before the words had even faded, sparks flew. The Futsunomitama struck the shuriken, bursting with sparks, but before Toroi could feel any joy, the square shuriken was sliced open like tofu, leaving a smooth cross-section. Swish! Splat! A terrified head flew high into the air. Mo stood expressionless behind Toroi, sensing the magnetization in his body fading. He swung the blade to shake off the blood, then performed a flourish and sheathed the sword. Thud. The headless corpse fell to the ground with a dull thud, and Mo turned his gaze to the phantom panel. Lightning release proficiency plus 5.36%. Earth release proficiency plus 4.78%. Yang release proficiency plus 2.13%. Newly unlocked abilities, supernatural strength, invulnerability. Mo frowned slightly, feeling somewhat dissatisfied looking at the increased values, but immediately shook his head gently. Forget it, it's normal that it doesn't compare to the Sharingan. After whispering this, he fixed his gaze on Kakashi and the others who were locked in a fierce battle with the Kumogakure ninjas ahead. At this moment, the Kumogakure ninjas seemed to have noticed the battle situation here as well. This brat, he actually killed Toroi? Bastard! How is this possible? Damn Uchiha, I must have been caught in a genjutsu. They widened their eyes, all revealing expressions of shock. Toroi's death seemed to be a huge blow to their morale. Several Kumogakure ninjas were already retreating while still fighting, clearly wanting to flee. Mo took a slight step forward, and the chakra in his body immediately became active. And just as he was preparing to strike, he suddenly sensed a gaze for no apparent reason. 54 Chapter 54 Tracing the Footsteps and Dancing. Chapter 54, Tracking and Dancing. This gaze had no perceptible direction, no perceptible source, and Mo was not even sure if such a gaze truly existed. However, in his mind and his spirit, a feeling kept welling up: something is watching me from the shadows. Mo did not doubt it in the slightest. After merely pausing for a moment, he chose to believe it. He continued walking while his mind began to race. Who is it? A white Zetsu monitoring Obito? Then why would it focus its attention on me? Is it because of the battle just now? No, a creature like a white Zetsu wouldn't be attracted by such things when it has a mission. Snap. After snapping the neck of a cloud ninja who was preparing to flee, Mo turned and headed toward another cloud ninja. The worst-case scenario is undoubtedly that I have been targeted by Uchiha Madara, but the direct forces currently under Madara's control cannot do anything to me. Pulling out the blood-stained Futsu no Mitama, Mo tossed the corpse aside and then set his sights on the last cloud ninja on the field. There is another question: why couldn't I perceive it before, yet I can keenly detect it now? Is it because of the improvement in sensory ability brought by second brother ability? If that were the reason, then I should have been able to detect it long ago. Argh! Don't come over here. Watching his companions fall one by one, and seeing Uchiha Mo turn toward his direction, the last cloud ninja let go of the Uchiha Obito he had been struggling with. Backing away, he held a kunai and pointed it tremblingly at Uchiha Mo, putting on a brave front. Mo advanced with an expressionless face, paying him no mind at all. But if it's not second brother ability, could it be first brother ability or third brother ability? Squelch. Mo walked up close, casually dodged the kunai thrust by the cloud ninja, then slammed an elbow into his back. Immediately after, he kicked him over and sliced off his head with one strike. Lightning release proficiency plus 0.18%. Yang release proficiency plus 0.54%. Yang release. At this moment, Mo suddenly thought of the unlocking conditions for the third stage ability of fourth brother ability. Could it be that the increase in the base values of Yin Yang release can create a chain reaction improvement with other abilities? Come to think of it, my stealth ability is also smoother than before. Thinking this, Mo basically confirmed the answer. And that gaze still remained upon him. Let's go, Mo, where are we going next? Kakashi leaned over to Uchiha Mo's side and asked this. Mo turned his head to look at his companions. Kakashi's expression was indifferent, but his eyes revealed a hint of excitement. Gekko Hayate, Asuma, and Kurina Yuhi were mostly calm, and although Obito and Rin Noara were also expressionless, Mo could see that their palms were trembling slightly. TSK, what a nuisance. Mo frowned. If there weren't so many people around, he would definitely use clairvoyance right here to find that guy spying on him from the shadows, and just happened to test how much proficiency improvement a creature like a white Zetsu could bring. As for Uchiha Madara, he was just an old man with one foot in the grave. If Emo had to be afraid of Uchiha Madara at this time, and therefore let it cramp his style, then he wouldn't be Uchiha Emo. Let's go. Saying this, Emo turned and led the group to dash through the forest once again. The scenery flew by rapidly. Mo's eyes narrowed slightly, his ears twitched slightly, and while his gaze scanned the battlefield, he also glanced toward the ground from time to time. The method for white Zetsu to hide and move quickly is called Mayfly. This is a would-release ninjutsu exclusive to Zetsu. It achieves high-speed movement by fusing the user's body with the earth and vegetation, utilizing organic networks such as underground plant roots and groundwater currents. During this process, the user's aura becomes like ordinary plants in nature, completely isolating it from external perception. Therefore, if the existence spying on Emo from the shadows really is a white Zetsu, then it must be hiding underground not far from Emo right now. However, in order not to alert the enemy, Emo could not expose his purpose too obviously. Although white Zetsu are basically idiots, there are some special individuals among them that are quite sharp, so he could only use his peripheral vision to investigate the situation. Before long, Emo found another batch of Cloud Ninja. This time, the Cloud Ninja team had over a dozen people, but there was no one among them worthy of Mo's attention. Thus, a cruel slaughter began. Kakashi, watch over them, I'm going to take care of this group. After Emo finished speaking, his eyes swirled and turned into a pair of 3 Tomo Sharingan. He took a step, and his whole body slammed down from the high tree branch onto the ground. A brat? Don't be careless, it's an Uchiha. A Cloud Ninja saw the red in Mo's eye sockets and immediately called out a warning. As the word Uchiha spread through the crowd, the Cloud Ninja immediately let go of their contempt, and their expressions gradually became serious. Tap. Emo took a step and charged toward the Cloud Ninja. At the same time, his blood-colored eyes spun rapidly, and he glanced at the ground from time to time. Not here, and not here either. The distance between the two sides shrank rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, they collided. The first Cloud Ninja raised his ninja sword high, roaring as he slashed horizontally toward Mo's neck. Mo's eyes swirled. Under the dynamic vision of the Sharingan, these people's movements were simpler than the thoughts of a paramecium. He slightly lowered his body, the long sword fanning a gust of wind over his head. Immediately after, Emo raised his left arm and, utilizing the force of his sprint, slammed it hard into the Cloud Ninja's chest. Bang! With a dull thud, the Cloud Ninja spat out a large mouthful of blood and flew backward. 2 companions behind him hurriedly tried to catch him, but they both fell to the ground due to the immense force. What kind of strength is this? Does Emo have such great power? Obito widened his eyes, looking at the 3 members of Team 8 with a puzzled face. The 3 people looked at each other, stared for a while, and then shook their heads in unison, saying, "We don't know." Mo's previous battles were mainly based on dodging. He rarely wrestled head-on with adult ninja like this, so we couldn't tell anything, Karina Yuhi said, staring at the figure below. On the battlefield, Uchiha Emo clenched his fists, feeling a bit surprised himself. I didn't expect First Brother ability's first stage power to be this effective. No, perhaps it's not just First Brother ability. The reason I can exert such great power is also because Third Brother ability has strengthened my physical load-bearing capacity. These 2 abilities complement each other. Emo could feel that his current strength was enough to knock down a large tree with one punch, comparable to super strength. Anyway, the war had already started, and after the 3rd Ninja War ended, Emo intended to take the Uchiha and leave Konoha, so there was no need to hide anymore. As long as he controlled the degree and didn't appear too exaggerated, it would be fine. In a flash of thought, he raised his hand and grabbed the hilt of the ninja sword slashed by a Cloud Ninja, then punched him under the armpit. The Cloud Ninja's pupils immediately shrank, and he screamed in pain while clutching his shoulder. Emo took the long sword in the flow of movement, turned, and slashed at the shoulder of the Cloud Ninja preparing to sneak attack from behind. The long sword happened to strike the white armor on the Cloud Ninja's shoulder, instantly shattering the blade into fragments, but the remaining part also completely sliced open half of the Cloud Ninja's shoulder. Chapter 55, Slaughter and Discovery. Emo raised his leg and kicked him away. A whistling sound of something cutting through the air came from the side. It was another long sword slashing horizontally. Without even looking, Emo ducked and delivered a spinning kick. While spinning to dodge the blade, his heel slammed the Cloud Ninja directly into the ground, and the ninja sword spun through the air and fell into Mo's hand. "Yah!" A Cloud Ninja seized the opportunity to step forward, roaring as he prepared to bring down his long sword. At the same time, another Cloud Ninja on Mo's left thrust out a kunai. Emo parried the kunai with his left hand, then killed that Cloud Ninja with a diagonal slash. Following through, he crouched and dashed toward the Cloud Ninja who was bringing down his long sword. The Cloud Ninja gritted his teeth. Just as his long sword was about to strike, Emo suddenly raised his head right in front of him, and a pair of scarlet 3-tomo Sharingan flashed into his mind. Genjutsu, Sharingan. He shuddered, instantly freezing in place. The long sword slashed upward. Squelch. Blood splattered, and another mangled corpse flew away. Emo held the broken long sword, turned around, and stabbed it into the neck of a Cloud Ninja, then kicked him away. But just then, a crackling sound suddenly erupted from behind. Lightning release, earth flash. Arcs of electricity spread rapidly along the ground, about to crawl to Uchiha Mo's feet, but he suddenly leaped into the air as if he had eyes in the back of his head. Then, Emo stomped hard on a Cloud Ninja's head, launching himself even higher. His hands moved rapidly in front of him, instantly finishing with a Tiger Hand seal. Snap. Fire release, Dragon Flame Song technique. Four enormous fire dragons were instantly exhaled by Emo, then flew rapidly toward the remaining few Cloud Ninjas on the ground. Boom. The ground trembled slightly, and the fireballs blasted a terrifying crater into the earth. The entire battlefield was enveloped in thick smoke and dust. On the tree branches, Kakashi and the others stared at this scene in a daze. So strong. Uchiha Obito said in a daze. He had only heard from his clansmen about what a genius Emo was, but until he truly saw this scene, he only then deeply understood how terrifying the gap between them was. Is this guy really our peer? Hufusuma sneered and immediately teased. Obito, looking at how inexperienced you are, didn't I tell you already? My team leader will definitely be a very strong guy. As his voice fell, Obito came back to his senses, his face turning red with sudden irritation. Cut the crap. I know this better than you. Emo is my clansman. Clansman? How come I see you looking so afraid of him? Asuma raised an eyebrow, wearing a narrow smile on his face. On the battlefield, all the Cloud Ninjas had fallen to the ground, showing no signs of life. Uchiha Emo stood in the thick smoke, his pupils slightly constricted, using the cover of the smoke and dust to quickly scan the ground. The smoke was gradually dissipating, and Emo shifted his gaze rapidly, but he still hadn't discovered any clues. Seeing that the thick smoke had thinned and was about to dissipate, Emo had to withdraw his gaze. That presence of a gaze, which had been faint or non-existent, seemed to have become stronger, right after Emo finished off this group of Cloud Ninjas. He turned around slowly and walked toward Kakashi and the others, but just at this moment, something very discordant suddenly appeared in the corner of his eye as he inadvertently swept across. It was a pool of black, gelatinous stuff, crawling among the deep-buried tree roots beneath the feet of the team. Emo did not stop walking, turned his gaze away, and continued to maintain his original posture, showing no signs of anything unusual. Black Zetsu. Underground, the momentary eye contact made Black Zetsu almost scared out of his heart, if he had one. But fortunately, Emo moved his gaze away in an instant. It looked just like a coincidence that happened during a routine shift of gaze. Black Zetsu calmed his nerves, recalling Uchiha Mo's performance in his mind, and his mood, which had just calmed down, suddenly surged with waves again, unable to be stopped. After returning to confirm that Madara's condition would not have problems in the short term, Black Zetsu hurried back to hide beside Emo again, monitoring him almost every moment without leaving. And the more he observed, the more shocked Black Zetsu became. At the age of 10, Mo had independently developed a quite astonishing technique and sensory ability, along with an invisibility Kekkei Genkai that Black Zetsu could not fathom the depth of. Especially that fire release ninjutsu. The more he understood it, the more amazed Black Zetsu felt. As an old antique who had wandered the ninja world for 1,000 years, Black Zetsu's own strength was very average, but his knowledge was arguably the best in the current ninja world. Others only felt that the fire release was fierce, but only Black Zetsu knew how incredible it was to control the nature transformation of fire release chakra, condensed to the extreme, in such a way. However, thinking that the person who did this was the creator of ninjutsu, Indra, Black Zetsu was relieved. And immediately after, Mo finished demonstrating his ability and technique, and then showed Black Zetsu his talent in combat. Compared to 1,000 years ago, Indra lacked the naturally powerful starting point, but his talent in combat had not diminished in the slightest. Outsmarting Orochimaru, assassinating Danzo. Black Zetsu had witnessed every one of these battles. Thinking of the terrifying combat techniques Mo had just displayed, Black Zetsu couldn't help but sigh. As expected of Indra. By comparison, even a 15-year-old Madara is far inferior. Uchiha Madara was already the strongest Indra chakra reincarnate that Black Zetsu had seen in 1,000 years. If it weren't for Senju Hashirama's performance being too outrageous, Black Zetsu even felt he wouldn't have had the chance to guide Madara to execute the Eye of the Moon plan. But this is just right. The more powerful Indra is, the more perfect Mother's resurrection plan will be. Once I find a chance to extract the power of all things in nature from Madara, I will make Indra work for me. The mouth formed by yellow spots on that pool of black mud immediately widened into an exaggerated arc. Black Zetsu was not worried about being unable to bewitch Indra, because his current high-intensity surveillance was for the purpose of deeply analyzing Uchiha Mo's personality. Now it seemed that even though 1,000 years had passed, even though he had reincarnated and his memories were gone, Indra was still that same Indra, selfish and cold. And a selfish person is the most easily prone to falling into paranoia. He. Even now, it feels just like a dream. The Rinnegan has appeared in the world, and the strongest Indra chakra reincarnate and Indra's soul reincarnate have appeared in the same era. Hagoromo, even the heavens are helping me, how can you fight me? And just as Black Zetsu was secretly gloating, Mo had already led the team and was preparing to set off again. Is it not White Zetsu who is targeting me, but rather Black Zetsu? The 7-person team moved rapidly through the forest, the scenery flying backward. Mo looked ahead expressionlessly, calculating secretly in his mind. Regardless, once we reach the Iwagakure battlefield, I must first scout Madara's current situation, and also that piece of trash Black Zetsu, who actually dared to set his sights on me. 56 Chapter 56 First Encounter with Black Zetsu. Chapter 56, First Meeting with Black Zetsu. By evening, the first probing battle between Kumogakure and Konoha had come to an end. The squad led by Uchiha Mo was positioned near the rear of the battlefield, so they quickly completed their withdrawal and returned to the camp. The members of Team 7 and Team 8 had already returned to their tents to rest, while Mo went alone into the woods next to the camp. Finding a clearing, he first took off his blood-stained Jonin vest, then cast his gaze upon the illusory panel. After a brief scan, Mo didn't do anything else, because that watchful gaze was still fixed upon him. Come out, you've already been exposed. Standing expressionless in place, Mo spoke out of nowhere toward the empty clearing. The entire forest instantly fell into a dead silence. Hidden in the ground beneath Mo's feet, Black Zetsu's orange eyes went wide with shock, and his mouth instantly froze into a straight line. Even without distinct facial features, his eyes and the shape of his mouth clearly betrayed his shock. How is this possible? Is he bluffing me? You've been watching for quite a while, haven't you? To think my secrets would be known by a nobody like you. If you don't come out within 3 breaths, I'll have no choice but to consider you an enemy. When that time comes, I won't show any mercy. Honestly, although he knew Black Zetsu's approximate location, Mo was not confident he could kill him outright. Black Zetsu's combat power wasn't strong, but taking his life was by no means an easy task. In fact, sealing Black Zetsu would be far simpler than killing him. If he couldn't achieve a one-hit kill, Black Zetsu would surely use the mayfly technique to escape instantly, and acting rashly would only cause great trouble. Moreover, Uchiha Emo knew very well what Black Zetsu's goal was. Since Black Zetsu had targeted him, he definitely had some scheme in mind. Using words to provoke him was a much wiser choice than attacking, which was also the result of Mo's careful consideration on the way back. As his voice fell, the surroundings fell silent once more, and time slowly ticked away. Should I go out? Indra indeed created a sensory ninjutsu, but if he could detect me, he should have done so long ago. It's impossible he would wait until now. One breath passed. For 1,000 years, ever since Hagoromo passed away, I have been active. Yet, except for that Senju Hashirama, no one has ever discovered me. A child of barely over 10 years old. How is that possible? But, this is Indra. If it's him. 2 breaths passed. No. Back then, Indra only discovered my presence because I actively approached him. This guy couldn't possibly. 3 breaths. Should I flee? No. That won't do. Whether it's real or a bluff doesn't matter. Either way, I can't keep hiding, even if he is just bluffing. If Indra finds out in the future that I was the one here, someone like him would definitely begin to reject and suspect me. That would have too much of an impact on the plan. I can't afford to gamble. I have no choice but to make contact with Indra ahead of schedule. Emo knit his brows and silently gathered chakra in his right palm. Just as he was about to strike, a puddle of black substance suddenly rose slowly from the ground in front of him. After emerging from the ground, the substance slowly coalesced into the shape of a humanoid upper body. Black Zetsu's yellow-orange eyes curved slightly as he looked at Uchiha Emo in front of him and said slowly. Long time no see, Indra. To think 1,000 years have passed, and I have finally waited for you once more. Indra? Emo was startled inwardly, almost failing to control his facial expression. Indra? Black Zetsu actually thinks I'm Indra. Is it because of this face? But Madara should. Dispelling the chakra in his palm, he set his doubts aside for the moment, furrowed his brows, and stared sharply at Black Zetsu. What on earth are you? When did you start spying on me, and what does Indra refer to? He. Black Zetsu's peculiar, distorted voice let out an extremely bizarre laugh. Indra is you. You are the savior of this absolutely dreadful ninja world. Black Zetsu's voice was high-pitched and excited, anyone could hear the genuine joy in his tone. Humph. Emo let out a cold snort and replied icily, I am Uchiha Emo, not anyone else. Don't think that a few flattering words will make me spare you. He. Black Zetsu was in no hurry, instead letting out a low chuckle. This kind of reaction from Uchiha Emo was exactly how Indra should behave, as Indra was such an egotistical person. If he had accepted it outright or shown wavering doubt, only then would Black Zetsu find it strange. You've already noticed, haven't you? Your Sharingan is far more perfect than other Uchihas. Your ocular power is much purer than Sharingan of the same level. Your control over and creativity with jutsu are far greater than those of ordinary people. Hearing this, Emo frowned. That is simply because my talent is superior. Talent. Indeed. Your talent is naturally beyond the reach of mere mortals. After all, what you inherited is the purest power originating from the rabbit goddess. Sooner or later, you will become an existence that surpasses the six-path sage. Clack. Emo placed his right palm on the hilt of Futsuno Mitama, his brow furrowing slightly. I didn't come here to waste my time listening to your fairy tales. If these are your last words, I won't stand here and listen to the end. As Mo's sharp gaze fell upon Black Zetsu, the latter shivered. Why does Indra seem even more short-tempered than he was 1,000 years ago? I know you won't believe me easily, but you will understand sooner or later. Uchiha Emo, You are the existence this wailing world has been waiting for over 1,000 years, the one and only savior. And I am the one responsible for guiding you to fulfill your destiny. Before Imo could respond, Black Zetsu sank back into the ground and vanished, and with him, that watchful gaze completely disappeared as well. Uchiha Imo let go of the hilt of his sword, standing in place with a frown. Meanwhile, Black Zetsu was moving rapidly underground. He didn't strike. It seems doubt and a bit of interest have already sprouted in Indra's heart. Just like 1,000 years ago. Black Zetsu hadn't expected to recruit Uchiha Imo in one go. An egotistical and proud person like Indra would never easily believe the words of others. But conversely, once he reached a conclusion through his own observation and reasoning, he would become exceptionally obsessive. Even at the very last moment, even in failure, his obsession would only lead him to wonder if he had made a wrong step somewhere, rather than whether he had chosen the wrong path. The seed has been planted, so the subsequent plan will be simple. In that case, on Madara's end, I must speed up the progress as well. The destined and sole savior, rescuing the ninja world that has been mired in purgatory for 1,000 years. Indra, I know you like such an identity. Prepare to sleep peacefully in the illusionary dream I have woven for you. Chapter 57, New Ability Test, Extra Abilities of the Interface? Black Zetsu had been gone for a while, but Uchiha Imo stood there for a long time, lost in thought. It wasn't until a faint aroma drifted from the camp that Uchiha Imo snapped out of it, turning his attention to the illusory interface. Red Calabash Child Fusion Rate, 14.71% reaching 30% unlocks the ability, Endless Vitality. Orange Calabash Child Fusion Rate, 33.71% unlocked abilities, Clairvoyance, Clairaudience, reaching 50% unlocks the next stage ability, Heaven's Gaze. Yellow Calabash Child Fusion Rate, 14.71% plus 21.41% when both reach 30%, unlocks the ability, Invulnerability. Green Calabash Child Fusion Rate, 25.64% plus 35.28% unlocked abilities, Fierce Fire, Violent Thunder, when both reach 50% and the second stage abilities of the red and orange Calabash children are unlocked, the next ability, Heaven's Fire, will be unlocked. Cyan Baby Fusion Rate, 10.85% reaching 20% unlocks the ability, Water Control. Blue Baby Fusion Rate, 33.71% plus 25.87% unlocked abilities, Invisibility, when both reach 30%, unlocks the ability, Traceless. The subsequent abilities for the first brother ability and the third brother ability seemed easy to understand. One was Endless Vitality to enhance life force, and the other was Invulnerability to continue increasing stats. So the second stage ability is Invulnerability. Uchiha Imo crossed his arms, feeling a bit puzzled. The third brother ability was the simplest and most brutal among the Calabash brothers, and what's more, the stats were huge. Bigger meant stronger. Bigger meant beautiful. Uchiha Imo had originally thought that such absurd stats would be unlocked step by step to their complete form as proficiency increased. But if the second stage already jumped from invulnerability to something even stronger, what would the third stage be? What about the fourth stage? Or even a possible fifth stage? After a moment, Uchiha Imo shook his head, deciding not to think about such distant things for now. With a flick of his wrist, a kunai appeared in his hand amidst a puff of smoke. Every time he gained a new ability, Uchiha Imo made sure to test it out first, striving for a comprehensive understanding. It was a very necessary process. He didn't need to bother testing the first brother ability. He had already felt the changes in his physical strength and the increase in physical durability brought by the third brother ability during today's battle. The key now was the other ability, Invulnerability. Uchiha Imo raised his left arm, turned his right hand, and aimed the tip of the kunai at his own arm. A sharp light glinted on the kunai. This was a high-quality piece purchased from Cat Grandma, far superior to the common, mass-produced trash. Without any hesitation, Uchiha Imo slowly pressed it down. The moment the kunai made contact with his flesh, a small indentation suddenly appeared at the tip. Then, Uchiha Amo could clearly perceive his own chakra rapidly and automatically condensing at the spot where the kunai was pressing, instantly transforming into a power he couldn't comprehend. As he slowly increased the pressure, the tip of the kunai pressed firmly against his flesh and bone. A slight stinging sensation came from his arm, but even so, his skin's defense remained unbreached. He moved the kunai away. A white dot appeared on his skin, but a few seconds later, it dissipated completely, and his arm looked entirely normal. Uchiha Amo's lips curled slightly, and then he slowly drew the Futsunomitama from his waist. Next, let's try this. In terms of sharpness alone, the Futsunomitama was absolutely top tier among ninja tools. If even it couldn't penetrate his defense, then he could truly be called invulnerable. As the blade slid slowly across his arm, Uchiha Amo gradually applied pressure. Soon, he could feel the chakra within him rapidly mobilizing, and a strange sensation faintly emerged on his skin. A moment later, he moved the Futsunomitama away. A clear white mark appeared on Uchiha Amo's arm, but other than that, there was nothing else unusual. Very good. Now for the final stage of testing. Uchiha Amo whispered, his eyes narrowing slightly as he quickly began to mobilize the chakra within him. Screech! Amidst the shrill cry of a hawk, blinding lightning illuminated the glistening blade of the Futsunomitama. Chidori blade, the sharpest cutting damage among all the methods Uchiha Amo knew, not even common wind-release chakra reinforcement could compare to this move. This time Uchiha Amo did not act rashly. 3 slowly rotating tomo appeared in his eyes, and he stared intently at the lightning on the blade. The Futsunomitama combined with the Chidori blade was no joking matter. If the quality of the lightning release chakra was sufficient to reach its limit, it would likely be effective at breaking through even a Susanoo ribcage. If he weren't careful, it was entirely possible he could sever his entire arm in an instant. The blade slowly approached his arm, and this time, the result was different. Splat! Almost instantly, a jet of blood sprayed from Uchiha Amo's arm. He immediately retracted his chakra, and the lightning vanished, but a long, charred cut had clearly been left on his skin. Uchiha Amo's expression remained unchanged, as if he had expected this. After sheathing the Futsunomitama, he took a bandage from his ninja tool pouch and wrapped the wound simply. Just as I expected, the so-called invulnerability is primarily targeted against conventional physical attacks and does not possess much resistance to magical or elemental damage. After ensuring the bandage was secure, Uchiha Amo shifted his gaze to the open ground in front of him and began to think. A breeze blew by, and the grass swayed slowly. The tiny veins and the fine hairs on the edges of the grass were exceptionally clear in Uchiha Amo's eyes. Even the minute indentations where it took root in the soil were visible in a blue-tinted vision. Uchiha Amo suddenly snapped out of it and stopped thinking. My Sharingan, has its perception become stronger? After obtaining the ability of clairvoyance, Uchiha Amo's perception was divided into 4 stages. From lowest to highest, these 4 forms of perception were normal state, Sharingan state, clairvoyant state, and the state with clairvoyance superimposed on the Sharingan. There were also some subtle differences. The Sharingan focused more on dynamic vision, while clairvoyance focused more on pure observation. Because these 4 stages were distinct and differed greatly, Uchiha Amo was exceptionally sensitive to the perception of each of his stages. He could clearly feel that the perception of his Sharingan had become stronger. It was common knowledge for every Uchiha who had awakened their eyes that the Sharingan grew stronger as their ocular power grew. But the problem was, Uchiha Amo's ocular power hadn't changed since before. Uchiha Amo frowned slightly, feeling somewhat puzzled. He hadn't gained much in release proficiency from today's battlefield, and he was certain his ocular power hadn't changed much either. Yet, the perception of his Sharingan had clearly and definitely become stronger, just like the sensory ability brought by the second brother ability. He glanced at the interface. If there was any difference between his stats today and yesterday, it could only be. An idea emerged in Uchiha Amo's mind, and he slowly channeled all the ocular power within him. In an instant, the 3 pitch-black tomo in Uchiha Amo's eye sockets began to spin wildly. The rotation speed became visibly faster and faster, and in less than half a second, the traces of the tomo were about to connect end to end. 58 Chapter 58, The Foundation of the Goal. Chapter 58, Target Dodai. A cold, dark aura instantly permeated the space. Uchiha Amo hunched over, clutching his eyes in discomfort. As massive ocular power surged wildly, his handsome face furrowed slightly. Ocular power. After sensing it carefully, the tomo slowly came to a halt, and the ocular power gradually calmed down. The extreme, cold aura dissipated rapidly along with it. As the crimson faded, Uchiha Amo steadied his eyes, confirming his hypothesis. The level of ocular power indeed hasn't changed, but the power the Sharingan can unleash has grown stronger. Thinking this, his gaze fell on the 14.71% proficiency in Yang release on his interface. After activating the 3-tomo Sharingan, Uchiha Amo's ocular power had seen a leap in improvement, and his eyes were much stronger than before. However, in reality, Uchiha Amo seemed not to have unleashed the full power of the Sharingan. Now that his Yang release proficiency had broken through to a new stage, the two abilities attached to Yin release, the Sharingan and the second brother ability's sensory capabilities, were suddenly liberated. Uchiha Amo guessed that this was because his physical strength and vitality were insufficient, so the seven-colored lotus had restricted the Yin release power he could unleash. It wasn't until now, when the first brother ability and second brother ability had raised his physical body to a new level, that this restrictive force was completely released, leading to this change. Although it was only a guess, Uchiha Amo already believed this reason in his heart. And if this was indeed the cause, then Uchiha Amo no longer needed to worry about his underdeveloped body being overwhelmed by ocular power. With the seven-colored lotus as a safeguard, he could completely stop suppressing the growth of his ocular power and reach the dojutsu that harbored forbidden power as quickly as possible. If this is really the case, the upcoming war will require hunting more Kumogakure ninja. Among the 5 great nations, the Kumogakure ninja currently possess the most profound Yang release power. It is a pity that the Senju have fallen and the land of whirlpools has been destroyed. Uchiha Amo sighed to himself. As he turned around to leave, he suddenly caught sight of a blood-stained Konoha Jonin flak jacket on the ground. He stared at it for a moment before bending down to pick it up. Without warning, a cluster of blood-red flames ignited on his palm, instantly setting the Jonin flak jacket ablaze. Beneath the roaring flames, Uchiha Amo's calm, dark eyes remained inscrutable. However, when the time comes, perhaps I can set my sights on the Akimichi clan and the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. I wonder if killing a tailed beast would have an effect. In the time that followed, Black Zetsu did not return, and Uchiha Amo immersed himself directly into the battlefield. Nearly 2 months passed. It seemed that because Kumogakure's war on the Sunagakure front was going smoothly, the Kumogakure ninja had been testing the waters on this Konoha battlefield, and the Konoha side, holding the mindset of "you're fighting a two-front war anyway, you're under more pressure than I am," dragged things out. Both sides clashed several times. Relying on the extreme speed of the Flying Thunder God technique, Minato Namikaze faced the AB duo alone on the front lines and became famous in a single battle. A even issued an order that if one encountered Minato Namikaze on the battlefield, they could abandon their mission directly without the village imposing any punishment. The moniker Yellow Flash spread throughout the ninja world from then on. Uchiha Amo had killed an even greater number of Kumogakure ninja, reaching a staggering figure. However, because Toroi was finished off by him before he could become truly famous, and because Uchiha Amo was not one to show off, the moniker Blood Ninja, while making ordinary Kumogakure ninja even more terrified, had not officially entered the view of the higher-ups in the various nations. Uchiha Amo was very dissatisfied with this. What he was dissatisfied with was not the matter of a moniker, but the war. The intensity of the war was too low. Uchiha Amo had spent 2 full months killing small fry, only to bring his Yang release proficiency to nearly 20%. After reaching this level, Uchiha Amo discovered that the average Chunin and Genin provided almost no Yang release proficiency. Often, he would have to kill around 10 of them before seeing any increase in the value. Only his lightning release was slowly improving due to the proficiency level of the Kumogakure ninja. The number of jonin that Kumogakure had committed to the battlefield was too small, far from enough to satisfy Uchiha Mo's bloodlust. Although according to the original timeline, once Raza of Tsunagakure stepped forward and Kumogakure suffered setbacks on the other front, the war intensity on the Konoha side would rapidly increase. Uchiha Mo was not prepared to wait obediently. He wanted to directly escalate the intensity of the war and force it to erupt. Only then could he acquire a large amount of proficiency in a short period, while also having excess time to participate in the other battlefields. After scouting through 2 battles, Uchiha Mo selected a target. Dodai, the trusted aide of the 3rd Raikage. He was not only the Raikage's most trusted strategist and a core member of Kumogakure's high command, but also the chief examiner for the vital double lariat partner assessment. He had an exceptionally deep friendship with both the 3rd Raikage and the future 4th Raikage. The current A, who was the future 4th Raikage, even faintly regarded him as an uncle. Killing Dodai would be enough to make Kumogakure's fury soar. Not only that, Dodai was also a possessor of the bloodline limit, lava release, and his own strength could be considered top tier among elite jonin, which would definitely bring Uchiha Mo considerable gains. Just like that, not long after Uchiha Mo formulated his plan, the battle erupted once more. This time, it was Konoha that took the initiative. After 2 months of testing the waters, Shikaku increased their forces and changed some formations in this battle. The goal was to make Kumogakure push the front line back, ensuring that if an all-out war broke out, the flames of war would not spread into the land of fire. However, these things were meaningless to Uchiha Mo. He was still leading the 6 members of Team 7 and Team 8, roaming the rear of the battlefield. But since he had decided to fuel the fire of the war, Uchiha Mo naturally would not be looking for ordinary targets on the battlefield as he usually did. The location where the battle took place was still that huge forest on the border of the land of hot springs. Uchiha Mo led the 6 of them as they sped through the forest. At the same time, his gaze shifted constantly, as if he were looking for something. After confirming his target, Uchiha Mo had used his clairvoyance and clairaudience abilities to collect quite a lot of information about Dodai. Dodai was currently the 2nd in command of the Kumogakure army, or rather, the 2nd in command in theory. In reality, even the 3rd Raikage's son, A, who was the Kumogakure commander on the Konoha battlefield, had to refer to his suggestions regarding specific war deployments. However, Dodai was currently at his peak age, so it was naturally impossible for him to remain in the rear. In every war, the army responsible for harassing the flanks of the Konoha army was led by Dodai, which was one of the main reasons Uchiha Mo chose him as a target. The team continued to travel through the forest. Under Uchiha Mo's lead, the squad had not encountered a single enemy in the nearly 10 minutes since they had set off, which made Kakashi feel somewhat puzzled. Seeing the environment becoming increasingly unfamiliar, he couldn't help but ask. Uchiha Mo, there should have been enemies near that place just now. However, before he could finish his sentence, Uchiha Mo, who was in front, suddenly stopped in his tracks. Chapter 59, Battle Against the Raikage Guard. Through the vision of clairvoyance, not far ahead, a young man wearing a dark gray military beret was approaching, leading 3 sturdy men. He wore a black eye patch over his left eye with the character Thunder printed on it, and a Kumogakure forehead protector on his forehead. This was the target of Uchiha Mo's trip, Dodai. The 3 men were unfamiliar, but judging by their movements, breathing patterns, and refined aura, they were likely not simple enemies. Uchiha Mo turned around and said to Kakashi and the others, "There are several powerful chakra signatures ahead. You all hide first, I will handle this." As soon as he finished speaking, the group did not hesitate and scattered to find places to hide. Over the past 2 months, they had become accustomed to obeying Uchiha Mo's orders. Usually, they only needed to follow behind, wait for Uchiha Mo to find the enemies, rush in to kill the slightly stronger ones, and leave a few small fries behind for practice. Although objectively, because the improvement gained from Genin had become negligible as proficiency increased, Uchiha Mo had gradually left them to his teammates, they did not see it that way. I feel, cough, cough. Recently, teacher Uchiha Mo. Cough, has been leaving us with more and more enemies, cough, cough. Gecko Hayate leaped onto a tree branch and said this. Obito grinned upon hearing this, raised his right hand to adjust his goggles, then put one hand on his hip, looking smug. That's just because yours truly is getting stronger and stronger. It seems even the blood ninja has to acknowledge my potential. Very good, I am getting closer and closer to the position of Hokage. Kakashi turned his dead fish eyes upon hearing this and glanced at Obito. Yeah, last time you were almost stabbed to death by a genin with a kunai. That kind of potential can be considered top tier in all of Konoha. As soon as he finished speaking, Obito instantly turned red, stomping his feet in frustration and pointing at Kakashi. Kakashi. That time was because I. Shoo. However, before he could finish, Rin Noara turned her head and held her index finger to her lips, making a gesture for silence, while pointing downward with her finger. Obito immediately covered his mouth with both hands, hid behind the tree trunk, and looked downward as if he suddenly understood. Dodai landed from the branches ahead with 3 sturdy young men, looking vigilantly at Uchiha Mo Blood Ninja. Dodai's gaze landed on the Uchiha crest on the front right of Uchiha Mo's Jonin vest. As these 2 words were spoken, the 3 sturdy young men beside Dodai looked stern, their bodies tensed up, and they slightly hunched over, their gazes fixed vigilantly on Uchiha Mo. What? Lord Dodai, is this guy the blood ninja? This bastard. He killed so many of our comrades. Since we've encountered him, we must kill him here today. Dodai nodded, his expression also somewhat solemn. Uchiha Mo did not have any terrifying battle achievements on the battlefield yet, but the number of Kumogakure ninjas who died at his hands was terrifying. Although I did not pay much attention to him, Dodai, as the brain of the Kumogakure army, had to pay attention to this executioner. Be careful, do not look directly into his eyes. We don't need to fight the blood ninja to the death. Our current position is close to the belly of the 3rd division. As long as we stall him, when the ninjas realize I haven't given the next order for a long time, they will come back soon, and then he will definitely die. Dodai gave the order with extreme calmness. Although the title Blood Ninja was intimidating, his lineup was equally luxurious. Despite some apprehension, Dodai was not actually afraid of this battle. While they were communicating, Uchiha Mo also began to move. Tap, as Uchiha Mo began to move, the 4 Kumogakure ninjas immediately stared at Uchiha Mo as if facing a formidable enemy. Swish. Taking a step, Uchiha Mo appeared instantly at the side of the 4 Kumogakure ninjas the next moment. When he reappeared, his right leg was already raised, and a powerful whip kick, accompanied by the sound of breaking through the air, swept toward the temple of the young man on the far left. D. On your side. So fast. The voices of Dodai and D rang out one after another, and the battle exploded in an instant. Bang! A dull sound of flesh colliding rang out. D only felt his arm go numb, his upper body began to lean back under the immense force, and he could not stop himself from stumbling backward. This guy is so strong. Uchiha Mo's eyes moved, his right hand instantly reached out, grabbing D's arm which was stretched forward due to his loss of balance. With a twist of his wrist, he used his left hand to form a snake hand seal. D was pulled back by this force, but immediately after, Uchiha Mo punched him hard in the cheek with his left fist. Bang! Blood mixed with 2 broken teeth flew out. Uchiha Mo released his right palm, and D lost his balance again and began to stumble. But Uchiha Mo ignored him and took the opportunity to turn his body to the side. The next moment, a long sword flashing with lightning slashed down from the position where he had just been standing. Puff! The ninja sword slashed into the open ground, and Uchiha Mo took the opportunity to raise his foot and stomp down on the Kumogakure ninja's right hand that was holding the hilt. The Kumogakure ninja's palm was stepped on the ground, letting out a cry of pain, and Uchiha Mo raised his other leg and slammed his knee into the Kumogakure ninja's cheek. Pshhh. The Kumogakure ninja tilted his head back and spat out a mouthful of blood, and 2 white broken teeth could be vaguely seen flying out. Phew! An exclamation came from someone beside him. Uchiha Imo ignored it, moved his foot away from the Kumogakure ninja's palm, and the ninja began to lean back. Uchiha Imo reached out again, grabbed his arm, twisted his wrist, and formed a ram hand seal. Immediately after, he suddenly withdrew his hand that was holding Fu, turned his body, and then a kunai slashed down from the position of Uchiha Imo's shoulder, almost grazing his movement. Uchiha Imo's pair of 3 Tomo Sharingan spun rapidly, and a man holding a kunai that had missed its mark entered his field of vision. It was D who had returned. Ha! D shouted, turned his right hand to switch the kunai to a reverse grip, then turned his body and twisted his waist violently, stabbing toward Uchiha Imo's head. Bang! Uchiha Imo firmly grabbed D's wrist with one hand, and then his already prepared right hand punched out like lightning, striking D's right armpit. This was one of the most sensitive areas for pain nerves. D immediately screamed in pain, his right arm went numb, his palm loosened involuntarily, and the kunai dropped instantly. Uchiha Imo turned his left hand and used D's right hand again to form a hand seal. D regained his senses, looked suspiciously at the hand forming the seal, and then raised his right leg and swept it violently toward Uchiha Imo's head. Uchiha Imo released his left hand and bent down, the whip kick sweeping past with a breeze. Uchiha Imo took the opportunity to support himself on the ground with one hand, and then leaped up violently. In midair, his legs kicked out like lightning, knocking both Fu, who had rushed over again, and D, who had just missed his attack, flying away. The next moment, mud and stone splashed, and a pair of large hands emerged from the position where Uchiha Imo had just been standing. Uchiha Imo's left hand instantly reached out to grab the attacker's wrist, while his legs closed together and stomped down violently. Arg! A scream came, and Uchiha Imo used his right hand again to form a hand seal. 60 Chapter 60 An Unexpected Joy. Chapter 60 An Unexpected Surprise. Retracting his palm, Uchiha Imo's bent legs instantly sprang into action, and he flipped backward, soaring high into the air. Fire release, great fireball technique. As the words left his lips, a massive, blood-red fireball erupted from Uchiha Imo's mouth, hurtling toward the 4-cloud ninja on the ground. The terrifying flames caused the surrounding temperature to soar instantly. The massive fireball roared with such momentum that it seemed as unstoppable as a meteor, leaving Tutai's expression filled with horror. Glancing at his companions, who were unable to react in time, he stopped observing to gather intelligence and rapidly surged the chakra within his body. Lava release, rubber ball. A massive amount of yellow rubber was spewed out by Tutai. The rubber seemed to possess a will of its own, autonomously forming a large semicircle that completely encased the 4-cloud ninja. Boom! The blood-red fireball detonated against the ground. The explosion sent up intense flames and scattered mud and rocks, making the very earth seem to tremble slightly. After a full 3 seconds, the smoke and fire dissipated, revealing the situation on the ground. The yellow rubber bowl lay tattered and broken to the side. Tutai was covered in dust and looked somewhat disheveled, but his companions were not as fortunate. A charred corpse lay on the outermost edge of the crater created by the fireball. It appeared to have been blown away by the blast. Despite being unrecognizable, its build clearly indicated it was the cloud ninja called D. As for the other two, Fu had a large burn scar on his back and was lying on the ground, twitching and grimacing in pain. The unnamed cloud ninja appeared relatively intact, though his face looked somewhat pale. Damn it, was it too much to try and protect all 4 of them in such a short time? Tutai furrowed his brows, his face a mix of guilt and regret. Tutai's lava release lacked the destructive power of Mei Terumi's or Rashi's, and it didn't have the control capabilities of Kuretsuchi's, but in terms of defensive power, it was absolutely top tier. In the original story, not only did he use his lava release to block the impure world reincarnation Third Raikage's Hell Stab, 4-finger Nukite for several seconds, but he also used this ability to protect Naruto's shadow clone from Uchiha Madara's Tengai Shinsei, a performance that could be considered the top tier below the Kage level. Uchiha Imo landed on a tree branch and glanced at his status panel, feeling a moment of slight surprise. Lightning release proficiency plus 3.12%. Yang release proficiency plus 1.89%. These numbers weren't high, but Uchiha Mo's proficiency gains had become exceptionally difficult lately. Before Uchiha Mo's Yang release proficiency reached the 20% threshold, Toroi could only provide a bonus of about 2%. Yet this D, whom he had never heard of, had pushed Uchiha Mo's Yang release proficiency to 20% and even added an extra 1% on top of that. In other words, working backward from this data, this D's strength was at least on par with Toroi's. This is truly an unexpected surprise. Uchiha Mo curled the corner of his lips slightly, his gaze falling upon the three people below. You can still dance, right? If this is all you've got, I'm afraid you'll end up as nothing more than dust, left here forever. Tutai's expression was serious as he stared intently at Uchiha Mo. Let's attack together. This guy is stronger than the rumors suggest. I can no longer just provide defense, watch the battle to gather intel, and then strike to subdue the enemy as I usually do. Tutai's abilities leaned more toward defense and support, and he didn't possess many powerful offensive means himself. Combined with his nature as a tactical commander, his fighting style usually involved coordinating with his companions to defeat the enemy. The companions beside him now were also elite jonin whom the 3rd Raikage had specifically selected from the Raikage's bodyguard unit for the Konoha battlefield. Aside from the sensory ninja codenamed C, who was taken by the 3rd Raikage due to battlefield requirements, the ninja codenamed D, the one codenamed E, and the one codenamed F were all by Tutai's side. Fu and he nodded, looking up at Uchiha Mo with grave expressions. Alright then, the operation begins. The moment the words fell, lightning flashed on the blade in Fu's hand. He bent his knees, pushed off, and lunged violently toward Uchiha Mo, while Tutai pivoted and followed closely behind him. East stood in place, his hands moving rapidly in front of his chest. Lightning release, lightning illusion, flash of lightning pillar. E's entire body instantly turned into electricity, making him highly conspicuous in the open space. This was a lightning release genjutsu that used electrical light to make the opponent mistake it for a ninjutsu meant to obscure vision, thereby providing cover to trap them in a genjutsu without them even noticing. However, the next moment, E suddenly trembled for no reason. In his mind's eye, he saw Uchiha Mo seeing through the genjutsu, flashing before him, and decapitating him with a drawn sword. His pupils began to tremble violently, and his face instantly turned deathly pale. The 3 Tomo in Uchiha Mo's eyes slowly rotated, and he let out a sneer of disdain. Demonic illusion, mirror heaven and earth change. This was one of the Sharingan's dojutsu, which instantly broke any genjutsu cast upon the user and simultaneously reflected the effects of the technique entirely back onto the enemy. In the original story, Uchiha Itachi used this very ability to make Kurina Yuhi nearly die at the hands of her own genjutsu. Damn it! Fu cursed under his breath. Even though the distraction technique had failed, he was already committed to the attack and had no choice but to proceed. He gripped his ninja sword tightly and slashed the lightning-infused blade violently down toward Uchiha Mo. Uchiha Mo gripped the hilt of his Futsunomatama with his right hand and instantly drew it. Clang! Holding the Futsunomatama in a reverse grip, the gleaming blade blocked Fu's ninja sword firmly in front of him. However, at the moment of impact, another figure suddenly appeared from behind Fu to the side. In his palm, a lightning sphere crackling with blue arcs was aimed at Uchiha Mo's head. It was Tutai. Lightning release, lightning strike. Screech! However, before he could finish speaking, the Futsunomatama held in Uchiha Mo's reverse grip was instantly enveloped in dense electrical light, accompanied by the cry of an eagle. Immediately following, the Futsunomatama instantly severed the ninja sword in Fu's hand, and its momentum remained undiminished. Swish! Splurt! A head with a terrified expression and 3 fingers of varying lengths soared high into the air together. Lightning release proficiency plus 4.06%. Yang release proficiency plus 1.54%. Thud. Fu's corpse fell from the tree branch to the ground with a dull thud. Tutai had already retreated to the side, clutching his 3 fingers, which had been severed by at least half, his expression exceptionally grim. Seeing this, Uchiha Amo curled the corner of his lips slightly, the three tomo in his eyes slowly rotating. Little tricks played by children in front of a teacher are always so foolish and obvious. Did you really think these amateur skills could deceive these eyes? The coordination between the three of them could be described as perfect. But unfortunately, Uchiha Amo was a true super genius when it came to battle IQ. He had once used Jonin-level strength to bring Kakuzu to the brink of death and used elite Jonin-level strength to make Orochimaru suffer a major loss. Coupled with the observational power of the Sharingan, the moment the three Cloud Ninja moved, Uchiha Amo had already guessed their intentions. Brat, in front of someone of my age, you are the actual child. Don't forget to like and subscribe to Novels Wonderland.